first we live
before
on.
we move
Hey,
on, look, could I say one more thing? I'm going to put a video in the live stream that's from BitChute, and it talks about the minestrone never being isolated. If you know what I mean by that. And I think there was a lawsuit won in Canada. So the guys that are kind of like defending the Bill Gates and all that, if you were to find out and you like did a deep research and found out that the thing we're dealing with now, the cocoa thing, and it hasn't actually been it hasn't been isolated at all, and they were basing this on like assumption, and all of the minestrone they're feeding people is not necessarily based on any kind of thing that they've ever isolated. Would that bring you caution at all about some of these other things? Just asking. You don't have to even get into the conversation. We're just going to post the video. People can watch it if they want.
well, so I just say that I'm not informed enough on vaccines and all of these things to be able to like debunk or refute any of the things anyone here is saying. And so therefore, that's why I'm just listening to what you're saying. I'm getting the links of what you're saying, and I'll look into it at some point. But that's why I'm not being like, I'm not refuting anything you're saying. I'm just listening and asking questions. That's all. Because I'm not informed enough to make a claim.
Yeah, if you want to be informed enough, you will look, because something like that, vaccines, is quite a serious issue, because one day maybe you'll get married, you'll have children, and then you'll want to vaccinate them. Now, if there are dangers, if there's dangers out there that you need to be aware of, you need to be doing the research now. Now is the time to gather this information if you're serious about wanting to know the truth, so that you can have a safe life and avoid the dangers. Okay, I'm at the situation where I can give good sound advice right now. I could easily do that. I've been looking into this since 2006 is when I first started looking into these vaccines, and purely because someone died of cancer in Britain.
You do have to agree, though, Jen, that even with two people looking at the exact same information, they can still come to the exact opposite conclusions.
The only reason that would happen is because one person is having a denial problem, which is known as cognitive dissonance. That's it. Or
and how do you tell which one?
The individual is totally uneducated, doesn't understand what 1 and 2 mean, A, B, C. It doesn't understand anything, because it's not.
How do you tell which
the language?
of the two?
The language in the video and the presentation is crystal clear. It's not difficult language. Maybe you might not know one word, you can refer to a dictionary. So that's going to be impossible, what you said there. Sorry. I will not accept that.
But how do you tell which of the two is having cognitive
Like
dissonance?
the funny thing is, Tommy, a lot of times these things are like totally out in the open and admitted to, and even documented, and like there's apologies been given to countries by other countries for things that they've done. There's a lot of information that's just pretty much been owned up to, like even Bill Clinton apologizing to the American people for MK Ultra and stuff like that. So if you see that these things are out there and they're admitting to them over time, and then you see the exact same kind of tactics being used as present day things, that's where you start to develop discernment, and you don't just decide to fall on one side or the other because of what you agree with that the person's saying, other than what they're talking about. But each individual topic needs to be like looked at and like thoroughly like investigated, not just assumed. And that's the whole thing about like appealing to authority, or assuming that you're being told the truth about anything, especially when it comes to like these governments and these programs that are forcing people and coercing people with cheeseburgers and donuts. And I mean, there's just like these telltale signs that become kind of like, part of your repertoire at some point. That's how you tell.
Yeah, you got it now, Gummy Bear?
Yeah, I definitely get your point of view. I just have to look into the information anymore before I can make
you need to look
informed
at the material,
decision and understanding.
Exactly, because it's not, I will say this and I'll put this to you. I know for a fact that you've heard us speak about this numerous amount of times. Brandon's server, the Splat Earth server here, numerous amount of times, and you haven't bothered to look. That's the thing. So you're saying it now. I'm going to hold you to that, because the next time the conversation comes up, I'll ask you, did you look at the material? Because if you didn't, then you're being disingenuous, dishonest, and that's cognitive dissonance. Okay? So, you know, it's all up to you. It's all in your ball court. So don't come here saying, oh, I don't know enough to make a comment, because you're not looking. We've done the research. We're giving you the benefit of our knowledge, and we've taken the time to present to you information that took us time to find, to save you the time of looking. And if you don't look at it, well, that's a slap in our face, basically. But the only thing is, you're making yourself look silly. You're showing your true colours. You don't want to know. You don't care. Is what that is. If you do not look at the material and then don't come to a decision, whatever it might be. If you don't look at the material, it shows that you don't care. You don't want to know, and that's fair enough. That is your choice.
Jin, why are you so attached to whether he looks at material or not?
Oh no, because whenever we have this conversation, he makes a comment that I'm not informed enough. Is what he keeps saying all the time. I'm not informed enough to make a decision on this. That's the point. But people are.
I have very rarely had a conversation on vaccines.
We've had it many times. But, I mean,
no, I know for sure we haven't.
We have, Gummy. I know that. I
know
that
we've had
sure.
one conversation before, which was specifically about Corona. But other than that,
we've had others.
I don't remember any other conversation.
Brandon Server, we've been there. We've been there before. Not just me, you and others talking as well. That's the only reason why I say that, because he's saying that he's not informed enough to make any decision or to comment. Now that people have presented him with the material, I think he should look at it if he wants to make a comment. That's why I said that. That's why it's important to look at the material, obviously.
Yeah, maybe we should move on at Gio's request. But yeah, in that, Gummy, definitely watch that video I posted that's on BitChute, and there are some claims that are made, you know, that may or may not be true. But the guy that originally designed the PCR test, he created it. You know, I mean, there's people that were involved in these things that are publicly speaking. The guy's dead now, actually. Come to think of it, but yeah, calling out Fauci and all these people. Yeah, he's dead.
Oh, what a shame! Look at that. The guy who made the PCR test and alerted people to the test is a failure. He's been taken out. Look at that.
Murdered.
Wow.
Right, yeah, that's another example of evil to look into.
Wow.
Why did he die after explaining all of those things?
Well, this will be our last day on YouTube, guys. So enjoy the last moments.
Okay, so to be nice to the server and the YouTube, let's move on to
yeah. Well, I was going to ask Kosho, if Kosho is there. Did you watch that video that I posted? It's 2 hours and 13 minutes. It's
Kosho's not in here anymore.
Ah, what a shame, because I posted a blinding video. It's 2 hours, 30 minutes. It was taken down 2 years ago and I couldn't find it. But Jeremy was speaking about an excerpt from that video, and I looked for it the day before yesterday. I found it and I posted it in there yesterday. It covers the photographic anomalies of the moon landings. And I tell you, to watch this video, because I've watched it more than 10 times, is to realize how it just exposes the shenanigans that went on the studio scenes purported to be the lunar surface. Okay, it's a joke, and you got to watch it. It's 22 hours.
Is it the what happened on the moon one?
Yeah, what happened on the moon, part 1, photographic anomalies, not part 2 and 3. Okay. So I'll repost it right now, so for people to look at it, those who didn't get it. I'll do that in just a couple of minutes.
Hey, Dummy, just do the research. See if the Minestrone's been isolated. Don't have to look at the video I posted or anyone conspiratorial minded. Just look to see if there's any mainstream information actually identifying if the thing that's got the world turned upside down right now has actually been isolated or not. Just see if you can find it.
Yeah. Yeah, because that's very important in itself. But yeah, I've got to be so careful when I do this. Such is the trick that they play here. They switch when you click on the share, usually it goes straight to share. But with this video, it's got coming up first, remove. So you could easily accidentally hit that and then you've lost your video again. You've got to start looking again. These are the shenanigans that they play with the algorithms, if you will.
Yeah, by the way, if you try to talk out, if you want to talk out negatively about a lot of these key players I mean, to be honest with you, I can't even find. It's been whitewashed. No, I can't even find half of the videos and sources that I used to have on a lot of these billionaires. You know, like I'm looking up.
Is stuff in the chat also not safe for YouTube?
Well, what do you mean?
Text chat?
It does show up on the YouTube stream, so
yeah, I'm
It
just
shows
wondering
up
if
on
that's an
YouTube.
issue.
yeah. So
Well,
it
Anyway,
doesn't. It wouldn't
I've
be.
immediately googled
it-
that thing perspective, and yeah, I've immediately found that it has been isolated.
Yeah, like the initial, all the initial links say that it has been, and it quotes to look here,
Send me the
here,
link
here,
you're
and
posting.
here for multiple different examples of this happening,
Cool.
and then
I'm open
here
to
and here and
all
here.
sides. Let's move on with the conversation.
I don't whatever the Dovik. I'll call it Dovik. Dovik has been studied for decades. It's not like a new strain or anything. I mean, they understand it, but it just always looks a little bit different when they're introduced. So that's all I really can say about that. Like this whole idea that it's not been isolated is, I mean, while true, it's not necessarily that different. They have like 80% of how it looks, and then it looks just a little bit different because it's always
It's untrue,
changing.
though.
Yeah, I don't really know if I can back that argument of it's not isolated. You know, there would have to be a different argument attached to that in order for me to digest it.
Yeah.
Right, but if the argument is the mainstream says X and the mainstream does not say X, then that argument is false.
I mean, you can look at it that way, or you can complete the video and see if there are any other arguments that make sense to you.
I mean,
'Cause,
perspective said,
I mean-
check it yourself. It hasn't been isolated. And I checked it myself, and it has been isolated.
Yeah, that's
All
what
right, well,
I'm wondering.
There's a lot of information in that video he posted, so it's not the only argument in there.
I thought you might come up with something, by the way. I don't know what the claim is that you're coming up with. I'll look into it.
There's a lot of links in that one there. I'm following some of them.
See, the problem with the argument is that the Dovik that we know of, it doesn't do this. So they can say that they have isolated Dovik, but it's not the one that we're talking about. The one they're talking, I mean, that would be so like saying that we're calling it a pandemic because people have, mild sickness, and that's not what this apparently is. That's not what they're claiming. So it would have to be different.
Using the code words, Riggs.
What?
Meant to be using code words, bro.
Yeah, I can say pandemic. I did use a code word. Pandemic is not the problem.
But the thing is that the claims that the media are making is that it's the 19 version is been isolated, not just the other one, like the previous one that is very well known.
Yeah,
they are
I don't know
claiming
about
specifically that the 19 version is isolated.
I wouldn't necessarily understand that until I saw the information about it.
So what are you basing this on then? Like if you don't have enough information to make that assertion, how can you make the opposite assertion?
Well, the reason being is that in the video that Dave posted, he actually articulates his argument. So maybe just like watch the video. Because he goes on like, I think maybe a 10, 15, 20-minute rant on why they claim they have something when they possibly don't. And it's well after he makes the claim, so maybe you just haven't watched it yet.
It's a claim. That's it. That's the point. We don't know if it really is real isolation. We're saying it's pseudoscience.
But at the end of the day, everything we read online are going to be claims.
Okay.
You're stacking claims up against other claims.
Exactly. Exactly.
Well, it's important that we're double checking our work, right? But there are some new interesting arguments in this video that Dave posted. I highly recommend that people look into it. It's just a different perspective, you know.
Yeah, it's also it's a new perspective. It's you know, there's
See what
there's
you
a
did
I
there.
see what you did there.
there's a bigger claim. There's a bigger claim that the V or viruses don't even exist, like from scratch. Like they never have. It's all bacterial related and that kind of claim. So if
Yeah,
we're
that's
going that
loopy
back
to
to that,
me.
then whatever they claim, like it seems like what we're dealing with maybe is that some of these instruments, like the microscopic instruments, the ones that are like a high-end ones that can see like beyond small things, just like the telescopes that can see beyond macroscopic things. Like they could be claiming things about both of those that no one can really prove to themselves, and they know that. So that's where we get into that, you know, realm of how much of it's just made up from scratch.
But there's
Right,
also
but I mean,
it also has to have some logical consistency and internal consistency, which often when you make up lies, you run into inconsistencies, and yet it doesn't appear
No,
that
not
they
really.
run into these inconsistencies that you expect for the
Not with
made up
gullible
lie.
people like you.
That's usually what we're pointing out is the inconsistency, you know, and also
Often
that
when I
it
get an
seems
inconsistency pointed out to me, it ends up being either a misunderstanding or misinformation.
that's true, and
You'd
that's
have to
important. That's
watch the
why it's
video,
important
like
to
Riggs
cover
was
all your
telling you.
bases.
Everyone's
But
telling you. You got to watch it.
Think of the advantage if you do make something up from scratch. Then you can control every part of it, and you don't have to deal with any inconsistencies, right?
But the one
Like
thing
say
you
if they were
can't
actually like,
control is
hey,
what reality and truth actually is. And
well,
so
well,
at
let's
some point, if
just
someone looks into it, your idea, your made up idea will be opposed with.
You know,
right.
I
Well,
think
yeah, but
this
then you have to
conversation should
take
be
a story.
delayed until you guys actually watch the video. It's kind of
Yeah, there you go.
disingenuous.
I mean,
Otherwise.
that's the point we're at
Yeah,
now.
yeah.
Your made up idea is being questioned. That's where we're at right now.
Yeah, because we all thought Bill Gates was a good guy. Yeah, so you carry this idea. Bill Gates is a nice man, and then you hear something contrary to what you've learned. It gives you a better perspective on the guy's character. Then you change your view. Okay, so you know.
But we also have to keep in mind that we're dealing with controlled
Bill
opposition a
Gates
lot.
is a nice man.
Like
No,
you're
what the
dealing
hell?
with controlled
Those are
opposition.
strange
Sometimes,
words
Yeah,
to come
doctor.
together.
you know, like
Isn't he
if
nice? So
Such a
nice.
nice, caring gentleman.
Planning families
Then
for all those
how about we
Africans.
move
Great
on
work.
to less controversial topic, or well, it's not like flat Earth is less controversial, but less or more internet friendly, so to speak, concepts.
Well, I mean, I'd just like to introduce you to this last video that I'm going to post by a guy whose channel is known as Rockets Push Up of Air. And last year he pushed out this video, Germ Theory, History, Origins, Post-War. Brilliant. Really good one.
His channel
So you
name
watch
is
that.
already disconcerting because it's wrong.
He's a man of impeccable integrity. You watch this guy and you're going to learn about the germ theory and the Arsten Furstenberg book. What's it called? It's called The Invisible Rainbow. And in that book, you're going to learn about germ theory and everything else. It's brilliant, you know. If you're interested and you want to learn something, you know, so you can have some comment and you know where you're going with it, then you need to watch this guy. Really nice. Really nice man.
Jim playing the caring Uncle Gummy never had right now.
That's the one.
I like this
Fantastic.
guy. I hate his channel name. It's really bad. I agree, but he does say cool stuff.
I already have a flat earther dad. Okay, I don't need another one.
Yeah.
Have you got a flat Earth dad, Gummy?
Yeah.
So your
That's
dad
amazing.
believes in flat Earth?
And actually, I found out about my dad being a flat earther after I was
Brilliant.
into the whole flat
Are you
earth
kidding
sphere.
me? Your dad's a flat earth.
Yeah.
That is the most hilarious thing I've heard all day.
But
That's brilliant.
he's essentially like, is the word estranged? He's essentially estranged. I haven't spoken to him since I was 18, so.
Wow. You got to talk
Go
to
to
him.
him. Go to him.
Don't you think you could
That's
reunite?
no, hold on. That's
Reunite
not
with
on
the
my
newfound
choice.
knowledge?
That's by his choice. Okay.
Yeah.
It's because you're a glow. It's because you think the Earth's a globe.
He knew you were global,
No.
and he was like, no.
Here's the thing. He's abandoned 3 different wives, all with children. So
Shit.
I can already tell you that
Damn.
he's not a very good person, whether he's a flat earther or not. And that's why he's
How
a
did-
straight
I mean,
How
I
did
don't
you
know if you
find
could
out?
say he's not a good person, but he definitely, you know, he acts on his
Would you
agency.
say a good person is the kind of person to get
Yeah.
children with 3 different wives and leave them all?
I would
How,
say
how do you
he
know
Would you
he's
is.
a
say
flat
that's a
earther?
good person?
I would
Type
say
of person.
he exercises his agency. I wouldn't make any moral
Okay.
claims about, you know, the situation because, you know, who knows what his relationship was like with his wife or whatever. But
But
Yeah,
essentially,
it
I,
takes a lot
I
of
found
courage.
out I found out he was
it
a
takes
flat
a lot of
earther.
courage to leave someone, and if with kids, like you have to really come to terms with who you are and, you know, justify the actions and stuff like that. And it
To
takes
do
a
it
lot
3
of
times
agency.
percent.
Yeah, well, I mean, the first time's the hardest, right?
Exactly. If
So
it's
how did you
something
find
that
out
happens
you were about to say?
once,
Both
if
of you.
it's something that happens once, then maybe I can say, yeah, it was a hard choice, but he ended up doing it for whatever reason. But when he's done it
Yeah,
3
but those
times,
mistakes.
I'm starting to question the motives here.
How
It
did you
just shows
find
that
out?
he
No, you
doesn't,
can
you
question
know,
motives.
he knows what he
Okay,
wants
so-
and he doesn't take no for an answer. So
Way
it's commendable in a
I
way.
found out the way I found out is through my older brother. 'Cause the thing is, my mom and dad were divorced when I was 1 year old, so I had like
Okay.
no upbringing with my dad really, other than like
Okay.
occasional visits. But my brother, who's 5 years older than me, he was kind of like brought up with my dad, and then he spent more time with him. So
Yeah.
he still has contact because he wanted it. So
Would you say your
essentially, that's how
brother?
I found out through my brother.
Would you say your brother, since he like spent time having a father figure around, you know, in his formative years, or at least part of them, would you say he's more like well developed or like anything like that than you are?
Um,
Would you say maybe he's more masculine, or you know, he's more assertive, or
I don't. The 2 big is like personality aspects that are different between me and my brother is that I'm the more intellectually inclined one, and he's the more social one. And perhaps that has something to do with having a father figure or whatever in our upbringing. That would be the major like difference between me and my brother.
maybe?
I'm more
Or if you
into
had like
the
uncles,
school and stuff.
did you have like
He's
uncles in the
into
mix or anything from your mom's side or grandparents?
Not really, no.
Okay.
Gummy.
So I mean that might be some sort of like aspect that changed how I am as a person compared to my brother. At the same time, if I compare myself to my brother, like I wouldn't want to be like him.
Well, do
Okay,
you
well,
think
you're not gonna be like
your
him.
dad was a flat earther
That's your
before
choice.
2015? Like before
I
everyone else kind
actually
of find out?
I don't know how. Like I found out about like a year and a half, almost 2 years ago.
Okay.
And,
So you must
and
be
I was in
2017.
like the flat Earth community talking like 3-4 years ago.
He was in there
Oh.
talking with them?
I was
Imagine
already
he
talking.
reconnects
I
with
was
his dad
already
in one of these servers.
yeah. I was already talking to flat earthers in like these Discord channels before I found out my dad was a flat earther.
All right, now we're gonna start guessing. Is he Antonio
He's John.
Seagrass?
John Barenthal, whatever his name.
I can tell you that he's French and he's like middle aged, like 50 plus.
Ah, right.
Is it Johnny? Is it Johnny?
No,
Je suis tout père.
he is no. I
Gummy
have
bear.
not met him in all of these Discords. Okay,
Johnny
would have been
Bernard.
interesting, but I have not.
Yeah, that's cool.
I am your Gummy. I am your father.
No.
Well, we know when he has animosity towards us, maybe it's kind of a little bit directed at his dad.
That's why I make it very clear that I found out about my dad being a flat earther after I had already been in the flat earth sphere for like a year and a half plus. Because that is not true, that it has anything to do with my dad. I was already
Well, if you
in
found
the
out we were right, if you were
talking
like
shit.
open-minded and looked into what we're talking about and found out that, you know, your intellect tells you that we're right, Would you have a different appreciation for him?
Yeah.
If it ends up being okay, so you're saying if Flat Earth ends up being correct, would I have a different appreciation for my dad?
Yeah, that was the question.
Yeah,
So
basically.
I would say no, because the main reasons I don't like him in like as a dad or as a person is the fact that he's abandoned, like one, he's abandoned 3 wives and all the children involved, unless they've specifically sought out to keep in contact with him. That's the main thing that makes me like doubt him and look down on him as a dad. So Flat Earth being true or not wouldn't really change much about what I think of him as a person.
Yeah,
If
Okay.
anything at all, to be honest.
Yeah. You're going to need to speak to him to ask him why he abandoned his kids and the wife, if that's the case. So you get a better understanding. You need to hear it from his
Do you
mouth.
know?
I
at all?
already know.
What were his reasons?
So essentially, also I like how someone, I don't know who it is, has renamed themselves to Gummy's Daddy in Discord. Gotta show some appreciation for that. But essentially, like, of course, this isn't like from his own mouth, but it's essentially is that he feels too tied down having children and a wife, and he's too big of a player or like a woman's man to feel satisfied in a relationship for too long, and he doesn't feel that he wants those like shackles to hold him down. Is essentially the
That's fair,
wave.
man.
Yeah.
He's listening
Which
to his
I
his
can
biological
understand
imperative.
that.
That's
like,
why
I understand that perspective, but if that's how you feel, don't go out and get and make children with a bunch of different women.
Or
That's what
just
I'd
have
say.
a society that allows you to have multiple wives.
Yeah, in Islam you can have 5 wives.
4.
I thought it was 5.
It's like I'm not saying that no one should have that lifestyle where they don't want to get married or not or don't want to be tied down. That's completely okay. But if that's the lifestyle you want, then don't get married, have children, get divorced, get married, have children, get divorced, and do that cycle over and over again, because you'll be ruining families. That's my 2 cents on the issue.
Well, it's broken families, although they can go on to repair and live a good life.
I mean, my mom, I have to give a lot of props to my mom, because me and my brother growing up, she took care of both of us while doing 2 jobs to like afford it, and she's done a lot of good things to make sure that we grew up well and had education and everything that we needed. So I have to give my mom a shit ton of props for raising 2 children without our dad.
Yeah, it's not easy.
Yeah. But Gummy Bear, the heliocentric model is incorrect. So it's not if Flat Earth turns out to be. It's not if Flat Earth turns out to be right. Flat Earth is right. That's why we're here. You're here to learn that.
Be wrong.
I'll rephrase it in a way that you probably want it to be rephrased. Once I accept the Flat Earth truth.
Correct. That's it. Because it is a truth in itself.
Well, I would say that it is your truth, but I would not agree that it's
no. It is the truth. It is the truth.
That's where I disagree.
They're telling us. You can go out and see this. You can go out and prove it. The heliocentric model is an idiocentric model, because one has to be an idiot to believe it. At the end of the day, once it's been put to you that there is no curvature, no spin, we're not in a vacuum of space, we can't go to the moon, blah blah blah. To carry on thinking it's real, I mean, that's just the height of delusional. I'm sorry, but that's got to be it. Come on.
I don't think you have to be an idiot to believe it.
Can I request that all the flat earthers in here put in the live stream voice text their one main proof that they don't think the ballers have good answers for, or even an answer for? Just put it in the live stream, and then maybe Gummy could look at each one of those.
Mine is the lack of proof on their end.
Yeah,
Well, that's the thing is I've seen them all in quotation marks, and so
Which
far
mall?
none of them
Mall
have
of America?
been. The mall, yes. Not them all. The mall, yes.
You brought that we can. I'd like to know, because I'd like to know what it is. I'd like to know what it is that makes you so certain without a doubt that the Earth is indeed in space. It is spinning. It has curvature. Yeah, it's in the vacuum of space, and it's indeed an oblate spheroid. I'd like to know what it is that you have as evidence that you know for sure, without a doubt. What is that evidence? Silence is golden.
Well, the whole thing is, I wouldn't say that there is one specific thing that's like the holy grail. But there are a lot of really convincing things, and I know you guys disagree, like, for example, with this one.
That's okay.
But
Let's
I'd
hear
say
it.
that celestial navigation alone is enough. I know you guys completely disagree with that, but I would say that celestial navigation alone proves it's a globe.
Well, so celestial navigation is happening on the flat Earth, though. That's why it's not convincing, is it? Because that happens.
Okay, so the reason why it's convincing to me is because with my understanding of it, it would not work the same way as it does on a flat Earth.
But the
only reason it works out correctly as it does right now is if it's a globe Earth.
Well, it's been working on the flat Earth for ages. That's why the astrolabe was created in itself. So it's been happening for thousands of years. So
this is why also I say that you guys definitely disagree. But because for example, like Sin Cleanser said, is it only works on a flat Earth.
That's correct.
My understanding, it only works as it does on a globe Earth. That's why I say we disagree.
Okay, so let's see. Where's your next proof? Because that one's not ready. Again, we have to dismiss that as not evidence. Next.
Why do you dismiss that as not evidence?
Because it's working on a flat Earth.
How? When you say it's working, when you say it's working on a flat Earth, what do you even mean by that sentence? Because to me that sounds like you're assuming the consequence.
No, I'm saying that the Earth is flat by default because we don't see any curvature.
Exactly, that's called assuming the consequence.
No, it's not.
It's a fallacy.
It's not. It's stating
the no.
Evidence. It is stating the truth with the empirical, irrefutable evidence that I can back that up. So it's not a permanent no consequence. The thing is, I can't find the curvature, which is what I'm asking you for. You see, that's why we're on this line of
so when it comes
questioning
to
in
big
itself.
Question,
please,
the big question I want to ask is in celestial navigation, how do you go from a angle of elevation to a zenith distance? That's the one question you need to answer, because my answer to that includes the curvature of Earth. And I'd like for anyone else to try and answer that without including any kind of shapes and still get the correct answer.
Well, we can go there shortly. Let's carry on with where we were originally, and that was your evidence is that you had thousands of. You brought one up that's contested already. That's not really going to work. We'll look at that later. What else do you have?
You've already claimed that it's contested while I'm in the middle of showing you that you haven't contested it. That's
a contested already. Let's go on with your next evidence that you have. Your next thousands of evidence.
Do you feel that you're being fair right now, Jin?
Yes, absolutely. Because the question is, your evidence is you brought one up. Okay, we've put that there. We'll address that in a moment. Where are the others? Please. Thank you. The others. Silence is golden.
Just because I'm not following or not just like...
you don't want to tell us. You don't want to tell us. That's what it is. That's what
what's happening is I'm not going to let you dictate everything that I say. That's what's happening.
No, it's a fair enough question. You offered us that you've got loads of evidences, thousands. Let's hear a few of them. Right.
While I mentioned one, you've already said that's not true. Move on. Which is not fair. That's not intellectually honest of you, Jen.
It is intellectually honest.
Why are you the one to decide it's not true and that I need to move on?
Right. No, I didn't say move
on. Hey, Gummy, I got a question for you, Gummy.
Yeah, go ahead.
Come on, man.
What are the stars floating in?
What are stars floating in? They're not floating, they're orbiting. They're not really orbiting in anything specific.
What's the difference?
How do you know
How
this?
can you tell that they're not floating?
Yeah, how do you know
Floating
this?
would imply that they have some sort of force keeping them up, versus orbiting implies that they just don't have a force dragging them down, rather just orbiting in a
Okay, so
circular
instead of
motion.
orbits, we'll say it has some sort of harmony. There you got harmonics, right?
Harmonics is still the
They all have a
interplay
frequency,
between...
right? And they all kind of move together in harmony.
I mean, they have relative frequencies that are very interesting to look at. But I'm not sure exactly.
Why don't
what
we
it is
judge
here.
distances based on frequency?
This frequency is merely amount of times per second, not a distance itself.
Well, it's an energy level, right? If I measure a star with a certain frequency, why don't I look for other stars with that same frequency?
When you mean when you say a star of a frequency, how do you measure this frequency, or like what frequency are you talking about? Exactly?
Just like well, in spectroscopy they use a certain color, right?
Yeah, but
Or
those
it's
frequencies
lumens, it's
is
glow.
wavelength. Lumens is the amount of luminosity. Spectroscopy is the different wavelength.
Yeah, and wavelengths are, you know, in relation to a frequency.
Yeah, because we believe that the speed of light is constant, which means that a different wavelength implies a different frequency. Yeah, correct.
Right, so you agree with me, right? They have a frequency,
light has
that
different
must mean
frequency,
they
yeah.
have some sort of level of energy.
Yeah, light itself does, yeah, or electromagnetism itself, yes. But when you say that like a planet does, or like a star or anything, if all you're talking about is the light, then yes, I agree. But if you're talking about anything other than light, then I wouldn't know what you're talking about.
Well, that's all we're studying when we look in the sky, right? We're just looking at the lights.
Well, the lights and the way they move with each other, yeah.
Yeah, so it seems like all you have is lights and energy and frequency, right? You don't need orbital anything. You just need harmonics and
we also have
resonance.
distances. We also have distances by using parallax mainly, and then relative distances. Like you by looking at the relative motions of the stars and stuff, you get a relative distance, and then using parallax, you get a defined distance, and then you can infer that into using the relative distances to get the.
But you guys think that you have like gravitational lensing, which means those couldn't be actual distances because it all could be, you know, refracted because of gravitational lensing.
Well, gravitational lensing would merely refract to come from a different angle. Sure, exactly.
Yeah, so the angle from us here on Earth, everything we look at could be refracted by gravity. Isn't that what you say? Like, gravity refracts things?
Uh-oh.
Well, I wouldn't really call it refract, but it kind of has the same effect as refraction.
Well, why don't we just call it lensing? What about lensing?
Yeah,
that's what Einstein
lensing is
called
more
it.
accurate. Yeah, lensing would be the more accurate term. Yeah. Well, the thing is, what
That sounds even worse than refraction.
Right, well, to me, it sounds better, but it's more of a. But I would say that, okay, let's say for a second that everything is being gravitationally refracted. Well, then doesn't it all cancel out instead?
No, it just means that you're going to have to decide how you pick and choose.
Amount?
You're going to say you know how to pick and choose which things are refracted and which aren't.
One main thing that happens during gravitational lensing is redshift or blue shift. So,
well, do you think the Milky Way puts out? Hold on. Do you think if we're in the Milky Way in your model, do you think that there is some sort of gravitational lens surrounding the Milky Way galaxy?
I'm quite sure what you mean by gravitational lens surrounding the Milky Way galaxy.
Well, they said gravitational lensing takes place with galaxies. And if the Milky Way has its own gravitational lens and we're looking from inside outwards, wouldn't everything be in a lens?
Well, it happens around big masses, and of course, galaxies usually contain big masses. But it's more like if you look
Yeah, like the
at
Milky Way galaxy, right? Has got a big mass in the middle of it.
well, yeah, the theory is that there's a big black hole in the center of pretty much every galaxy.
So wouldn't that create some sort of gravitational field around the Milky Way?
I mean, yeah, I'm not quite sure calling it a
So
gravitational
wouldn't that
field around.
also kind of warp space and time?
Yeah, and any kind of gravity would be, by definition, from the Einstein model, warp space
So
and
everything
time.
we're looking at that's not inside our galaxy could be hypothetically warped by the lens of the gravitational field around the black hole?
Theoretically, yeah.
Okay, so everything that we're looking in the sky is refracted. So we don't really know the distances.
Refraction or lensing usually follows a very specific model, right? A thing that we have at least believe we have an understanding of. And so if we understand how it does something, then we can also backtrack it to see what actually is happening.
Do you think you know what's happening?
I wouldn't say to 100%, but I'd say to a decent degree.
Well, I just told you about that one thing you never thought of. So there's probably a million other things that their model says that you've just never thought of, but you believe certain things about it without even knowing some of the stuff they say. But I was trying to get you to say that the stars were floating in nothing, and I didn't really get around to it.
Well, no, I wouldn't say they float in nothing, but they float in essentially nothing. What I'd say.
Yeah, of course,
We're again
naturally.
not floating, but orbiting. Yeah.
So what's what's in between the quote unquote atoms in space?
Well, I wouldn't say that there's any material in between. That would just be pure space. Now, if you want to, like, if you want to call the area between atoms to be like ether, then I say go ahead. I wouldn't say that there's a material in between.
We got a Glober thinking it might be ether.
So you're saying that the what they say is going on in space is incorrect, right?
We should send out an ether alert. You know, like those Amber alerts. This is an ether alert.
I'm not saying that what they're saying is incorrect. I'm just saying that you can also word it in a bit different ways.
Not about the wording. I'm talking about reality. If they say that all there is for every cubic meter is a few hydrogen atoms, what's in between?
That would be pure space.
Which is
pure empty space, bro.
Space of what?
The same way that you could say pure empty or pure ether, I can say pure space. It's just a
You
matter
can't just
of
take
what
our
we
words
call
and
it.
then mix them up and use them as yours.
So you don't want to go down
they're
this.
They're not your words. It's not like you made them up.
We called
You
it the
don't have a
ether. You
claim
called it
on them.
nothing. That's the difference.
No,
Yeah,
I'm not
space
calling
is
it
that it's
nothing.
pure nothing.
Yeah, I'm not calling it nothing. I'm calling it pure space. Now, whether space is made of something, like you would say ether, now that's a different question. But I'm saying pure space. We can delve. We can delve deeper into what space. Right? We can dive deeper into what space itself is. But at the moment, I would call it pure space.
What do you think space is?
I would say that space has a lot of the properties that you guys aspire to ether, but not all of them. I wouldn't say that it's a fluid, like a fluid moving thing. I'd say that it's more of a static fabric. And I would also say that space, this fabric of space, is interconnected with the temporal dimension, time, in some aspects.
Oh boy.
Oh boy, indeed. And that the curvature or the like gravity is curvature of this fabric of space due to something happening with time.
Right.
What's the problem you're having with what I believe?
Okay. Can you show me time?
Yeah, that was 1 second. That's another second. That's another second. That's another second. See, I've shown you like 5 seconds.
What is?
Without evidence.
What is?
The sound when you said it? Is that time?
2021. 2021.
The temporal events that occurred between the time I said it and the time I said it next.
Temporal events.
What occurred in between?
Well,
Temporal
some
events
atoms moved. Your heart was beating. Oxygen was flowing through your veins.
So time is movement.
We were moving.
2021 years.
Time is the like events of causality happening.
Yeah, that's all abstraction. Show me it.
Yes. Anything we talk about are abstractions.
No.
No,
You,
horizon being level is not an abstraction.
The concept of time is abstract, but not the actuality of it. Time is very real, very physical. But it has real
We experience these causality. There's causality in real life every time
experience and causality is all abstraction. Now, I need you to show me time.
What about ice melting?
That's ice melting.
What about eggs being fried?
Those are eggs.
Being fried
when you crack an egg and
You're
fry
telling
it,
us about physical
it
things.
takes time. Yeah, times are very real, and as a consequence, it's just as much a consequence as the heat would be in the egg and frying an egg.
Time is
and it can't be undone.
Where is it?
Does time exist in something? Is it innate into things?
The fact
Put it in a jar.
The fact of things progressing in a causal manner is time itself. The fact that you can do a thing, the fact that A leads to B, is time itself. It is the events of causality taking place.
That's incorrect.
The second law of thermodynamics.
If you could stop all movement, then you stop time. So that just shows that they are the same thing.
I
challenge you to find the progression of time or causality, what have you, with no movement whatsoever. Good luck.
If you stop all movement in the entire universe, somehow, somewhere, and in a way, then yes, you have stopped time. But of course, that is an impossible feat.
That's an
purely
oxymoron.
theoretical.
The second law of thermodynamics, which is said to be the most, the least likely to be overturned or debunked or anything like that.
The least proven law.
No, it's not the least proven. It's definitely the most
never proven
used by flat earthers, even. But this law is based on the predication that time is indeed a real thing, and it's actually just describing time. You can't have the second law of thermodynamics without time being equal.
They proved the second law everywhere in the universe.
Yeah, the more abstract a quote unquote law is, the harder and harder it is to quote unquote.
It's not abstract.
Disprove.
That law isn't abstract at all.
Okay, then where's your time, man?
It's not a law. It's just a religion belief.
Yeah,
it is a law, and it's a law. Like I said, if it wasn't for this conversation, it's a law that you guys all would be using willy-nilly and not having
No, if it weren't for the ether. If it weren't for the ether, you wouldn't be saying that.
In Arabic.
If you were to break this law, then the time police shows up. We all know this.
Hold on. Can I give you guys an analogy? Can I give you guys an analogy to gravity? You guys say gravity happens because of this and that. Well, because you can't really falsify gravity, I could say that everything happens because I've channeled the energy from the ether. And everything proves that I can do pretty much anything, therefore everything's proving the ether.
You're wrong when you say you can't falsify it. Yeah, you're really wrong when you say it.
How did you falsify mass bending time?
We didn't falsify it. That's the problem. That's why it's not false.
But if it was unfalsifiable, therefore not
if it wasn't falsifiable, it wouldn't be science by definition.
It is unfalsifiable.
Hold on. If it's never falsified, that's not the same as saying it's unfalsifiable.
How do you falsify it, Gummy? How do you falsify gravity?
By doing tests.
Give me a test that I can do that would falsify mass bending time. Go ahead.
The way you worded that is already wrong. You should.
How do we falsify it?
They've done this with towers.
The question you should ask is a test that could falsify, because we've tested it and they didn't falsify, but they had the possibility of. And you're not wording the question correctly.
You can't falsify it, then it's unfalsifiable.
How did they test it?
I'm trying to tell you,
wording
the question correctly.
Either way, they did tests where there's towers with light being emitted from the bottom and a detector at the top, and the hypothesis was that gravity influenced time, and closer to a mass meant that time would move slower. And what happened was they shot these light beams or whatever, and they were 1 second apart, perfectly 1 second apart when they were emitted, and then when they were received at the top, they were just shy of 1 second apart each time, which means that there's no way that you can fake that event. Like it's possible to make them off by half a second, but it's not possible to make them receive them quicker than they are emitting them.
Yeah, where did that hypothesis come from?
From Einstein's general theory of relativity.
Yeah, it was made up.
Every hypothetical is made up. Every hypothesis is made up fundamentally, and then proven, shown to be true or untrue.
No, it hasn't been proven.
You could say that
all ideas are like. You can't.
You could say that this is happening because of anything, and then if it happens, you say, "Well, that's because of this thing."
Hypothesis is made, and its veracity is based on the fact of is it falsifiable. If it's not falsifiable, people don't regard it as anything important. And if it's falsifiable, then they try to conduct the test that will falsify it. And that's exactly what's happening.
Remember that being falsifiable is not the same as being falsified.
I don't care about falsifiability. I'm telling you that hypotheses come from your brain.
In the same way that something being a sandwich comes from your brain thinking about bread and something in between two slices of bread, but there's still such a real thing as a sandwich. Just because the idea comes from your head doesn't make it a non-real thing.
Hold up.
No real thing is the globe. The globe is not real. There's your problem.
You could observe anything and say it's happening because of this thing that I thought of. And if it happens, you say, well, that's because that thing is real. Like God. Say the same thing. It didn't fall because of gravity. It fell because God pushed it down.
Listen, did you hear the test?
There you go. That was the argument I was trying to make.
So what we say is things falling, things mass attracting mass, they call that gravity. The underlying cause, now that's what we're trying to figure out. If we end up figuring out that God is the cause for mass attracting mass, then gravity is another name for something God does.
No, the underlying cause of things falling.
Mass is not attracting mass.
Hold up. The underlying cause for things falling that you're saying is mass attracting mass. You have to prove that. Then worry about the underlying cause after that.
We have, you just don't want to accept it.
You haven't proven it.
Well, that's because the thing is you have infused all matter with this soul called mass. You say, oh, no, that's not matter. It's mass. That's how you
I
get
think
away
it
with
should
it.
stop being agreed upon that, or argued that these things have been proven. Because, as I said, that's not the process. The process is you hypothesize something, and then you try to come up with a way to falsify it to show if it's to show that you can test this thing not being true, and then you test it not being true, and it passes that test. So it's not at that point it's not proven, but it's shown to be true based on predicting things and them coming true. It's up to people like you guys who don't believe these things. It's up to you guys to find another falsifiable test for it, and then conduct it.
No,
and then
that's not how
falsify
it works.
We've
course it
tried.
is.
You don't just
many times. We've
show
tried
that
many times to
your thing
falsify
isn't
it,
proving
and
it
we
wrong.
haven't
You have to prove
succeeded
it
in
true
falsifying
by
it.
scientific evidence.
So percent, something like this can't be just proven to be true. Positive claims don't become proven to be true. We have tried to prove them false. We've tried to falsify it and have not succeeded in falsifying it.
So that's why it remains a theory.
Unfalsifiable.
It's not a fact.
It's
Just because we haven't succeeded in falsifying it doesn't make it unfalsifiable.
You can't even think of a way to
How
falsify
hard-
it. You can't even think.
Oh
I've asked
my
Globers for like 2 weeks now.
Einstein
How do you
couldn't do
falsify
it.
it?
I just told you one way, dude. Somebody said something about gravity
Newton
bending
couldn't do
time.
it.
That test is exactly one way to do it. If gravity doesn't bend time, then you would expect the light to be emitted every second and to hit the thing every second. And if it did bend time, you would expect it to be faster. You would expect the time between the emissions to be slower than the time between when they're received at the top. And that's exactly what happens. And
what's the name of that experiment you're talking about? Hold on, Gummy, one second.
Light when they do.
Yeah,
what's the name of the experiment, Kosho?
You guys should just Google tower, just Google gravity tower experiment. Like
Tower.
I don't know what the name of the experiment is. There's like 1,000 experiments that show general relativity to be true, but that one you'll find gravity tower, some other shit. But anyway, yeah, whenever predictions are found to be correct, when the predictions are found to be correct that would have been completely impossible to predict, or they were only predicted because of your hypothesis, then that gives your hypothesis a lot of credence. I mean, otherwise it would be a huge coincidence that this weird phenomena occurred, and you also predicted it was going to occur. So I mean, you can't really knock a hypothesis when it's been tested and verified, and that definitely would have been a way to falsify it.
I think the difference is you believe in this concept of mass, and I don't.
By Kosho's logic, you could prove that a rooster causes the sun to rise.
His logic that implied.
I feel sorry for the way that your mind works if you've come to that conclusion, especially since I specifically said that that's not the method that science goes through. It doesn't go through a method of proving things. You have a hypothesis, and then you try and find out if that can be tested or not, if it can be falsified or not. And if it can be falsified, then it's definitely worthy of testing. And if it passes the test, that means that your hypothesis is probably going to stand the test until somebody finds some other test that you missed.
Can orbital mechanics prove that the sun goes around the Earth?
I mean, I don't know why you guys keep asking about proof. When literally the last thing I said was about how that's not what's going on. They're not proving these things. It's not a result of scientific.
So they presuppose them as being true and are set to disprove it.
They don't presuppose them as true. They they come up with the idea that this could be the truth, and then what they do is they say, well, is there a way to distinguish between this thing being true and this thing not being true? And once they come up with a test that will certainly distinguish that, then they try that test.
Yeah, and one way to distinguish that is if you have this hypothesis of this thing maybe being true, you try to prove it, right? But you're saying the only thing that they do is set out to disprove it, not necessarily prove it. Why not prove it directly instead of disproving it, proving it indirectly by disproving everything else?
A
No,
positive claim.
They don't try to prove it.
A positive claim can't be proven. It can only be disproven. So the way you try and prove
No, it can
a
definitely be
positive
proven.
claim is just by continuously disproving any thinkable idea of disproving it.
No, it
Okay,
can be
tell me-
proven by
give
having an
me a
experiment, a
positive-
scientific experiment
me
where
a
you
positive
manipulate this
claim.
one thing and you show that this correlation, that it happens again and again and again. So correlation basically turns into causation with all the times that you've done the iterations.
Now you're inferring something.
But it's
not
a very
proving.
it's like the inference is like
Not
almost 100%
proving.
because again you can manipulate the independent cause. It's only one cause,
It's
one
not
thing
a
that you're
proof.
changing, and it causes the effect. That's
All
science.
you're doing is inferring. You're
Okay,
not
so
proving.
basically you're saying that there are no things that we know. Everything is an inference.
Oh, I'm saying that positive claims are only inferred or tried to be disproven and can't, while negative claim, they can be proven.
But you understand that having a scientific experiment and having a cause, which you're constantly, you manipulate, turn it off and on, and it's causing the desired effect, that is as strong as, you can get to proving something. You understand that,
It's
right?
a strong indicator, but it's not a proof. Showing correlation, not causation.
Okay,
That's
so
the
what's
whole
wrong with
problem
that?
they're
Why would you
fighting.
not do that instead of do a scientific experiment to disprove something else?
Because again, all you're showing is correlation, not causation. And if you make a positive claim, in order for it to stand up to scrutiny, means it needs to stand up to try to be falsified multiple times over. Because
So,
logically,
when can you-
logic dictates that you can't prove a positive claim. You need to only try to disprove it, and when it stands up to scrutiny, stands up to being tried to be disproven, that's when we call it a reasonable truth.
Okay, so when can you have causation then?
When can you have causation? How you find out causation of something?
Yeah, you said doing an experiment 1,000 times, showing that this effect happens when you manipulate the presumed cause, isn't showing causation. So I'm asking you, when can you find causation?
So what you do is you do this thing, and you'll see correlation, and then you attempt to essentially identify and control for each individual variable to the point where we see that it is one single thing that is actually doing this thing, that what the change in this one variable is causing this correlation. Then we reasonably claim that to be the causation, but even then we cannot be 100% sure that that is the one identifying variable, or if it is merely another correlation that is just more tightly interconnected with the real cause than what we previously knew. We get closer and closer to truth, closer and closer to the true causation, but we can never 100% prove that we have arrived at the fundamental cause, at the fundamental truth. That is why science is always developing, because it's always trying to get deeper and deeper and more understanding.
Perfect. Now that we're on the same page, do you have any such experiment for mass attracting mass?
Yes, Cavendish, and now we get into that whole argument. I know you know me. That's why we go in these circles. But yeah, Cavendish does exactly this.
Okay.
He tries it.
What if it's the
controls for
electromagnetism that's inherent
variables.
in the matter, instead of the
Say again,
mass
sorry?
that's inherent in the matter?
What if it's what? Sorry, I didn't hear
The
that
electromagnetism that's inherent in the matter, because neither of them could be extricated,
because we can
right?
test it. We can test it using a voltmeter and test the magnetic field around these objects and see that they are are non-existent.
Maybe
Therefore,
you're
we can
assuming that's
conclude.
a specific type of magnetism that you can test.
Okay.
that
So
that
if you
will
want to
show up.
claim that it's another type of magnetism,
hang on, a special kind of magnetism that you can
so we
test.
have this.
because you can't
we have this special.
know the
Hold on.
inherent.
We have this special type of magnetism. What do we call it? Gravity. There you go.
No, because you can't know the inherent amount of magnetism that something has.
But we can measure the
amount
amount
that
of magnetic
external magnetism
magnetic
on other
influence.
things or what have you.
You can measure the amount of magnetic influence something has on its surrounding, and if that shows to be 0, then why are you claiming there's still magnetism there?
Because you don't have a
metric
control.
are you claiming?
Everything is made of matter. So if there's magnetism inherent in everything,
Yeah.
even if the like difference between the things is 0 or what you can measure is 0, there's still a baseline that you haven't taken into account.
Here's where we get into what I just said earlier. Okay, so we've gone down our chain of correlation, and we've arrived at mass attracting mass. Okay.
No, we haven't.
Now, is it true? No,
that's where you arrive.
Just follow me, and then you criticize anything I say. So say we arrive at mass attracting mass. Now we want to figure out what about mass is making this happen. Is the ultimate cause mass, or is it something further? Well, then you'd say, okay, maybe there's some sort of electromagnetic attribute of mass itself. So the reason isn't mass attracting mass. That's just another correlation. More fundamentally, it is some sort of electromagnetic phenomena that just correlates with mass increasing. Well, at the fundamental level, you're right, it might be electromagnetism, but at a higher level, it is still experienced as mass attracting mass, and so we're both right. It's still mass attracting mass, even though the underlying cause is something deeper like electromagnetism. It still correlates perfectly with mass attracting mass.
It's not mass attracting mass because it hasn't been proven. The idea, the theory.
Now you've gone back to deny when I've made a good argument.
Because
the argument instead of deny.
It hasn't been proven,
address what I just said.
It is a good argument.
Deny,
You're basically saying it doesn't matter whether it's electromagnetism or mass attracting mass because it's the same effect, right?
Right.
What I'm saying is we've shown the correlation of mass attracting mass. Whether the underlying cause is some sort of electromagnetism that comes with mass, at a correlative stage, mass still attracts mass. It's just got an underlying cause that has to do with electromagnetism.
Okay, so let me just say, if Cavendish,
mass, which is all we need for these observations.
I'm with you. So let me just say, if Cavendish was true, was reliable in such that they could, they could do this repeatedly and show that it's showing this exact effect, and there was no issues with it, then yes, you would have a point. That if they're if you can't tell a difference between the two, then it doesn't really make a difference to say which one it is. It's the same effect. The issue you have right now is though you haven't shown that Cavendish is, above board, basically, that it's beyond reproach. So
that's the fair criticism you can make, because the other thing is a logical a logical truth that I'm
saying. Yeah, of course. There's no disputing
whether it's actually been shown or not. Now that's the thing that's the only thing that could be up for debate. Not the only thing, but that's one of the things that can be up for debate. The other one is more just a logical thing. So you're right on that. Now, first I want to address 90 Degree Palm, saying that I'm just copy-pasting Wikipedia. What part of what I've just said is copy-pasting Wikipedia? It's all come straight from my mouth. I haven't read anything, so I'm not sure what you're trying to allude to, but okay. So the question of whether it's actually been shown, well, that's a different that's the different conversation to be had then. Usually when we talk about Cavendish, we stop at stage 1. So you'll deny that it's an experiment, and I'll try and get past the fact that it is an experiment, just not by some arbitrary standard that you've set for experiments.
Well, usually my issue with Cavendish is that you're obviously not excluding the variable of magnetism because it's again inherent. But if we're saying that it's impossible to exclude and it's the same effect regardless, so we're gonna just take it above board that that this kind of cause is one and the same, then we can go forward with actually having discussing the apparatus and the issues therein if there are any.
But what we would say, % is that there's no measurable magnetism. There's no outside measurable magnetism. So there might be some underlying attractive nature.
Yeah, I just said disregard it as a variable because again, we can't kind of gauge the difference between that and the matter, the downward kind of acceleration of the matter. So
what we should find, at least in my opinion, logically, is that we see a correlative nature between mass attracting mass. As in, the more mass you have, the more it attracts other things. Again, we could get to an underlying cause that's, again, not mass, just something that correlates with mass. But we have distinguished this from the other variables, like the wind in the room. We've distinguished by making sure that we don't have wind in the room. That's not the cause of this effect happening. So we've correlated it down to mass. Now, whether it's something that comes along with mass, like another electromagnetic behavior, well, now that's a new question to ask. But first, we need to agree that it does show this correlative nature between mass attracting mass. Just that, sure, it might underlying have something that just correlates with mass again, that is the underlying cause.
Okay, so there's
can't
two
get
things
there
here.
until we agree.
Yeah, there's two things to unpack. Number one, you have to show that, you know, these other variables that might be, you know, like might be disruptive or might, you know, cause an issue, have been taken care of. Number two, Cavendish is side-to-side attraction, right? So you're making a little bit of an assumption to assume that the side-to-side attraction applies in terms of downwards attraction, up and down, you know, movements.
Well, so the thing there is, of course, that because we have the Earth below us, logical, like the logical step from if we think that the side to side is what happens everywhere, then what's happening side to side is what's happening up and down. Just that the big mass of Earth is that dominating force.
Yeah, but that's
in
an
that
assumption
direction.
right there. That and what's happening
No,
side to
it's
side
a
is happening up and
logical-
down. It could be possible that it's a completely separate effect that's only happening sideways. That's like, you know,
but
very,
would you
very
not agree that by
hard to
Occam's
notice.
razor, that's a stretch? That somehow you have different things acting in the left and right direction than in the up and down direction.
No, but that's the only logical claim we can make with a test that only does it sideways. Now, if you have an apparatus that works vertically, a vertical Cavendish apparatus or something like that, then you have, you know, a point. But you can't really say that it's anything
say
else.
we make an up and down Cavendish. So let's say we hold on there, calm down. Let's say that we can show that if we put more mass underneath an object, it becomes heavier. More mass above an object, it becomes lighter. That shows up and down Cavendish. It shows mass attracting mass in the up and down direction. Just on top of the fact that we have a massive object underneath us that would experience the same kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. So if that was
would
done and they
prove
accounted and they, like, you know, made it so that the other variables were unchanged, were controlled, then that would get rid of that second criticism that I had, where, you know, it's assuming sideways to
that's
vertical.
what Kosher was trying to speak up about. We have
I know,
done
and
that.
I've seen
that
it.
has been done. Yeah.
I've seen it. It's like the triangle shaped one or whatever.
Exactly. And that's why we feel so certain about this, is because it's been tested in so many different ways. It's tried to be falsified in different ways.
Yes, so the claim is that
it
it's been
is
tested.
a claim, yeah.
So we still haven't gotten down to, like, whether or not these alleged tests have been done in such a manner that they have, you know, limited or isolated the variables that might cause, you know, issue.
But you at least agree that if we manage to isolate this correlatively to mass attracting mass, then that doesn't prove Einstein that, like, mass bends space-time or anything like that. It doesn't even prove that it's matter itself. All it shows is a correlation of massive object attracting massive object, and the underlying cause might be something like electromagnetic in nature. All we see is the correlation of mass attracting mass. So
I
far
personally
in the
don't even like the word mass. Like, say matter. It doesn't really.
Matter attracting matter. Then that is a fair distinction.
We never observed that in our life.
But yeah, no, I'm completely on board. But I've yet to see, like, you know, a Cavendish experiment or, like, you know, apparatus that I find is, you know, definitively showing either like this attraction, electromagnetism, or matter attracting matter, whatever. But this attraction, I have yet to see it.
Do you not agree that if we show so let's say that we try this in many different places in many different ways, and we see that, well, the way we've done it in all these different scenarios, the air would have a random effect on it, because the air from one place to another would have a randomized thing. Like, these different aspects would have randomized effect to it, and yet the result has a has a bias to it. That should show logically that all of these randomized things cannot be showing this bias because they're randomized. So it has to be something. This bias has to come from something we're doing, and the thing we're doing is trying to account for mass, changing the amount of mass. And that should show that because there's this bias when we change mass is very integral to the part of this. It cannot be these other reasons that are just randomized because they're not allowing for this bias to happen when they're randomized.
Unless what you have isn't truly a randomized variables. Like for instance, you have air, right? You don't have a perfect vacuum. So maybe any sort of amount of molecules are somehow moving, propagating because of some other thing that's causing, who knows,
But so then the question is then, so let's say that air is the reason. Well, then why do we see this bias towards the direction of the masses? Wouldn't air be in every direction?
Why should it?
Shouldn't it is more the question.
No, but
why should the air flow? I've seen, if wind can go from one direction one day, go the other direction the other day, be still the next day. To me, from every experience in real life, wind doesn't have this universal direction. So that's why I'm asking, why should it have this specified bias in this specific experiment, but I don't observe it anywhere else? Everywhere else, it seems random.
I'm not speaking of wind, basically. I'm speaking of just the micro movements of molecules, like even in not a perfect vacuum, but like in a vacuum chamber, there would be, you would expect that there'd be some movement, and again, I'm not claiming that it happens, but you have to kind of limit the variables.
This microscopic movement.
It's probably a bad example.
How would it have a directional bias? Because microscopic things usually don't have a directional bias. That's the thing we need to figure out. Why would there be a directional bias to this thing?
Again, it's probably a bad example. Who knows? I'm not even sure if this, exists. If we had a strong vacuum.
Even then, it still allows for this correlation of mass attracting mass. It just has this fundamental microscopic nature to it.
What's that?
All we need to show is mass attracting mass. Whether it's got some underlying cause, that's fine. But as long as it correlates to mass attracting mass or matter attracting matter, to be specify that again.
I would agree with you with that. If all of the variables are randomized and you have results that are skewed to one direction, then there's something going on. But is that happening?
Yes. I 100% believe that is what's happening.
Can you provide video evidence of that happening?
Well, what exactly do you... Because I can provide video evidence of multiple different Cavendish experiments being tried, but I can't portray you a video with that idea being that's not a possibility. You can't present an idea like that in a video.
What do you mean? Idea?
The idea of controlling for all these variables and it always coming out this way.
No. You said that the variables are all random, right?
Yeah. Well, it's more of a logical statement that, for example, air movement is inherently random because every test we do with it shows it is random. It doesn't have this specific bias other than high pressure to low pressure, of course, but that's a understandable consequence. And so if it doesn't have that in other experiments, then why would we ever expect it to happen in just this experiment? That would be an illogical statement.
Okay, so let's say we had a vertical Cavendish thing, right? And let's say that the Cavendish apparatus itself is in a vacuum chamber. Okay, it has a very low pressure of air. Okay, and then all they did in this sealed vacuum chamber, and let's say it's controlling for temperature and pressure. So there's absolutely no variations in the temperature and the pressure in this sealed apparatus. And then all they do is they add and remove a mass underneath this vacuum chamber, and it shows deviation. And when you move the mass away, it stops. Put it in, it starts again. Do you have any is there a video of this?
Not that I have one ready, but that is very
that would be very strong evidence, don't you think?
Okay. So you would say then, of course, I'm not saying that I 100% have this and you'll be proven wrong. Say I have this, would that like change your mind in any way?
Well, yes, I would be convinced that there is, you know, a cause that's inherent in that like mass, you know, that matter that you're adding and removing, that object that's causing this effect.
Yes. And of course, then we can still agree that it might not be something intrinsic to mass or matter. It might be some other underlying cause, but it still at least shows that correlation.
Of course, yeah, there's no issue there.
Okay, that's fair.
But you have to ask yourself, why hasn't this been done?
Well, because no one's in the business of having to prove flat earthers wrong.
No, but like it's been what? The Cavendish was like 1632 or something. You know, you'd think that in like 500 years. I mean, I don't know. I just made that date up. But you'd think in 500 years that they'd like come with some definitive evidence of this mass attracting mass, or you know, this inherent to the matter of the object effect, right? But,
well, so here's the thing, though. For example, in word. I'm sorry, I need to think of the word again.
If there's a way that we can make this vertical Cavendish, I mean, it's been a while since I looked at it, and I remember it was like some sort of, you know, like scale with like some, I'm thinking like triangle, I don't remember, to be honest, but if we can make one or have access to one and do this, I think it would be very, very good evidence for the globe if it happens.
Hey, has anybody ever done Cavendish in a vacuum successfully?
Obviously not a perfect vacuum, but yeah, the BioJoule did a really good.
So
it's
yeah,
got a bunch of input from flat earthers saying, what do you want me to control for? How do you want me to set it up? And live streamed it with them offering their questions and suggestions, and yeah, did it in a evacuated tube to test
I just
whether
want to
it was
quickly
buoyancy and density.
To percent, like for example, like the whole thing of vertical Cavendish, so to speak, or its relative nature, is being used like daily, or not. I wouldn't say daily, but constantly.
Gravimeter.
For example, when you do oil dowsing, when you want to find out where the oil is, you can literally measure the local gravity and see differences where there is oil versus where there isn't. So we literally use this in just this one specific field. There's definitely lots of other ones, like in real life, to find oil by using the fact that oil has a different gravitational attraction than another, because it has a specific density. So by using a gravimeter, you can literally find oil by measuring local gravity fluctuations. This is being used. It's not just being tested in a lab. It's being used live for finding these things.
Are they controlling for temperature and pressure, and is the vacuum completely sealed? The chamber completely sealed? And is it in vacuum or what?
Well, yeah. Usually, a gravimeter would have a sealed vacuum inside where the test itself is being. I say the test because there are multiple different kinds of gravimeters, but essentially test the local acceleration of gravity.
So what's the vacuum, the pressure of the chamber?
I can't say. I mean, that would depend on the quality of the gravimeter and all of these things. There wouldn't be a one number. It would all depend on make and brand and how accurate that one specific one is.
I mean, if you're saying that one of them basically, like, you know, fulfills the criteria that I outlined, then I'd be interested if you can find out if it actually does, if they control for temperature and pressure and have a, you know, a good sealed vacuum.
Yeah.
Then that'd be.
Well, that's how they work.
That satisfies all the criteria. I'd be fine with that.
Yeah. Well, that's how gravimeters work. They have to do that to make sure that they get an accurate enough measurement.
No, but not necessarily, because as long as, you know, they could just develop kind of like a baseline after doing it enough times and just have it on relativistic kind of approach where, you know,
even if it's a relativistic approach, that still shows that bias that only appears around mass, which again shows that if everything else is controlled for, whether we have reduced it to zero or not, it's controlled for, and therefore the only outlying correlative thing is mass. So that still shows the same thing. Whether we use it as a measuring like relativistically where we zero it out, or whether we actually physically zero it out by taking the pressure down and doing all of these things, we're still getting the same result of mass is correlating this happening. We actually are finding oil using this method, which shows that in reality is being like it's representing reality because we're actually finding real things happening, real pockets of oil by this method. And also, like Kosha said, or I'm not sure if it was Kosha, but people started bringing up like if someone's done anything like this, and it's like even someone like Biodual, he made up a little crude. I mean, crude, but still pretty good. Like, test. And it's also showing the same thing, and so it shows that any one person can go in their garage
Biodual, I remember
and retry it and do it themselves, and like Biodual got a result that conforms with mass attracting mass.
I remember
I'd say that anyone
issues
here
with
just go and try it
Biodual's.
yourself.
I had issues with Biodual the way he did it. Well, at least one issue. I think it was like had to do with him putting the mask there and not taking it away. I don't remember exactly. It's been a couple months, a few months.
There are several. There are definitely some things that can be criticized about his experiment, or many things. But at the very least, it still shows a very similar result to what you'd expect under the globe model. And I'd say that anyone
and also
who's
his was sideways
skeptical
as well.
about it. Yeah, so I'd say that anyone who's skeptical about it, since Biodual did it in his garage, anyone here should be able to go and try this for themselves.
No, but now you're going back to what we've discussed.
If you manage to disprove gravity in your garage,
hold up, Gummy Bear.
you get a Nobel Prize.
You're going back. You're basically backpedaling a bit because we already agreed that if it's sideways, it doesn't really help the vertical vector argument. So that's why
I thought we agreed that
Gummy did it sideways.
Vertical. I'm pretty sure we agree that if you do it horizontally, it doesn't definitively prove that it also works vertically. It is a heavy indicator of such, and then if you also try vertically and it gives the same relationship, then it's a confirmation of such.
Maybe, or maybe
percentage.
Maybe it's a completely different, side to side horizontal type of attraction that we have due to different reason. Who knows?
What would you say is the cause?
Assume that it's vertical. Go ahead.
How would you say that a gravimeter works? Like, what's the mechanism?
What do you mean? What's the mechanism? It drops this little thing inside and measures the speed of it.
Yeah, it measures local acceleration.
Yeah, it doesn't drop
anything. You'd have to get it to some gravimeters.
Raise whatever. There's a little thing inside that gets measured.
Yeah,
the rate of it gets measured.
But
different kinds of gravimeters.
Yeah, but why is there an indication that there's more mass over there or oil there?
So that's why I was saying you need to control for temperature and pressure, because if there's more pressure in the air, it's gonna fall slower. That's why.
But it's not falling. There's nothing falling in the gravimeter.
There's something that's falling or rising that it's measuring.
Falling. So it's continuously falling for days when they use these.
No, you start it and it tests it. I don't know what exactly it is that's falling. If you want to instead of grandstanding, just say it, and we can move on with the conversation.
Oh, I don't know how it works, but like you're saying that mass doesn't attract mass. So I'm wondering how they can use the machine with that ideology.
I didn't say mass doesn't attract mass. I said there's no evidence.
You came in a little bit late. So Mainman, he's agreed that it is possible that we can show with a gravimeter that we have this correlation between mass attracting mass. There might be this underlying cost that merely comes with mass. But at least the important thing would be to show mass attracts mass. And for us to show that, he wants us to account for these variables like pressure and all of these, and magnetism and all of these things, which I'm claiming, of course, I don't have all the proofs and articles and experiments to show it to him, but I am claiming that has been done. These other variables have been accounted for so that we can full on say mass attracts, or correlatively say mass attracts mass, or whether that's an underlying thing like that comes with mass, that's a different conversation. But the important thing we've shown is that mass attracts mass, which is why something like a gravimeter can be used to dowse for oil.
Yeah, that's my point.
I agreed.
Like, you can
Hold
use
up, and I
the machine.
agreed, and that's why, like, pending actually having an observation or test where this has been done with like a gravimeter or vertical Cavendish apparatus, wherein they accounted for temperature, pressure, magnetism, and then that's it. After if you have that, that's good. But that's what
Are you the
we're
arbiter?
we're waiting
Are you
for
the
that.
arbiter? But are you the arbiter of the variables?
Do you agree that temperature and pressure affect the rate at which things rise and fall?
Do you agree that we don't know what the effects, what can affect it? Like, there's a myriad of things that can affect it.
There might be things that we are not aware of that affect it, but I'm asking you for the things that we are aware of: temperature, pressure, magnetism. Do you agree that those can affect the rate at which
Temperature
something
doesn't.
moves?
I would say temperature doesn't.
Well, temperature and pressure come together.
It's actually it is actually true. It is actually true that drag can be affected by the temperature of the medium.
But is it the temperature or just the density? Because
Well, the
density
temperature
changes.
affects the pressure.
Actually, that's true. I don't know whether it's a temperature leading to a density decrease or if it's the temperature itself. Like, I would think that the kinetic motion of something hitting a hotter object, there would be more kinetic motion or more kinetic energy lost to the highly energetic.
Exactly. It's like
temperature.
stronger
you can have
I
high
don't know if it's
pressure.
been done that way.
But you can still have higher pressure with lower temperature if you add more mass to the system. So
but
it's not
that's why-
temperature; it's just the kinetic energy.
That's what I'm saying. So like, think about it this way: is you have the same amount of molecules, so the same density. But if you increase one of them, well, then in the one of them, the molecules are hot, so they will be moving around frantically. The other one, they're not moving around as frantically, and so when this object is dropping through the hot medium, even though they have the same density, because the hot one, they're moving around so frantically, you'll have a lot of elastic collisions that take away from that energy, essentially cooling the material by the collision with the air. The drag is literally cooling the material, or not cooling, more as
slowing you down.
Or changing the
it's more
temperature
like
of the object.
changing it from high temperature little kinetic motion in the directional kinetic to more directional kinetic in the. Essentially, instead of it being hot and moving around, it's being colder and moving straight forward.
May I remind you guys that you're wasting.
This is made
So
boring.
if it's perfectly sealed.
Talking about something happening in a vacuum.
Just because you don't understand it doesn't
one
make
at
it
a time.
boring.
Something happening in a
understand what's
vacuum.
going on
Jen,
here,
hold
but it's
on,
not
Jen. Hold on.
Kosho was talking.
Yo, hold on. Okay,
Kosho was
Kosho,
talking.
then Jin, and then Gummy if he wants to go back.
I'm saying you're describing some of the other stuff happening when it's happening in a vacuum. So these collisions and the temperatures are not relevant with the thing happening in the vacuum.
It is, because it's not a perfect vacuum, right?
Don't you agree that if there is such a low vacuum, then it would be negligible effect?
I mean, it would depend on the difference of, the temperature pressure, right? On the extreme end, it could still, even if you have a little amount of air in there, it could still cause, a margin of error.
But would you agree that if you have
the lower the vacuum, the lower the effect? I would agree with that.
But wouldn't you agree that if you have a millionth of the amount of stuff in there, you'd also need a million times higher, like a million times higher temperature to have the same effect? And clearly we don't have that, and so clearly the same effect cannot be achieved, and the result is negligible.
If it's a directly proportional relationship and not exponential whatsoever, then I would agree with that.
Okay. But even if it's exponential, it could still be a really high amount.
I will also agree that if you have a vacuum in which the pressure, the volume is completely, unchanged. Like this vacuum is sealed and the walls are rigid such that there's no expansion or what have you, and the volume is not changing whatsoever, then you don't need to account for temperature. You could account for the pressure only.
So I gotta say, this is why I believe you're a fake flat earther, because you actually know the logical implications of things. You just try and ignore the facts and the experiments that
Bro, I
have been
just told you if you
I just gotta say that quick.
I'll
Exactly
agree that
You're
it
saying
has to be
if I
something
can show
inherent
this,
to the
Man,
mass.
it's so disingenuous.
It
It's
can be
unbelievable.
shown.
Look,
Okay, let's see it then. I'm
such a
helping
claim.
out by like saying, you know, this is the type of like apparatus that I deem acceptable.
Do you
Let's
think that
do
it would be possible, percentage, to come up with an experiment that would control for every one of these variables? Or do you think if we controlled for the ones you're talking about, you would be able to think of more?
No, I think I'm laying it out right now, and I think it's possible because I'm saying what would be a possible, very doable
essentially.
test.
But it's just that it seems like looking at an experiment that exists and going, well, I can conceive of it a different way, and because it didn't exist in that different way, it's
he's
not
already conceded that, say we have a really high what's the word, high production or like a high quality gravimeter, that would probably account for these things. It would have a vacuum inside, it would be blocked off from the surrounding environment. Like then you place a heavy mass below the gravimeter, see one acceleration, remove the heavy mass below it and see a lower acceleration. He's essentially already agreed that if we were to do this, that would be sufficient enough proof to show that this is the masses attracting mass is a correlative thing.
I've posted such an experiment already. You got to scroll back.
That's why I'm saying that he's actually a glober in disguise, because that clearly can be shown.
Or maybe I'm just level-headed and fair.
Now percent. Yeah, but usually when you're level-headed and fair, you are a glober. That's the problem.
Shots fired. Mind you, I would take that as a compliment. It's the same as I take it as a compliment when people call me a shill.
I'll take that.
I think that people only compliment people when they say, I think you're on my
so
side.
what I would say is, if you are actually a flat earther, you're at least a very smart and intellectually honest one. That's what I'd say, at least.
I appreciate that.
Give it a
I
rest.
think it's.
I would agree with that.
I think it's weird that.
What a load of vomit.
Well, a load of
Well, you don't think the percentage is fair and intellectually honest?
You're insulting.
You're characterizing.
I am not insulting anything. I'm stating the fact that what you just said, there was a lot of vomit for the last 30 minutes or so. And in the meantime, I have posted 8 or 9 experiments to do with gravity and how to disprove it. It's all there. Done by Peter.
Are you going to take Jin shit talking you like this?
The very last one is called Gravity is Bollocks. That's the very last one. But go back to that.
So
Thank you so much. Thank you. That's an interesting name for a test, my man. I watched your video though. Jen. Yeah, it sounds like a kindergarten. But yeah, I watched your video, Jen, and I took notes. I did some research, and I'll tell you what, it did. And it's bollocks. What you said about Bill Gates. All right, my man.
Yeah.
Let's talk about that.
You're saying Jin has presented something that's not intellectually honest? That's a surprise.
It's actually, I would consider it dishonest.
Yeah. That's a surprise. I would never expect Jin to do something intellectually dishonest.
But interesting with this. Interesting with coming up with variables, like when people say that heat causes water to boil. Has anyone actually done that experiment with taking electromagnetism or ether into account?
Like when you say anyone, I wouldn't say that no one has done it, but no flat earther who talks about it has done it. Yeah, correct.
Yeah, because I mean, I've never seen a scientific experiment of boiling taking electromagnetism or charge into account.
You also got to realize that a huge majority of flat earthers who talk shit about experiments haven't done a single experiment themselves.
That's a lot of crap in itself. That's a lie in itself, what you just said, yeah? That's disingenuous.
Have you done an experiment, Jin?
I don't think
Tell us about
I knew that was
Jin, have you done experiments?
My experiments to prove that the Earth isn't a globe.
So Jin,
I've done that already.
I think that it's a little dishonest how you said that though, because I think a huge majority of people that criticize things haven't actually done an experiment on that which they criticize. It's not about
most globals.
I don't think that would
Most globals have
it's like
opinion.
taking movies and
I think that's even a thing in non-flat, like about anything, like Kosher or Eggshells. I mean, it said about movies as well, about literally everything. That's just humanity being humanity, being dumbasses. I believe that about everything, not just flat earthers.
Straw manning flat earthers.
No, I think
I'm
it's
saying
just humans. We
I've
are
just
quick
said
to
that I'm
criticize.
not.
It's easy to sit here and poke holes in something and go, "Oh, do you notice that mistake they made on that movie or something?" It takes you a quarter of a.
Clarified.
You know,
I'm not
as many-
singling out flat earthers. You're just one of everyone.
Yeah, but you started by saying flat earthers.
In that case, speak for yourselves.
Because I was talking about that in specific, I was talking about that, but I believe that's true about everyone, not just flat earthers. But in this specific scenario, flat earthers are the important people that I was talking about.
Most flat earthers become flat earthers because they test things themselves.
We found the truth out there.
That is
I do think that's true.
that I do not believe is backed up.
Absolutely. I believe that's true, Gummy. But I don't think it's. I mean, what I think it is
hold on.
that behavior precedes belief. So it's only somebody who's started questioning the shape of the Earth that goes out to do that test. And what they are doing is the escalation of commitment bias. Once you've gone out and done that test, and indeed you do see too far for the geometric ball Earth refractionless horizon.
I do agree.
You're now invested.
Test, yes. Experiment, no.
No.
A lot of them test things, but very, very few of them actually do true experiments.
Whatever.
They take
invested in what?
You guys gotta let Eggshell. So go ahead, Eggshell. I was about to say you guys should let Eggshells finish because he doesn't really get to finish a point. But go ahead, Eggshells.
No, it's all right.
Did I
invested in what? You said you're invested.
Well, everybody's invested in their own worldview, right? Nobody wanders around thinking they're wrong about things.
That's not true.
What? Okay. Do you tell me which of the thoughts that you think are true you also think are untrue?
Pretty much all of them.
You think all the things you think are true are untrue.
That's a broken human being.
Exactly. The fact that
he's not wrong.
No, I'm not afraid to look in my own brain and realize that some things I can't change, some things I can. And knowing the difference is a very helpful thing to have.
Just
right, but
recite
the
the
point I'm
Serenity
making
prayer.
is we're all invested in our own worldview. So whether it be what my name is, or what the shape of the Earth is, or whether a God exists or not, we're all invested in that. Like there's no getting around that, is there? As much as we might try. I mean, I think it's an admirable thing to attempt to surpass those biases, and I think some do better than others.
Oh, I have. I've surpassed that a long time ago.
Well, I think for a lot of people, they came towards the flat Earth question, not realizing that if it was a door, that something like the Creator or God could be on the other side of the door. I know when I first stepped in, that wasn't why I stepped through the door.
Right.
But it's a bit of a shock because if you go with the whole reverse narrative, if you will, and flip the whole game, the Earth didn't just get here by itself, and something has created it, and we're all here. We're the people here.
Is that one of the things you're wrong about, or are you right?
No, I don't think I am. I think we're all on the brink of a huge discovery.
Flat Earth is a catalyst.
Yeah.
I like what Merle says about it. I think Flat Earth is a meme.
Well, the visual aspects of it are a meme. To argue it is silly because it's a meme.
I think that Flat Earth answers are memes. That's the psyop there, is when you have alternative explanations that you can't prove, you're just as bad as the globe.
No, but flat Earth isn't a belief. It's just the fact that we measure it to be flat, and there's no experiment that can prove otherwise.
So, is that true? Is what you're saying true to you? That the Earth is flat?
Well, I haven't found an experiment that proves curvature.
It's a yes or no question.
Yeah, but it's not a yes or no answer. Like, there is no evidence that I've found of curvature or drop.
So you believe it? Like, when flat earthers say I don't believe it, I know it. I think that what they make the mistake of not realizing is the long argued over and commonly accepted definition of knowledge includes belief. They call it JTB, justified true belief. So one must believe something. It is a precursor. It is a requisite thing. You can believe something without it being knowledge, but you cannot have knowledge without believing it. So and it's not a bad thing. Like we've got to have beliefs. Some of them might be right, some of them might be wrong. It's not a bad thing, but it just otherwise you just end up splitting hairs, getting weird semantic.
Can I just clarify one thing?
You've
just
done the
for
whole
my own
cog
peace
dis
of
thing.
mind.
That is knowledge without belief, you turkey. Cog dis.
What is?
Knowledge without belief.
So what is knowledge without belief?
Can I just get this out really quick?
No, the definition of knowledge is justified true belief. Sorry, Mel, go ahead. Sorry, mate.
I'm just saying, I've had people in gems battling me from the text chat, and they're dropping in memes of the flat Earth, what they think the flat, so like the ice wall and the dome, and they're going, what about flight paths and that's when I realized they think that's what flat Earth is.
Yeah.
And I was just like, oh my God, that's not good. Someone's got to address that. Because it's another cartoon.
I get that it's not discussed in the thing, but it's like it's an unfortunate thing for flat earthers, right? When you talk about the globe model, quite sensibly, the place that people go for, like percentage was before, is the sort of most peculiar, difficult to comprehend, ridiculous seeming parts of it. So it'll be things like gravity, it'll be things like dark matter, how does gas exist next to a vacuum, etc., etc., etc. So, right, whereas for actual people who believe in the globe, we don't think much about dark matter or whether gravity is bendy space-time. What we tend to think of is much simpler things. So in the same vein, most flat earthers just think in terms of the simpler things, and I don't mean this in an insulting way. It's not intended that way, but the simpler thing in terms of it looks flat. But what that necessarily includes is an edge of some sort.
I think that's a bad argument.
Dome of some sort.
I think that's a bad argument because you're saying that, flat earthers focus on the ridiculous things, and I don't think that they're ridiculous things. I think, those things of the globe model are just the parts that don't jive with what we agree on.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with it. I think it's a good method to criticize somebody else's, like the weak parts of somebody else's argument or model is absolutely valid. All I'm saying is when people invoke and say, what about the dome? What about the edge? What's on the underside? All of this kind of stuff. It is doing the same thing. It's attacking the weak parts of the flat Earth model. The problem is that if you think of the model as a pyramid, you're attacking the upper part, and the structural integrity comes from below. So you are attacking the upper things that are a little bit up in the air, like dark matter, when the things that actually make the structural integrity of the model true are in the base. So you're not really attacking the structural integrity, you're just attacking a few stones at the top.
I disagree with that as well, because dark matter could kind of change the game completely on gravity and whether it exists and what is it and who knows. So it might be something. It might be like this gaping hole at the fundamental, at the base, and not necessarily something higher up.
I think that's a fair point. There could be something about it, but I don't think that's why people attack it. I think they attack it because it's weak, because it seems weak, not because they go, I recognize, because we had this idea of mass attracting mass, and the Earth being spherical. Far, far longer than we've had dark matter. And in all probability, and I think you would agree with this percentage, if we find out that we're totally wrong on dark matter, which I think is the probability, and I think most astrophysicists say that too, it won't really change the fundamentals of mass attracting mass.
It won't change the
It's
effect
very unlikely
at all.
it does that.
Oh, it's gonna change that because it's not been proven, has it? That's the thing. So that we can go as far as to say that the idea of mass attracting mass just falls away with the wind. It's just another idea. Can't be proven, you see. Can be made.
Well, that's why we need this like vertical Cavendish or gravimeter type thing.
Well, have you done any of these percentage? Because you've got a mind for it.
Yeah, I'm the ideas guy.
well,
I'm the
Dell,
thinker, not the doer.
Dell kind of brought that forward a little bit because there's this talk of a pulling force, and Dell was sort of saying that it's a push. It's about applied pressure. So it was that was interesting to watch that unfold. Because
and what did he think was causing the push?
Well, the push is it's many, like it started with opening a door. So they say like you put your hand around the doorknob and pull the door towards yourself. But when you look at the mechanics of how your wrist goes and the bones and the tendons and the tension you have to apply to the door, you actually push the door towards yourself. It's an applied
pushing it
pressure.
From the other side of the handle, you mean?
Yeah. So we started to look into the mechanics, and we couldn't find. And he did the helium balloon in the car, like accelerated, and like the column of air goes towards the back of the van as it accelerates. So, you know, they could be. They're not high-end science. It's just backyard science, but you still get the results you're looking for, you know, without it being contrived, following the natural laws.
Sure.
How do you?
I mean, I'm most
how do you explain
interested in experiments.
How do you explain tension in a rope using push? That's the question.
Good question.
What's that?
I said, how do you explain tension of a rope using push rather than pull?
Well, it's an applied pressure.
Well, no, tension isn't pressure. It's trying to pull something apart. Pressure is pushing it into itself.
When you have two people, like say, like a tug of war, and if you had like lubrication on the rope, they wouldn't be able to get a grip, and they'd both fall over. So
well, yeah. So the two people on the end, they would be pushing with their hands backwards, essentially. What happens in the middle of the rope? I'd say that it's being pulled apart, not pushed apart.
And have we said magnets yet? Magnets.
No, I haven't gotten there yet. I was gonna.
Brought that up to Dell.
What?
About remember when I had that chat with Dell? I brought up the magnets.
Yeah. Yeah, that went well.
Because I think it's fun, and like for the purpose of the Discord discussions, it's fun to just sort of spin the wheels and think about things. But I do like the idea of doing tests.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. Like he's one of the people that
the chlamydia one wasn't enough for you riding.
Yeah, I don't know why you don't go talk to him, Harry.
My cheek at the moment, I'm wondering. Say again, sorry, Mel.
I just don't know. Like he's one of the like founders of the whole thing. I think you'd find it interesting. He's quite a body of knowledge, you know. The old Dell. He's got an interesting head on the dude.
He's got quite a body.
He was asking. You may not have heard him, but he's asking why you haven't gone and talked to Dell.
Yeah.
I don't even know where to talk to Dell. Is he in these kinds of rooms or where?
No, he
Somebody
has
said
a
he does a
platform.
live stream.
Yeah, he does a live stream.
Where does he do
Usually
that? He's got a link.
on the weekend.
Oh yeah.
Like on a Saturday evening, Scottish time. Couple hours.
Do you have a link for him or something you can put in the chat, and I'll keep an eye out for it this weekend?
Yeah, right.
Because you clearly admire him quite a bit. You talk about him a lot.
He's the boss.
You ever seen that show with Tony Danza? Who's the Boss?
Feel like I remember that. Yeah, and he's got like a big family or something with the two twins. Girls were in it. The Olsen twins, weren't they in it?
No, that's family. That's not Family Matters. That's Full House. But you can imagine it being the same show because it just has Tony Danza in it. Anyways, that show's about Dell. Who's the Boss?
I'm obsessed with watching 4-wheel drive fails at the moment.
I hate fail videos.
4-wheel drive ones are so good though. You just watch somebody just absolutely wreck $100,000 worth of vehicle in seconds.
Yeah, I can't stop looking whenever they're on, but I can't watch that stuff just because I have like a weird empathy thing. I see somebody getting injured, I almost feel it.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Yeah. Just very quickly, Jen, whenever there's a chance, I did want to chat with you about that video you sent. I did spend that time watching it, man. And well, they said the stuff about Bill Gates, and then a lot of the facts that they mentioned. He kills all these people, and he's supposed to be giving out medicine. But when you watch the video and they say he's killed so and so many people, he's paralyzed 500,000 people for this testing. Killed. They did a test with Indian girls, and now he's not allowed back in India because during the testing he killed 7 of them and they had to shut it down. When you look into the facts of these things, you find them to be less than true and almost not true, and even so dishonest actually, because like those 7 girls that died during that testing, what it said, it said 2 of them died from snake bite, 1 of them died from drowning. I think 3 of them killed themselves by eating poison.
And what were they being tested on? It was just
I think it was HPV. Yeah, it was HPV. It was HPV vaccine, but none of their deaths were due to the vaccine or any way related to the vaccine in any way. Oh, my bad. Yeah, if none of them were related to it in any way whatsoever. So that's just, it's not, I'm not standing up for Bill Gates or saying that he's a good guy. What I'm saying is the things that you guys, specifically Jen in this case, are expressing to people is plainly not true and probably dangerous. But I'm not setting up for Bill Gates. I'm just saying that the facts that are set against him are, like I said, not true. There's something about 500,000 kids that got paralyzed from a different B thing, from polio, for instance, and that was from a tweet from Bob Kennedy Jr. And there's no evidence to anything to that claim whatsoever. But people repeat it because he stated it. But it's there's no evidence. People checked it. And he's allowed in India. There's no court case against him, anything like that. So,
was there anything in the video that was true?
Possibly. Well, it's like Bob F. Kennedy Jr. did win a court case in the 80s. That's true. Relating to vaccine related to being safety. Maybe they were doing safety checks or something like that in the 80s. That court case is real. And also, what they were attributing to Bill Gates, they even justified it by saying it was something that WHO did. So WHO did, and I didn't even check if this was true, but I'll just assume it's true, that they gave these V things to these girls, and it turned out that those had sterilizers in them, and so they're medically sterilizing these girls. But the way that the video portrayed it is they said Bill Gates has donated this much money to WHO, and then it said WHO did this, and so those claims about those girls have nothing to do with Bill Gates, and was even claimed it was WHO completely, but they justified it by just saying that he's donated money to WHO. And so that's assuming that fact is true, anyways, which maybe it's not even true that happened. But even if it is true,
history of all
that's not a claim on him.
That's happened somewhere.
Yeah, it probably does happen online. I was looking at the Bob F. Kennedy Jr. I was like, wait a minute, he seems like a okay guy, but he's got a real agenda against the whole thing. He's been doing that for the past 40 years, and some of the things he's saying is not even true. Like, he's saying that those V things they don't have to be tested or anything like that, but they do test them. I don't know what he's saying that for. I mean, some of the stuff he's saying is correct.
No, they don't test them. No, they don't test them. See?
I'm glad you're here, Jen. I'm glad you're here, Jen.
Science is there that they don't test them. That's the thing.
Fair enough. I'll give you that, Jen. Respond to the other things that I said.
32 years now. So let's go. So hang on, Kosho. With that point that you agree with, that they haven't been tested.
I'm only agreeing with this. So we can move on.
Hang on a second. Let me just finish here. Right, you've agreed that they haven't been testing for 32 years. Okay. Now,
no, he's
anybody
not.
in there? Hang on. Anyone
he's not
in
agreeing
there,
to that, Jen.
What's he agreeing with then?
I'm agreeing with you because you focused on the weakest part of what I said when I named all these facts about Bill Gates that you're claiming about him that don't turn out to be not true.
Hang on a second. The weakest part that you claim is actually the strongest part, which is why the manufacturers got legal immunity, okay? Because they said they could not make a safe vaccine, okay? It's unavoidably unsafe, so they got legal immunity from lawsuits, okay? Now, come to light back in 2018.
We better change the topic because I don't trust
let me just finish
Jin
this point
Kosho's ability to use the words.
I will finish this point off, yeah? The fact is, it was brought up by Kosho. The fact is,
Bill Gates was brought up, man.
Hang on a second. Can I not finish what we're saying here? It hasn't been proven.
Man, but when you get a chance, respond to the Bill Gates thing.
Are you going to let me talk?
Let him finish.
Are you going to let me finish, or are you going to jump in? Which one is it? Which one? Right.
I just said finish. Just make sure you include Bill Gates.
Oh, have you finished? Okay. The fact is, it's come to light that they haven't been checking for 32 years. Now, during those 32 years, or let's say 35 years now, they're supposed to be putting in a report every 2 years on the improvements of said products. But they haven't been doing that, yeah? So my question to you is, Kosho, anyone in their right mind says, oh, well, I can't trust them now. They haven't been doing the safety checks or the efficacy tests for 32 years. So that means all those products they produced all that time were dangerous to human beings. So anyone in their right mind could refuse on that ground alone. Would you not agree?
No, I would not agree, and I would remind you that I brought this up because you made me watch this video about Bill Gates, the subject of my disagreement with you. The subject of what I'm disagreeing with is about Bill Gates. So when you're ready to address that, let me know.
It's about Bill Gates.
Yeah, exactly. It was about Bill Gates. Every claim that you made about him that was talked about in that video turned out to not be true.
I don't know how you can say it's not true because it's there. It's all there clearly.
Yeah, I just want to say that Bill Gates is a bitch.
Yeah, you're just in denial.
All right, Jen, just go ahead and name the stat or the issue, or whatever it is that you're going to claim about Bill Gates specifically, so I can show you that every one of the claims you looked up and are true.
70% of, and anyway, I'm not going to do it on this server because it's not my server. So we've got to be
Bill
careful.
Gates' penis.
What I have to say, I don't want to jeopardize the server, so we can go into another room and do it if you want. Yeah, no problem. I'm not going to do it live because I'm going to embarrass your ass.
That's fine, Jim.
What? You can embarrass him live. Just don't use the words. We're all here. We're all been listening to the conversation. We want to hear it, Jen.
It's going to go.
Notorious for presenting stuff that can be immediately debunked.
it's going to be very, very much in depth.
The king of Microsoft.
We're talking about Bill Gates and
70% of the P
has harmed innocent people, has harmed
70%.
people, children around the world, basically. And
I know the
we've
claim,
gone
Jim.
through it.
We're looking for the evidence.
Yeah, even
but
look.
The
Not only
70%.
I made the claim. Hang on a second. Not only I made the claim. Yeah, it was also backed up by Dawn and New Perspective.
That's fantastic.
You had a
This is
number
just
of key
rhetoric,
characters.
Yeah. So the 70% you're about to bring up, 70% of the P cases, right?
The 70%.
Yeah. That's because it's been eradicated. There are 17 cases in the past 20 years in India.
You're wrong.
It has.
You are wrong, sir. It's causing the problem. It's causing the problem. Yeah, because it was eradicated without the V. It was already eradicated through refrigeration, sanitation, good hygiene, clean water, good food, healthy exercise, economic rise of the citizens. That's how the dreaded B pandemic was eradicated. And hang on a second, please. And the so-called cure was introduced at the bottom of the bell curve. 98% of that illness had already been cured through what I mentioned. Yeah. So the vaccines came in at the end. Okay.
And that's supposed to say the word. Regardless, Jin. I mean, in one quick sentence.
Regardless,
the 17 people, the 17 cases that have happened in India in the past 20 years, if 70% is due to that V thing, then that's only because all the other possible cases have been eradicated. And the very rare, I think it's a 1 in 2.7 million chance.
And what about Africa?
2.7 million chance. It's a 1 in 2.7 million chance. Jen,
I'm misinterpreting the information.
Jen, you're missing the information because you're not listening to what I'm saying.
Look, listen up. 70%.
Why would I listen to you when you're just cut me off?
70% of the B that's happening today is vaccine strain from Bill Gates's injection. Okay, that's what it said. It said this.
Terrible.
In fact, walking around, you can catch it from these people who have got the needle. Okay, from that product. Okay, it's Bill Gates's product. That's the reason why
making up new stuff now.
The B disease is still around. It's from that medicine, and that medicine damaged people in Africa and in India, and he's banned from India. And
yep,
because
that's another claim. That's another claim that he's banned in India. He's not banned in India at all.
Okay, I'd like to see him go back. Answer charges against the children that were hurt and some that died.
Right.
He's not going to go back.
That's another claim. That's another claim. He's not being charged in India.
It's in the video, man.
It's in the video. I know that. It's not true.
All right. Well, thank you very much. So, don't take it up with me. Take it up with the people who make the video, yeah? I'm satisfied with you because you showed me the video. That's correct. I showed you the video to show you what Bill Gates has been doing. Then it's up to you whether you want to take it as true or not. And you're obviously not taking it as true. That's your prerogative. But I call that cognitive dissonance. That's up to you. But don't say I'm wrong, because I know I'm not wrong. I know what he's doing is incorrect. Okay? And it's wrong for them to do that. Remember, I am an African.
You're impervious to a debunking, Jim.
Years and years from these so-called good people coming in to help the health of African people, but all the time we were undermined. Even AIDS. AIDS wasn't discovered in Africa, but we had the problem.
Dude, we've got to change the topic. We've got to. He's hitting all the keywords.
Exactly. That's why I said
Gio's going to be without a channel by tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. I said I wanted to talk about it in another channel, didn't I? Not say that. I said that.
This is why we have snake oil salesmen, because we have people like this.
Words, Jen. Everyone else was able to use words, and you just weren't.
Yeah, it doesn't.
You just lack that skill.
The fact is, I did say I didn't want to talk about it on this.
Pretend you're a detective.
Okay, doesn't matter if I haven't got the skill. Don't worry about that. Yeah, don't worry about that. The fact is, Kosho tried to say that.
Theo is the one who should be worried, Jen, not us. You're the one
I'm
who's
not
ruining
worried.
his channel.
I'm not worried
Jin,
at all.
please do try to use like cryptic language when you're speaking about this subject.
Yeah, I do try.
Not capable.
Your ad-libbing isn't helping, Riding.
Don't try. Just do it.
I do try anyway.
Nike Air, Jin. Just like be like Nike Air. Just do it.
Can't just try.
He
has to do it or not talk about it.
Koshaw, yeah, and don't worry about it. Koshaw's made his decision clear where he stands on the subject matter. That's fine. Cognitive dissonance.
My allegiance lies with the truth. Sorry.
And that's right. And the truth is that Bill Gates' medicine,
Your
Bill Gates'
truth.
medicine's no good.
I'll tell you what. Why don't you go ahead and show to me any evidence that he's being charged in India, that he's banned from India,
that
that
seems
he's
to me
killed
the
these people,
easiest.
anything.
Look, the video.
That seems to me the easiest one to
that,
fact check because that is public record. So
Right,
just why don't you
But
just
it's
prove
also
that
one
one?
of
Then
the
we don't
least
need to use the
important
magical words, and
So-
you can just present that
look,
evidence.
the video
Jen,
states that.
let me
That's
say
good
something
enough
real
for me.
quick.
It's in the video.
Jen, my
It's in the video.
suspicion is that you have some of the claims that you are, taking on are incorrect.
Yeah.
But the one
Oh, well,
that
that's fine.
matters,
That's
the
okay.
most important one,
Percentage.
I think you are right
It's
on.
fine,
which
that's
is that-
okay.
hold up, I think the most important one
that's
is the
okay.
one that you're right on, which is that all like this evidence shows historically that
Yeah.
when they came out with most antibiotics and and vaccinations, immunizations, that the diseases were already almost eradicated because of
Have you read the
public
debunkings
health,
on that?
sanitation, food safety, education, garbage disposal, all this stuff.
Have you read the
that's most
debunkings on
important
that
one.
percentage?
Yeah. Then there's
There
the
are no
other claim
debunkings on
that's
that.
being made in the video.
There are no
There's another
debunkings
claim
on
being
that.
made in the video.
There are no
which is
debunkings.
backed up
So you
by
haven't
many.
looked for them, haven't
Hang
found
on a
them, or
second.
they don't exist.
I promise you, if you actually research it, look into Edward J. Cass, look into the the data from
No,
1900
I've heard it before,
onwards.
but I've also heard a fairly
No, hold up.
robust
Like
debunking
if you,
of
you
it.
could look at the data from the 1900s to the 1940s in American and UK health systems, and you'll see that these diseases, a lot of the diseases are eradicated without any immunization.
So what I do understand is many were on the decline, but what I understand is that curve. This is from a few,
Yeah,
like
the bell
probably
curve.
a year
At
or
the
so
end of the
back.
bell curve.
Jim,
Known as the
please
bell
take a
curve.
breath, man.
Take a breath.
What
Bell
my
curve.
understanding is that curve looks like that, and sure, there were things going down at that time. But if you do it on a area by area, on release day by release day, then you do notice a really noticeable
No, that's
statistical.
crap. It was a bell curve. They said it was at the end of the bell curve.
No, it was like I
That's
said.
what they
It
did.
was for
And
most
they did a
of these
test.
infectious
That's why
diseases.
I don't have the debunkings
It
to
would be
hand.
across the
But that's why I
world.
was curious if you'd checked them.
There is no possible debunking when you look at the raw data, and this is the only.
What do you mean?
conclusion
There's
you
no
can make.
whenever is there no possible debunking? How
Because
could
the
that be
raw
a thing?
data speaks for
Listen to
itself.
what he just told you. The data.
The raw data, but what would the raw data be that speaks for itself? Raw data
It
never
sh-
speaks for itself. You have to ask
Yes, it
questions
does.
and then interpret it, right?
No, the raw data shows you the infectious rates and the mortality rates from like 1900s,
across the world.
before immunizations and antibiotics were
Careful.
widespread, and they show that that these things were going down drastically because of advents in like I said, the public safety, public health, garbage sanitation, food safety, all this jazz.
Okay. So if I find a debunking of it, that will debunk what you've said.
It'll
because
probably be wrong.
even if
You
the
need to
debunking
show
is
us the
false,
data. You've
I
got to
welcome
show
you
the
there
to
isn't
data.
one.
I welcome you to try it. It'll
You've got to
probably
show
be
the
wrong.
data, man.
Okay.
You've got to show the data. That's what you've got to show. The data that shows us
Jim,
that
you just
and
got
the
caught
science
saying
behind it.
something that's wrong.
I haven't
And
been
you
caught.
haven't shifted
No,
your
I haven't
position
been
on it.
caught.
So
I have
nobody
not
has.
been
Well, I have.
caught
No.
at all. I'm sorry, I have not been caught at all. 70%.
You haven't responded to the points, and you're not aware that you've been
disease-
proven wrong. That's the most
that's
interesting
out
thing
there.
here.
Excuse
That's the most
me.
fascinating thing listening to you.
In a
70%
bracket, but
of the
moving his
disease
head
that's
around,
out
being
there
like, "You
today
haven't caught me yet."
is coming from Gates' product. That's a fact. That is a fact. I'm not going any way from that. That's a bold claim, and it's backed up. Okay, 70% of what's going on out there, according to that disease, is caused by Bill Gates' medicine.
How would you know
Yeah.
that? How could you know that?
The data's there. It's coming from
Which
reputable
data?
sources.
Which data? It sounds like all you've done is watch a video. Where's the
Watch
data?
the video. back and watch the video, then you learn something, or get it from
sounds like a horseshit
go
video.
and get it from
But Kosho debunked
Go get the
multiple
video
parts
from
of, and you're just
Kosho
repeating
and
yourself even on bits that other people here are
Doesn't
on your
matter. I
side
can
say you're
repeat
wrong
myself.
on.
It's
So
not a crime.
if you demonstrate
It
an
is not a
ability to
crime
be
to
aware when you're
repeat.
wrong, I might be
It is not a
slightly.
crime to
Please don't
repeat
talk over
oneself.
each other, guys.
Actually, yeah, it's
I
not a
mean-
crime to repeat. Actually,
Jin, you do have to
That
let
accusation is
other
ridiculous.
people kind of come in. But go
I
ahead.
understand
The
that.
floor is yours.
Good
Go ahead,
luck.
Jin.
Of course. Yeah, thank you very much. I'm just saying that it's not a crime to repeat myself, and I delivered all the material earlier. You can ask Kocho for it. Go check it out if you're looking for the truth. Thank you very much. That's it. That's all I've got to say at the moment.
I gotta say, if you're looking for the truth, don't watch that video.
Well, fine. That's your opinion. The man, the agreeable liar.
The agreeable liar.
I'm not agreeing with you, Jin, and so far, you're the
The
only one being
agreeable liar.
dishonest.
The agreeable liar. That's
Can
what
I
you
say
are.
something real
Not
quick?
even
On a
agreeable.
wait, if you're looking for truth, you look at all videos and you're skeptical and use your own discernment. So that piece of advice to not look at a video, I want to throw that out the window and say if you actually care about truth, you'll watch all things and then use your own discernment and then clarify it and make sure you can prove it in reality.
But to be fair,
Well,
Stacey,
misinformation
he
is
did.
detriment to
He
truth.
watched the
That's the
video
problem.
and came back with like multiple points to talk about, and it doesn't sound like Jin has responded to any of them.
I've responded to every single one of his points. I said
No,
that.
you have not, Jen.
Does it sound to you
I
like that,
stand
Kosho?
by.
Is that your
Don't
experience?
try and attack me, mate. Don't try and discredit me. I stand by everything and every claim that I've made. Kosho has decided to take
That's
a
a good
negative.
thing you made zero claims then, Jen.
Kosho has decided to take a negative standpoint on the material in the video. That's up to him. But it doesn't change the fact that what's being said there is truthful, backed up. I even sent him a PDF if he wants it. I can send him
It
a
has.
PDF.
That does change it. I looked up the information, and the
doesn't.
information turned out to not be true. And when I told this to
You're
you,
a liar,
you said that's
know
not
this.
taken up with the people who made the video. And that's what I'm
Kosho,
saying.
you're
If
a
people
liar.
have the people
You're a
don't
liar,
have the
Jen
discernment,
Banner.
and people have the discernment of Jin, basically admitting that the video might be lying, but then it's claiming it's true at the same time. I'm telling those people not to watch the video. Okay,
Up to you,
but if you have discernment, yeah, go ahead and watch it.
Kosho. It's up to you how you take it, Kosho. You want to take the video as disingenuous and it's not true. The fact is the sources are coming from reputable people, okay? So it's up to you how you take it, all right? And I did post another video there, which was 8.5 minutes long, that you may have missed it, but it's there. From the horse's mouth, the things and the body parts that they actually put in these medicines. And
Yeah, I saw that. It's an 11-minute video.
From the
Yeah, I saw
aborted
that.
fetal, from the aborted baby's tissue. Yeah. Now, would you want that in your body? Do you want that in your body?
Yummy aborted babies.
Good luck to you.
Let me crunch them.
Good luck to you then.
You mean the stem cells?
I don't want that in my body. That's
yes.
Anyway,
Stem
regardless,
cells are great.
I want aborted baby tissues.
The video.
Tongues, lungs, kidneys,
I
liver,
saw it.
heart.
Again,
I don't want those body parts in my body. Thank you.
Yeah, the ingredients in those things that he was talking about. He looked at the warnings for the pamphlet, not of the actual thing that you put in your body, but of those individual items separately, without the context of them being ingredients in there. And that's like the mercury is a good example where there is a mercury that is dangerous to have, and it's not at all the kind of mercury they put in your body. So
it's the most toxic chemical on earth. It's still in. It's still in.
Did you know, Jen, that if you eat sodium, you die. If you eat chloride, you die. But if you eat sodium chloride, your food tastes better.
Well, I know, but somebody just mentioned something about kidney cells. And I think it was Jen and stuff. But I didn't ask to have kidney cells put into my soda pops. Thank God I don't drink soda pop. Yeah. But
I want kidneys in my soda pops if it makes it taste better.
That's ridiculous.
Yes.
You hear yourself. Human cells in your pop to make it taste better, even though it tastes fine before they even get me there.
As long as it tastes better, I don't give a shit what you put in.
You're an idiot. You're an idiot.
And that is right there why we are living in the society that we're living in. I don't care if it kills me. I don't care what I put in my body as long as it tastes better and it makes me feel better.
Natural.
I'm sorry, guys. That's just ridiculous.
He might be joking.
Is a poison anyway.
Natural ingredient. It's not going to kill me.
Natural, it's part of your body. You're going to take part of your body and put it in your drink and drink it. That's not natural. That's called stupidity.
Being part of my body already is as natural as it gets.
Cannibalism.
I'm getting upset, and I shouldn't be, because those kind of comments are just insane to me, and this is why we're in the problem that we are in the world today. Because those kind of comments right freaking there. And I wonder why I see what I see when I'm at work. Because of people like you walking around who comply and who think stuff like that right there.
Yeah.
That's the problem we're dealing with, guys, right now. I don't care. As long as it provides entertainment. I don't care. As long as it's convenient. I don't care. I just want to have everything in the world. Ridiculous.
There you go. Yeah. And I stand by my words. Bill Gates is a scumbag. I stand by those words.
They should put pieces of put pieces of Jesus in soda pop so we can have a communion every time we drink Coca-Cola.
I want to give a fact. I want to give a fact. By the way, I want to say I don't agree with Gummy. I think he might be joking, but if he's not, it's fine. But I want to give. So I looked it up. This is how long it takes. You hear a claim like this, you look it up, and it says here, the cells are not flavorings themselves, but they're used in flavoring development. A and B, they are clones of cells that were taken from a kidney. That were taken from a kidney in 1973. That were taken, Jin. There's people in here who maybe want to learn something and not keep repeating wrong information. Anyways, they're clones
Jin, can you
of cells
please
that were
control
taken.
yourself, man? It's so irritating.
Jin, this isn't
Jin,
about
this is the
eating
last
something.
sentence,
This is
dude.
information. Just allow the information to be said.
Yeah.
These cells are clones. These are clones
Ooh,
of cells
cloning
that were
kidney
taken
cells.
from a
That's
kidney.
natural, right?
Hold on. They're clones of cells that were taken
anyway.
from a kidney back in 1973. 1973, they cloned the cells. They've been cloning those cells ever since. The kidney's gone by now.
We don't want
These are
clones in
cloned
our
cells,
bodies.
and they're
We
using this
don't
to
want
develop
clones in our
flavoring.
bodies. You're not listening. We don't want
Because in the
clones in our
beginning,
bodies.
it was more than one kidney cell. It wasn't from one person. It was like, it's in the 70s. You're right. You're reading the correct story. That is correct. I'm glad at least you're finding that. But it was of how many people, by the way, of their kidney cells, because you need to find that. And then they may have cloned them after they supposedly used them. But they actually had quite a few kidney cells on reserve that were actually not cloned. So you tell me if you can go further into that story, and that we ever even got told that this was happening. Because if someone would ask me if I wanted kidney cells for flavoring or for God's sake anything in my soda pops or what I consume, I would have said no.
Once again, it's not in your drink at all. The clones, nothing. It's used in developing the flavoring. They use it. It's
not what it says.
They use it as part of the research development process.
No, it's not.
They don't use it. They don't put it.
It's poison. That's why there's
God's
an
work,
obesity
Kosho.
problem on this earth because of soda pops and soda
It's the
drink
same
and,
way.
Yeah, and exactly. You know, my friend just asked, who's sitting here, why would you need kidney cells to develop flavorings or any type of flavor?
Do you accept now that it's just for developing the flavor and not in the flavor?
Can I have a go, guys?
Kidney cells to develop flavor of anything.
don't need it.
But
And you can ask
pause on that
Idiots,
point,
you are.
Stacey, to recognize that what it sounds like Mailman is pointing out is that you came in saying something that's demonstrably untrue.
No, I didn't actually, and that's why I just said
It's
look
not
into
in
it
the
further.
drinks.
But
Yeah,
even
it's not.
if you were to
There's
say
the
it wasn't in
many
drinks,
parts of the
it was for development of flavor, which is bullshit. Why would you do that? Answer the
Okay,
question.
so let me. I'm
Answer
gonna
that.
turn
The
that.
crucial bit is that it's not in the drinks.
Yeah, I'm gonna turn this around on you and ask you.
How do you know?
Should do the flavor,
So-
then it's there.
How
I'm
do
gonna
you
say
know
something
is just
for
a
a moment.
dumb question. How do you
It's
know it
used to
is?
enhance the flavour, then
We've
it's
not
removed,
found
is
anything
it?
to suggest it is. We found the source of what Stacey's talking about, and it clearly doesn't say that it is in the drink. So why would you just
Okay, that's
launch
one
in with how
source.
do you know? How do
Okay,
you know
and
that
we'll
this
find some
bizarre
more
claim that
sources.
sounds made up out of whole
Or
cloth isn't
suggested that it
potentially
was being
true?
used as a flavour enhancer.
Right, it is actually.
Define
When you go
develop.
further into it, under Coca-Cola
Hang on.
products, Nestle products,
Flavour
everything. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
Hang on.
Flavour
The point
enhancement.
is
Can I
you
say
won't
something?
answer the question
I
of
am
why would
trying
they
to
do that
answer
for
it.
development even?
I'm trying
Why?
to answer it, Stacey. I'm
Stacey
trying to
first.
answer that question because it's a very important question. And
I
when I'm
want to
done
go
answering
after
this,
you.
when I'm done answering this, whoever said they're going to go after, I want that person to answer what they would be using it in the actual drink. What purpose would it have? But the purpose it has in their testing is it mimics the taste receptor cells. So when they're testing these things, they have, I guess it's some sort of sensor that they're
Why do
using
we
to
need
actually
it?
that does
Why do
not
we
go in the
need
drink
that? Why do
whatsoever.
we need it?
It's
Jen,
used.
Jen, exercise restraint, man. Let him finish.
It's used for a sensing device to mimic the taste receptor cells when they're testing these new flavors.
Mimic. Why do we need to mimic? Why do we need it? It's wrong. It's not something we need. That's why you should avoid those drinks like the plague. They're poisons anyway. So to buy one is to perpetuate this need for this
That makes
testing
sense.
that they do.
Can I just ask what
Yeah,
drink
it's
this is
so
about?
stupid
Because
to
I
test.
hadn't heard this before.
Shit drink. I don't buy it for my kids anyway. So,
So they test
What drink is
they
this
test
about?
what the
Well,
they
hang
test
on.
what
I don't
the
buy that
thing does
shit
to
anyway.
cells.
I don't
Hang
drink
on.
that
So
shit. I don't buy that shit.
There was a restaurant in America that a lot of people around the world used to eat at, and it was called McDonald's. And then this guy made a movie about it, like, and he just ate it every day.
Yeah,
and
Super Size Me. It's called
Super Size Me,
Size
right?
Me,
movie.
Okay, and he blew out, didn't he?
Yeah,
he
went
got
up
really
pretty
fat.
fat and unhealthy pretty quickly.
Didn't
Doctor
he?
told him
because
to stop
he
or
ate
his liver
he
would
didn't
die.
eat and he ate
chucked
way
up
more
outside
than he
his car,
should have
didn't he?
eaten.
Chucked up outside
I
his
could
car.
eat it every day and be in fucking perfect shape. I swear to God.
Yeah. Yeah.
But there's a guy in
I'm not even
America who
kidding.
have
Like I
eaten a
literally, I
one
pick
Big
out
Mac
every
every
night.
day
I
for
have one
years.
meal a night, one meal a day, and I eat whatever the fuck I want. And as much
Yeah,
like
that's
I
fine.
have a
That's
huge
fine.
stomach. I could eat I'll eat anyone here. But
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool.
if it
But
was
he was
replaced
eating
with
it 3
McDonald's, it
meals
would
a
be
day.
fine.
Morning, noon, and night. He was going morning, noon, and night though. This guy, morning, noon, and night.
That's the
With a
issue.
big drink.
He's
If
just
I can
eating
get
too
back
much.
real quick to Kosho, can you please explain to me, because that's just what they're writing down, what they're saying they're doing. Please explain to me how a cell tells them what I'm tasting and what I want to taste, because that's what they hire people for off the street, to do tastings and flavor tastings tests. So please tell me why they have that and why how they're doing that. How is a kidney cell telling them what I want to taste?
Okay, so like I said, so again, the kidney was from a dead, baby, I suppose, whatever it was, and they cloned
To
it.
be
And
honest, what was it from? A
this
baby?
company, hold on, Jim. This company, Semonix, or Senomix or whatever, they took this, this tragedy and took something useful from it, from a dead body, cloned those things, and what they're doing is they're a biotechnology company, and they create things like this, and they create this testing. I mean, this flavor testing thing, using these cells that are going to mimic the taste cells in your mouth. The
How did they
sensors that
do
are.
that? People just taking that
I
on
don't.
board. You just
If
said the
I
same
knew
thing
that,
again. It makes no sense science-wise or anything. We should look into that, because if they're going to say that, we don't just believe it, right? Because I could tell you
Yeah,
something
that
too.
sounds kind of crazy.
You believe it?
The company's called I mean, it doesn't sound that crazy to me, but the company's called Senomix. It's Senomyx, and that's what they do. They do this sort of
Yeah, but hold up. You have
biotechnology.
this cell,
But
right?
the
This
cell's
imitates
dead.
a tasting, like a taste cell, right? How are they tasting anything? Like, how is it working?
It's being.
What's
Don't
it hooked
forget
up
this
to?
is a
Like,
dead
the purpose of a taste
kidney
cell
cell.
is it's hooked up to your CNS, your cranial nerve, such that you can actually taste the thing. What's the purpose of this if it's not hooked up to anything?
Well, I'm sure it is hooked up to something. It's hooked up to some sort of computer system. But these are stem cells, right? From that's why they take it from an old man. They get it from this fetus. They're stem cells, which they can then, utilize for. I mean, stem cells are
Why do
resources.
we
You
need
can
them in the
utilize them
human
for
body?
almost any kind of
Hold
cell.
up, Jen. Okay, so you're saying that they have this technology that converts taste sensation to, some sort of graphical interface. Some.
I could see that if it's like particularly if it was
But it's
spice
a dead
or salt.
kidney
That
cell.
salt would have a significant
It's a
impact,
dead
particularly
kidney cell.
before you
It's
felt
dead.
that it was
Dead.
fuck. Should I just not
You're not
bother?
forgetting.
Hold up,
It's
Steve.
dead.
Fuck off.
Jesus.
No, that's a huge fucking issue with the whole entire thing. But like, just on the technicality of it, they're trying to say that they somehow converted taste into visual sensation. That's like the same thing I think of when some people say they see color. It sounds very hard to be able to represent it on an actual computer or something like that. It sounds fucking like it.
I'm gonna let
crazy.
Like
I'm gonna let Eggshells
I could
finish
easily
because
see
he
there
was.
would be
I'm
three
reading
different
about.
ways that could happen.
I'm reading about what he was saying, and he's actually right. So I'm gonna let Eggshells finish. But he's assuming right
I
now.
was just saying I can imagine there being flavors that are offensive enough that you would be able to notice the effect that they have on cells. So particularly if the flavor is so bad you don't yet want to test it on humans. You don't yet want to dip your finger in case you're making some really weird, noxious stuff. So if it's particularly salty or spicy, you would be able to spot that, and you go, well, we need a live cell to do that on. I could imagine a variety.
Bro, do you think they're experimenting with salty Coke?
Yeah.
I imagine they don't know much what it tastes like until they've made it.
I can actually hear. I can hear sight. Anyways, go ahead.
You guys are glossing over the point, which is Stacy raised, which is it's a dead. It all starts with a dead cell.
Exactly.
Stem cells are used resourceful because they're used to create like almost any other type of cell. That's why they're.
No, Coach, I get that, but you're talking about one that is dead, okay? And then you're cloning a dead kidney cell. Now, how is a dead cell going to react to things that you're putting on and doing to it when it is dead?
Well, first of all,
You're not
you can
getting
clone
it.
things. You can clone things that are dead. A, and B.
That's fine, but it's not going to react the way you want because it is dead.
It's not going to. Yeah, the thing is dead. The thing that you cloned it from is dead, but the thing that you have now is not dead. The thing that you cloned it from is dead. It's like if you
So
die,
then
your DNA.
then you please can explain to me how that works. So you're taking a dead kidney cell and you're cloning a now live kidney cell. Can you show me that?
This is the start of
the DNA.
You're saying kidney cell or kidney stone?
Kidney cell.
It's cell.
Okay.
The cell, the DNA in the cell, it still exists. It still has the code of the
but it's a
the
clone.
cell and everything. All they're doing is
There's an
cloning it.
inherent danger there in itself. That is cloned.
And there's no evidence that the cell was dead when they cloned it, anyways.
So it's
No. Wait. Yes, there is. Wait. Can we finish this quick? Yes, there is, Coach Show. Because if you read that story and you read upon it, it says that all those cells that they're freezing are dead. That they cloned it from. Supposedly, you said they're cloned from. So in the very beginning, all those cells they admit are dead kidney cells from babies or humans or adults or whatever. It doesn't matter, but they're dead. Yes, it does.
Okay, well, regardless, the information is preserved, which is why they're just taking the information from the cell,
right?
and they're cloning it.
I don't want the product.
The cell doesn't have to be alive for them to do that.
No matter what you say, I don't want the product anyway. Anyone in good
you don't have to have the product. They don't sell this product to people like you. They sell it to big companies.
Would say it's not necessary. It's pseudoscience gone away. It's bloody Frankenstein monster stuff. Quackery at the highest level, and we don't want it in our lives.
Well, it is.
You can morally disagree with it. You can morally disagree with it, and then act upon your morals with your wallet.
Yeah, and say it's wrong.
Morally disagree with it, and then act upon it with your wallet.
It
says here.
It's wrong.
Hang on.
It's wrong to force people to take it as well.
So,
no one is forcing anyone to do anything.
Oh, yes, it is. Coercing is wrong. Deceiving is wrong.
Jin, can I just ask Kosho one thing?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, when you have a dead cell, Kosho, and you clone the dead cell, what does it reanimate? So then it comes to life, the new clone cell from the dead one.
I don't think that's what Kosho was saying. I think you're saying it's a live cell. It's a live cell. Weren't you saying, Kosho, it's a live cell from an animal that is then cultured such that the being that gave up that cell is now dead, but they've kept living cells on from it. So you now have living cells from a dead animal.
Well, she was saying that the cells are cloning it from are dead, which
yes, they're keeping them in a frozen thing. They've had these for since 1970s, right? You read that earlier too, and they're all, and it says in that dead kidney cells, and that was their whole point to tell everybody in the public, don't worry, they're not live, they're dead. That was their excuse in the beginning. And I don't give a fuck if they're dead or alive. They're still kidney cells that they're using for our flavorings. Now, if you want to use it as they're trying to clone it now for whatever. Now, what you're gonna say they could clone me if I'm dead then?
Yes, they can clone you if you're dead. Yes.
And they use the heart. Hang on a second, Coach. So they use the heart.
Yeah, dude. No, hold on.
Hang on a second. The heart, the liver, the kidneys, the
This
cheeks,
is unimportant, Jin. I'd like to respond to 3 things people have said.
Jin, it's a stem cell, so it's undifferentiated. You can, like, it'll turn into a bunch of different things. It's not necessarily a kidney cell. It's technically incorrect to say kidney cell.
Yeah, they took the cell from the kidney, but yeah, it's a stem cell, which makes it useful. And okay, so several things. One is I'm just gonna say what this company does real quick. It says Seminex inserts genes from the surface of a human tongue instead. So this is another mechanism they use it, but they can do it with the stem cells too. Which cover the cells with taste receptors. The company has developed cell lines that respond to each of the 5 tastes: sweet, bitter, salty, sour, and savory. So they do it so that they can create these sensors to test it, and they sell it to big companies. And the other thing is, there's companies right now where you can clone your dead animal. And people, and this is a real company, and people have been doing this for at least a decade, and maybe longer. But was it who's that lady from The View, the old lady? I forget what her name is, but she's had her dog cloned.
Barbara Stewart.
But the same method, and that's all you do is you just have to have DNA. I don't know whether the cells are alive or what's going on, but you don't have to have the live person to clone.
Do you guys even have any idea what cloning means? Because you're making it seem like it's some sort of magical thing. It's literally just using the same DNA for a new being. It's as if a new thing was born from the 2 parents and created a new thing. It grows up.
It's like it had a twin.
It's not. Yeah, it's not like it just becomes the fully grown thing it was taken from. It's as if it's being grown from the womb again, from the original cells. It's a new being. It just has the same DNA that came from the dad and mom of whatever thing it was.
But can we?
It's not going to have the same It's not going to have the same memories. It's not going to have everything being the same. It's just the same DNA shared from the mom and dad. That's the one thing it's got in common.
Can we put to bed though, just to test the sort of ability to move on from debunkings, that Kosho's put in a fair bit of work that seems to show this idea that live cells are used within drink is clearly now debunked. He's found the whole story,
it's not
the
debunked
explanation
anyway.
for.
It's not debunked. And
So you
when
still
you
think
die,
there is some
your
in
cells are
drinks?
still alive for 4 to 10 minutes after you die. So you might be able to pull cells from somebody and clone them and all that stuff in a certain amount of time too. The actual living cells. Your cells are still alive even if they're dead.
Is it still your position that they are in the drink that we are drinking?
Yes.
Well, they've been used.
Sake.
We've been through all of this so far, Stacey. Can I ask what's
Kosho
kept you in
found
that
his
position
story
after Kosho
linking,
said that?
But listen to me, just because Kosho has found a story that is linking to exactly what we're discussing and hasn't read, or I haven't brought up right this second because I need to find all my research on it too. It's been a long time ago we talked about this kind of stuff, years ago, guys. And the fact that if I find that, it might change your mind too. So no, I'm not going to sit here and go, Kosho's debunked it, because this is stuff we should be talking about already and know. Like 7 years ago, guys.
It just seems to me that you came with a very clear claim. It seems that we've done a fair bit of research to investigate it. There seems a really plausible explanation that these cells are used but never make it into the drink that you're drinking. And it seems like you still want to hold on to the position you came with, which it doesn't seem very tenable now.
You're holding on to a position that you don't even know how they're using it. You have no clue. You read a story, he read it to you, and you haven't even looked up to see if that's valid. You've been told what they're doing with something. Just like space, just like space.
What's the extra information?
And you don't verify.
Share with us the extra information you've got that makes you still convinced this is the case. Because I'm just of the position of doubting things unless there's been evidence presented. And the only evidence presented has been you think that it's the case.
Say she was going to look it up, she said.
But if she doesn't have it right now, why is she still holding on to it?
She said that.
Because I've already read it when you asked my opinion.
You have the right to hold on to it as well. Of course
it's
That's why.
This is such an interesting exploration.
Because writing, if you listen to me, I've already done research on this years and years ago. So for the fact that he's pulling up something now, is it going to change my opinion on something I've already done research on deeply? Right?
Yeah. So you don't want to change your view. Okay, I got that. Because
I'm not
here's the
changing
thing for
my
me.
view
I can understand.
until I find
I can understand not changing the view if you had like extra information that was like, yeah, what Kosho is saying is wrong for the following reasons, or is right, but there's this extra stuff. Jin, please.
But that's what
man.
Stacey is saying.
Go make a cup of tea or
You're
something.
just running
Jen,
Stacey.
you need to let people
charging in and
finish
talking over
speaking,
people, man.
Jen. You
You're not
really
listening.
need to let
Jen, you
people
got
finish
next.
speaking.
Listening.
Let Riding
little
finish.
fucking
She
self-control,
told you
man.
where she stood. She
Jen,
told you where she stood. So you
Jen,
know what
let Riding finish.
Shut the fuck
Let-
up, dude.
Hold up.
No, you shut the fuck up, mate.
Both of you guys shut the fuck up, okay? Jin, let Riding finish. Stacy will have an opportunity to respond if she wants to. Then you got next.
So I can understand holding the position like there's more that Kosho hasn't yet found, or I know some more stuff that I'll add. It just seems strange to hold on to the position, and when invited to go, why do you still hold it? What still makes you convinced of it? You don't have it to hand, but you're sure that it exists.
Writing.
Rather
Can
than
I
like
explain
even
real
getting
quick?
towards a
Can you
position of going,
stop
oh, maybe
for
I
a
was
moment?
wrong about that.
Writing, can you stop for a moment? Because you got to remember, I just popped into this conversation. I haven't been in here all morning. I popped in, and this is something I know about. Now we're going on to a discussion, and that's it. But I'm sitting here with 3 kids going today, and a bunch of shit going on, and I'm drinking a coffee and waking up. I'm sorry you guys have already been talking about this, and I don't have all the information of 5 or 6 years ago of research in front of me. But I told you, just like I've always told people, if I tell them to provide something, I do. It may not be today, but I will show
But you don't.
But I'm
You
not going to
say
change
that.
my
I've heard you
opinion.
say that
Let
before,
me
but I've
finish.
never heard you come back with the info.
I'm not going to change my opinion though, because someone
Interesting.
provides me something, one piece of information, when I've done 5 years of research on something. I will
So
then
you've
look
done
back.
5 years of research on it, but you're not able to point out the information that's
We're
making you hold
talking
this
about
view.
like 7 years ago, whatever it was. Writing?
Right,
This isn't
the
something
point I'm making is quite simple, and that is the information that would be holding you out from accepting what Kosho's presented, I would think if you've got that, if you have that information as a valid reason to not accept this information, it would be to hand, not like I'm pretty sure that's wrong, but I don't know why. That doesn't seem
No.
right.
Because once I
Allow
do
it,
research,
allow it.
I don't need to keep 1,000 things on my on my phone, right? To show you something.
No worries,
That's
Stacy.
for my
You're
own
gonna take
sake,
the
my
information.
own research.
Yeah, you're gonna take the information on board. You're gonna touch base.
Doesn't sound like
Reassess. See what your information says, and then come back with it.
Can
Okay?
I just add 1 minute there? Or 30 seconds even.
Or is yours?
No, just 30 seconds. That's all. I think what walking on dog shit's talking about basically is that he's being unfair to Stacey because she did say that it was a number of years ago, and obviously she's not going to have that to the fingertips, not straight away. And she said she'd go back and get it, so give her a chance. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, this is a man that's
Fucking
got this,
walking on
has
dogs.
never been able to
Can we
prove
say
it.
Jin is a
Hold up, let him
queen
finish,
for
and then you got next.
Can I finish?
That
Meanwhile,
was
back at the
so
ranch,
good.
this is a man.
Jin Cum is finished.
That was
He
gold.
I haven't
came.
finished
Guys,
yet.
I don't mind.
Guys,
He
calm down.
resorts to
I haven't
name
finished
calling
yet.
when he's
I haven't
on
finished
thin
yet.
ice.
I'd appreciate
I
if you
haven't
let
finished
Jin
yet.
finish
I
because
haven't
it would
finished
be
yet.
hypocritical otherwise. Go ahead, Jin.
Yeah, fuck's sake. Yeah. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, this is a man who suffers from cog dis when he was put under pressure to provide evidence of the herb's curvature and that umin and arin, and nothing's come forward yet. Still waiting, sir. Okay? Thank you very much.
Who wants to respond?
I yield. I yield to the right dishonourable gentleman. There you go. Next.
Which one?
Sure. Yeah, I don't really need to respond. Jin hasn't said anything new. He never does. He just sort of bloviates. So there's not really anything to respond to. He just insults.
What was that word?
Bloviate. It's a great
Bloviate.
word. Bloviate.
I see.
It's just to sort of make a lot of noise speaking and not really saying anything. I
Well,
love
Jen,
it.
I
Great
love you,
word.
hon, and thank you for the respect. I appreciate it.
Thank you
And
very much. Yeah.
Mailman, you also know, and other people in here too, when I was asked to provide information, it took me a couple of days for what was going on with the human rights thing and the policing. I came back in a couple of days and I showed you exactly what was going on, every single piece of the information, even the emails, and was thanked for that. I don't go around telling them to provide information and don't come back.
What?
That's what I'm saying.
What are you
big
talking
bug
about?
there,
What are
there.
you talking about?
Walking
It's
on
been
dogs.
like a month ago, man, all of them. You guys were, I was providing information, and I mean, over here about the new policing bill and all this other stuff, and it was coming to our emails, and people were asking for the information, and I just
never
provided it.
heard
You
of
may not
something
remember
about
it.
that.
It's okay, hon.
Yeah, I've never
It
heard,
wasn't there.
but I've
Thank you
never
very
heard of
much,
something like
Stacey.
that.
It wasn't anything bad, man. I was actually being positive toward you, hon. I promise you, it wasn't anything bad.
Mailman,
Thank
you were
you very
there when I
much.
proved that all
Walking
of
on
that
dog
shit was
shit, spraying
wrong,
dog shit
right?
around. There you go. Look,
It was
debunked
there,
already.
so it's true.
There you go. Right, listen up.
My
Thank you
favourite
very
was the
much.
time when Jin presented the stuff about the radiation and somebody found the quote and found that a line underneath it said this had all dissipated within a few weeks, and then Jin
you
was
must
saying it
be-
again the next day.
I will tell you that was wrong, because at the end of the day, I can bring that material straight. Don't push me there, because I can bring that material right there and you shut up.
Push him. You don't like him when he's angry.
Yeah, don't do that, because I've got the material to fingertips.
He's going to call me names again. My poor little feelings.
You know?
Do you see the difference though? Like, there's a lot of us who want to say we call us truthers. I don't care what you want to call us, okay? You could be on either side that will sit here at the end of the day and hold their hands up and be accountable, even if there's something that they're wrong about. Because I actually care about the information that's being spread. So even if I'm wrong, trust me, we'll come back here and we'll talk about that. And even on live stream, I'll put my hand up and say I was wrong, because I don't want anybody having wrong information either.
Stacey, I have a when someone like Jen is coming in here and name calling, that's not a very nice like.
Walking on dog shit.
Who am I calling names?
Walking on dog shit was fantastic.
All right, Stacey, I have an article for you. At least a snippet of an article.
You regularly do get into your name calling from time to time.
Don't you think that was a good?
I circled the interesting part of the article.
No, it's not very funny.
The HEK 293 is not a flavoring, nor is it used directly in the drinks. It's used to assess test of something. It simulates taste.
I know, we were just talking about that earlier because
you're using it anyway. We just shouldn't be making drinks. You know, we shouldn't be making drinks that requires human DNA.
I asked that before too, but nobody had gotten to that. So we described the mechanism.
Doing that.
Okay, Jen, we described the mechanism as
dead people.
Oh my god!
Taking it, clothing it,
Jin's here.
and
we're having a conversation, Jen. Okay, we went ahead and we defined or described how this is used as a mechanism in the for the sensors to sense these tastes, you know, for the to mimic taste receptors. So that makes sense, at least in our context. So I'm asking for, in your context, the same thing Monica just asked is, what
it's poison.
What mechanism, Jen, hold on, sir. What mechanism would this have in a drink? Why would they put this in the drink? What is it supposed to do?
Said drink, one, is unhealthy anyway. It's not a healthy drink. It's poisonous to the body. When you drink that drink, your body produces, it leaches calcium from your body anyway. So when you drink that drink, it's a sugar rush. Then the body says we don't need this because there's an acid buildup. So now
we're not talking about the helpfulness.
A second, please. You've got an acid buildup in your stomach, so you now have to get rid of the acid. Now the body works by using calcium to neutralize the body in your stomach. So you lose calcium by drinking these soft drinks, soda drinks, and stuff. Okay, so it's a poison from the off. There you go.
Try answering the question.
You're completely not talking about anything we're talking about. We're not talking about the healthiness of the drink itself.
I'm talking about
Jen, stay on topic.
I just spoke about the healthiness of the drink.
Not talking about the healthiness of the drink itself.
Yeah, soda's bad.
We should be.
No, soda is bad, Jen. That's not the topic of
soda's bad.
It's a bad.
No, you get cavities from it. It's not part of the conversation.
Listen, percentage. Let me get this point out. Its inception is bad, and then it's a poisonous drink. So from the very off, the very fact that you're doing all this hokery-pokery quackery stuff is bad in itself. And then you produce a poisonous product that is not good to the human consumption. That's what I'm saying. It's all wrong.
I have mixed emotions when it comes to pop because
I know you do.
Tastes good.
It tastes good, but yeah, and just recently, actually, I like stayed away from it for the past however long, like relatively like maybe 4 months. Past 4 months, I haven't had a drop. I've been like kind of good with that, right?
Yeah,
and then I just found out relatively recently. I think it was the day before yesterday. Riggs and someone else in this server told me that Coke is used. It uses reverse osmosis water that they like filter out the fluoride.
Well, that would be interesting to hear.
Yeah, and then I actually looked into it because I went to this function and there was Pepsi, so I was just curious and I googled it, and apparently Pepsi uses Aquafina water because they own Aquafina, and the Aquafina water
is the most popular one in India.
Aquafina's pH is bad. Look it up on YouTube.
So Aquafina has this Aquafina Hydro 7 process or something like that, where it has reverse osmosis and then a bunch of other filtration things, and it's really like a really kind of what's the word I'm looking for? It starts with R. Really rigorous kind of a filtration system, and it looks good, but then in the end it still has sugar, right? So
there you go. Yeah, I mean,
I
it's a
worked for a
poison.
guy. I picked a guy up once that worked for the Pepsi plant, and he was in charge of mixing the chemicals. He straight up told me, he's like, "Dude, do not drink Pepsi, whatever you do."
There you go. I'm glad.
It's so interesting. I think that how many
Definitely,
people who like work for making things then don't eat them. Like butchers do eat their own stuff, but like people who make sausages don't. People who work at Macca's don't eat Macca's. People who make soft drinks don't
definitely
drink those
stay
soft
away
drinks.
from the
Let's
diet
just be real.
Coke and like
Carbonation
Zero and stuff, because that has
isn't
like
good
that
for you.
aspartame, that
aspartame, yeah.
acesulfame K.
Aspartame,
So
exactly.
What
Kills
about
brain cells? Yeah.
The same
but
company
the,
that okayed aspartame. Hold on, the same company that okayed aspartame was the same company that okayed asbestos and fluoride. They're called the Mellon Institute.
The Mellon
Mm-hmm.
No,
Institute.
no,
Thank you very much.
it ultimately was the what's it called? The
But the Mellon Institute signed
what's it
off
called?
on it and said it's safe. It's safe. Don't
Yeah,
worry.
I know, but
Yeah,
the
one
what's
part per
the
million.
health?
1 part per million.
Hold on, man. What's the FDA? The FDA approved of it after they disproved of it.
This fuck
They
too,
disproved it in the
Kosho.
70s.
Disgusting
Yeah, but
organization.
I'm saying the FDA. The FDA disproved of
So the
it in the
FDA is
70s.
The FDA is broken.
Hold on, Jen.
What's going on? What's going on, man?
Okay, we've all got
The
something to say.
FDA
do what these people do.
Jesus Christ.
Hold on, Kosho. All right, go ahead.
The FDA disproved it in the 70s several times due to its issues and killing mice and all that. And the company that created it, Merck, was actually run by Donald Rumsfeld. And in the 80s, when Donald Rumsfeld was now in the Reagan administration, the FDA, which was run obviously, which Ronald Reagan is above, then approved of it after he was. So it's obviously a conflict.
You can't trust. You can't trust Merck. You can't trust the FDA. You can't trust these organizations. You can't trust them.
The FDA is corrupt as fuck. Also, what they do is they. What?
Just barrel
Go
through,
ahead,
Jeremy.
Jeremy.
Go ahead.
What the FDA does, is they will hire somebody from the company that's trying to get something passed. So say, I don't know, say Pfizer has this thing they're trying to get passed or something.
Just use Monsanto because it's proven that shit. They have absolutely proof that they did with Monsanto. Yep.
Yeah. Say Monsanto is trying to get something approved. What they'll do is the person from Monsanto will go work for the FDA and be on the board or whatever in charge of approving or disproving these things. So I mean, it's all, the whole system's corrupt as fuck.
Yeah,
absolutely. They went from Monsanto to the FDA, FDA to the government to the FDA back to Monsanto. None of that's even allowed, by the way, but that's been done through Monsanto. You can look that shit up too. Go ahead, I dare you.
Yeah, and don't you find it fishy that this one place? Don't you find it fishy that this one place approved asbestos, fluoride, and aspartame? Fucking suspicious.
Yes, I certainly do. I certainly do find it suspicious. Certainly do.
I mean, I think things I don't understand are suspicious.
Yeah, what don't you understand?
Once is an occurrence, two is a coincidence, three is a pattern.
What's the three?
Yeah.
I don't know why you said that.
Just listed them.
What are you implying? I don't understand this, or?
Oh no, I think that if you're talking about the dodgy revolving door of people going from lobbying or oversight into the corporate world, I think that's dodgy as hell. But to say any particular approval process for any particular thing, I think it'd just be, even if I was doing it for 5 years, I'd probably still find it complex and hard to tell the difference, let alone from the outside.
No, it's been proven though.
Sure,
it has been proven.
Jen. Sure, it has.
All right.
With a YouTube video.
No, it has been proven. It has been proven. Whistleblowers have spoken out.
Right.
And
yeah.
they've been documented on YouTube. Yeah, on YouTube. Yes,
on
YouTube. That's the only way I'm going to find out. I don't live in America.
Right,
I don't live in America. So, and then that kind of news doesn't come out in the media.
Yourself a fedora
back in the
and
day.
a cigar.
Back in the day.
Hold on,
back in the day, that
listen,
information.
you guys can't be talking over eggshell.
Let him finish talking to him.
All right. So how would I find out?
Everyone who's talking
I'm
right
going to find
now
out on
fucking
YouTube,
muted.
aren't I?
Jen, I'm coming for you, bud.
Sorry, Jeremy.
Nice work.
Me and you.
All right, you guys can't be talking over each other like that. I know it gets hot and heavy. We got to let everyone talk at a time now. Come on, guys, get it together.
Thanks, Jeremy. Yeah, I mean, you missed the whole past hour and a half, but that was the name of the game. Jin has been talking the entire time. Everybody else has been talking.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for powering through it. Thank you for powering through it, Kosho.
And riding rise above, man.
No, that's a lie. That is, I haven't been talking all the way through. I haven't. That's a lie.
Yes, you have, Pop Pop.
Yeah.
Yes, you have.
Yeah.
Confused old man.
Low blow.
You're a confused young spear because you walk on dog shit.
Everyone settle down. We can have a nice discussion without, all the craziness, guys. Jesus. I know it's possible. This. Let's have some faith.
I just want to say, I said Merck. That's because I had Merck on the mind. I meant to say Searle. Searle was the company I meant to say when I was talking about aspartame and McDonald's Rumsfeld.
Okay, do you not think it's suspicious that this company okayed these 3 very dangerous things?
What are you talking about? First of all, that fact alone doesn't make them suspicious or something. I mean, that you can point to each thing separately and show why it occurred and the suspicion, and the issues, corruption, all that kind of stuff for them to occur. But to claim that that means that everything that they ever do is malicious or something, to be wrong.
Oh, are you saying aspartame's not dangerous?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that you can point to specific things that they've done, but to use those specific things, then to say that like everything that they've okayed or whatever is, I don't know what the point would be to point out that they did these 3 things. You know what I mean?
I'm just pointing out the corruption and blatant, the carefreeness for our life. They don't give a fuck about us. They get money. They need asbestos. They need fluoride. You need aspartame. They just put it through. They don't care about our health. They want us more sick. They don't want us walking around healthy.
And they made money off it, Jeremy.
There's no money in it's always about the money, Merle. They don't want us healthy. There's no money in healthy people walking around.
That's what I'm saying. That these are the conclusions I'm saying I wouldn't come to from saying that, because those are pretty. Those are strong conclusions to come to from the fact that those 3 things you mentioned are true. Because it's true that it could just be that there was corruption involved, and there was conflict of interest, and eventually this dude who is CEO of this company that was disapproved, or wasn't approved, and then he's now got the ability to overturn that. So just like conflict of interest and corruption at some points, but it doesn't mean that their best interest is to make sure people are sick and not healthy or whatever. I think it's just a strong conclusion to come to.
I mean, has anybody looked into see if like pharmaceutical companies having stake in food, or vice versa, the food industry?
Listen, big pharma is the most has the big. Go ahead, Eggshells.
No, that's all I was saying. They just sound that's the behavior of not large conglomerates. They diversify their business. I mean,
but you do realize that big pharma is a giant conflict of interest, right?
Yeah, that's what I was actually going to follow up with. I think it's a conflict of interest, and I think it's something that their whole competition laws should seek to break up.
Well, their whole business is a conflict of interest, though. You realize, like, even just medicine, making and selling medicine, that's a big conflict of interest. You realize, right?
What, making and selling medicine is a conflict of interest with what? Do you mean like whether
your
want
customers
people to be well,
your customers are sick people, right?
I don't really
if you sell
think
medicine,
that's the case. I
you
don't
sell
think
medicine
that's expressly a conflict of interest, but I think I get your point on it.
Yeah, if you sell medicine to sick people, your customers are sick people, right?
Yeah.
And as a business, you want more customers?
Sure. Yeah. So.
Do you see? Yeah. So there's your conflict of interest, right?
Well, I'm not sure because they are in competition with one another. And if they can have you live a longer life and work more, then they can get you to pay more for things. Because like they make their real cheese in like the nice to have area. Like male pattern baldness makes loads of money, right? And if somebody's dying of gum disease, they don't earn enough money to care that they're going bald as well.
So you don't think there's a conflict of interest?
I mean, I do think there's a conflict of interest in like selling products that make you fat, then selling weight loss products and stuff like that. Yeah, I think in some of those places, but I think not in just in medicine. No.
The thing I outlined. Hello.
No, I don't think that's a conflict of interest. Wanting
so you don't
people
think it's a
selling
conflict
medicine? Because otherwise,
there's a big pharma company. Oh my God.
Sorry, go on, mate. I didn't mean to speak over you.
There's a company. They sell their customers are sick people, right?
Right.
Okay, so they want more customers, right? They're a business. They want more customers, right?
I don't not understand the logic. I absolutely understand the logic. Wouldn't it be more profitable to keep them sick? But the problem is that just to me reduces the meaningfulness of the term conflict of interest until everything is a conflict of interest. Because you could say the same thing about mechanics or tire manufacturers or anything, right? You just go, well, if they can contact one another, then they won't need phones. So the phone companies actually don't want you to have phone. Like it's everything. If they're full, they don't want food anymore. Whereas to me, a conflict of interest is like you're on both sides of an equation.
Detail one specifically, because what you said it was incoherent.
Okay, mechanics. Do mechanics really want your cars to be fixed? Because if your cars are fixed, you don't use mechanics.
Mechanics. Well, they're a service industry, so you go in to get a job done, and if they don't fix your car, you don't go back.
Right, but that same defense could be made for the medicine industry. Like I do think it's an awkward territory. It's just to me a conflict of interest is like I'm a mechanic who fixes your car, and I choose what parts to put in it, but I also happen to own the parts shop and only ever sell the parts that I make.
The conflict of interest will be...
I'm not really looking out for your best interest to find the best parts at the best price that fit your model car. I just always use my own parts. That's to me more of a definitionally closer to a conflict of interest than like, do I actually want to fix this problem? Because the other one is like for-profit prisons or Blackwater, like those mercenary companies. Do they really want peace if they make money off war? Like I get what you mean. It's close to a conflict of interest. It's not like totally left field from it. It's just not. I don't think it'd be quite the. Would it be? Maybe it would be.
I think the conflict of interest would be if, let's say, Big Pharma had a stake or influence in the food industry where they could put stuff into your food to keep you sick.
Yeah.
Or how about if they found out marijuana had healing medicinal properties back in, I don't know, the 60s, 70s, or 80s, and then they've been lobbying. They've been one of the top spenders to lobby to keep it illegal for decades now.
Definitely,
that's a conflict of interest. You know,
yeah.
They don't want us.
You're
they
taking
clearly
funding from the food body or the medicine's body. That's a conflict of interest.
Clearly don't want us healthy. Trying to stop it every chance they get. So, I mean, I don't know I've detailed its conflict of interest excruciatingly painfully.
Real conflict of interest is where they had the revolving door. Is that the conflict of interest is when there's people in the FDA or whatever it is, the FDA that also work at or the CDC even that also work or that at one point worked at the company or then is gonna work for the company afterward, which happens a lot. Which is where the real
they'll hire them after. Yeah, they'll either go from the company or they'll go from the CDC to the company after. Like, oh, you did a good job. We'll hire you $1 million a year. You got it.
Which is definitely, and that is a conflict of interest. So, and what I think I've nailed down about why I think they're different is a conflict of interest to me says one person could, like they would in a court case, recuse themselves, and a different person could step in and do that without a conflict. Right, which is not the case when it comes to if I make medicine, I can't step down and somebody else steps up who does make medicine who wouldn't immediately have that same conflict you're talking about. So I just don't think it would be in the same sense of conflict of interest.
Eggshells.
But I still think it would be a professional conflict of some sort. Maybe even it would be. I don't know. Maybe
eggshells. The conflict is they don't want you healthy.
Yeah, I get
They
that.
want
I get
sick
that.
people.
I'm not
They want
confused
sick
about what you're
people.
saying.
This is not confusing. Their big
No, I'm not.
customer base is sick people. They
No,
don't
I
want
get it. I
healthy
get it. You don't need to keep telling me, Jeremy.
all
I get
right.
it.
I
They
thought you said you
keep
didn't get
people
it.
sick, and then they make more money than if they cure them. I get it.
All right.
I'm just saying I don't think that fits the standard definition. It might. I'm not sure. I'm trying to weigh it up in my own mind.
So I like the food one because it's like as soon as you've given them this thing, they're not going to need it anymore. And then also, if it's a thing like food where it's recurring, they're going to need it later. If you give them something and it's not helpful and it's actually got no use, then you don't keep going to them. You go to whatever's going to
There's
actually
no conflict of
fulfill.
interest.
It's going to. No, that's what I'm saying. It's the same sort of conflict of interest you're talking about.
No, not saying that. Listen,
they're not in the business. Hold on, but with food, they're not in the business of making people hungry. And what you're saying is they have a conflict of interest because it's in their best interest to have these people be ill or worse, right?
Yeah.
So that would be that would be the same equivalency of the food companies wanting to make the people hungry instead of feeding them.
Yeah. Do we see the food companies lobbying to keep fucking, I don't know, broccoli illegal or something? Dude, the food company has one thing. They fill you up. When you go to buy food, your food, you want the food to taste good and to fill you up. So you go to a restaurant, the food tastes good and fills you up. They did their job. Like what would they do that's sneaky or underhanded to put MSG in your Chinese food?
Yeah, MSG was exactly what I was thinking. Put stuff that makes you eat more of it.
No, if that fills you up, that makes you eat less. That fills you up.
Oh, well, then something the opposite of MSG, something that makes you eat more. Something that makes you trend towards obesity, so you eat more and do less. Like there could be in all sorts of things. I mean, I think private prisons is another good example.
Oh, absolutely. Private prisons was the two of them. The unions for the private prisons and the private prisons themselves were lobbying to keep marijuana. They were in the top 5 spenders right next to Big Pharma, along with Big Alcohol. It was Big Alcohol, privatized prisons, the unions for the guards for the privatized prisons, and Big Pharma. And I forgot who the 5th one was.
Before all that was the cotton company.
Yeah, because they didn't like the fabric and the rope and the paper you could get from hemp, right?
Yeah, but see,
no, you're right about the modern, more modern times. Yeah, the prison system, they have a conflict of interest because that, and I think medical companies too, to some extent.
Yeah, it could be. It yeah, I guess it depends.
Can I add something to?
What do you
Can I
got,
ask
Jim?
you guys a
What do you got?
question?
Isn't that when they synthesize like certain stuff? They make those
The question is
natural.
this.
Hold on, Jen, I'm almost there.
Can you not hear me talking here or
I
what,
think
mate?
you came in almost the same time that I did.
I yield.
So
Sorry, yeah, go ahead. I yield.
yeah,
I yield.
I'll be done really quick. Isn't that when they synthesize a certain compound from nature? They how to make those stuff illegal, like opiates and all that other stuff.
Hey, is that Matrix?
I think they've got a long history of making that illegal. Like the opium's been illegal, I think, since soon after the Opium Wars. I don't know. We need Dross in here to tell us that. But like psychoactives have long been made illegal. But I think there's certainly there's an extra push to now, or the same push is coming from a different place now when people can come up with synthetic opiates and push people off illegal ones and onto their ones. Sure.
Hey,
well, you know what
Jeremy,
happened?
there?
All right, Jim. Hold on, Jim was next. Sorry.
Yeah, I know, but I need to talk to Jeremy right now.
Yeah, go ahead.
Jeremy, you need to do something with Right the Hand. He's calling people a bitch and stuff. Just fucking put him out of his misery for a while, please.
All right.
He's in the chat causing a big problem, and I think that'll help out a little bit. There may be something else. I'm not sure yet. Sorry.
Yeah, chop his hands off.
He's just done. I'm sorry.
I see what you did there, Jim. Hey, to bring up Jen, Jerry, you missed the best part of the morning when Jen gave me all this Bill Gates stuff, showing how evil Bill Gates was. just turn out that everything that he showed me turned out to not be true.
Nah, you're on a wind up there because everything. Nah, you're lying there. But anyway, let's not go into that. Let's go to the point I was to raise.
Let's not go into that.
If you want, I don't mind.
Let's not explore the evidence.
I can do it all over again. No, let's explore. Let's go there. If you want to go there, let's go there.
If you can use the code words.
Please, let's go there.
There's no point.
There's no point. Jen, want to go there?
How about we'll go there? Jen, how about we'll go there again,
please?
Jen, how about we'll go there if you bring up any specific claim?
When you're ready, mate.
Okay, if you bring up any specific claim, we can go over that claim. But okay, well then that's what I'm saying. We're not going to do that.
God. Right. Every single claim that is made in that video, I'm going to stand by. That's what I'm saying. I'm standing by those claims.
So what about those? I thought it was interesting or funny. The first one you brought, one of the first ones you brought up, Kosher, was about people who died apparently in a study, but they were dying of like snake bites and things totally unrelated to it.
Yeah, the Indian girls.
Well, I don't know about that. I don't know.
That's the one that people are claiming that he's. That's the one that people are claiming that he's being being charged for it and why he's banned from India. When it turns out that it turns out he wasn't banned from India, and those girls didn't die from that test. They died during the test while they were being tested, but had
you want to have another look at it. You want to have another look. You want to have another look. You're just
is that your rebuttal to it?
Well, yes, he's misrepresenting the information that he's been told. That's what he's doing there. But anyway, my question is this. My question is the whole point I wanted to ask a question was this before Kosher tried to direct my question here is this. What would you think of a company or companies that have been called to court 132,000 times? That's 132,000 times to pay fines for a bad business practice. Should a company still be in business? 132,000 times.
What are you even talking about?
Well, I'm saying, do you think any business that is breaking the law to the tune of 132,000 times should still remain in business? That's my question.
So did that sound to anybody else like responding to the point about the people?
No, I wasn't responding to what I wasn't responding.
I thought you were going to stand by every point in that video.
Excuse me, I was not responding to what Kosher said. I said I'm going to ask the question that I initially wanted to ask in the beginning. That's the question I'm asking, which is what I just asked. Okay? I did say that. I did state that fact. So that's the question. The question is, do you think companies who have been called to court 132,000 times should still remain in business for breaking business laws?
Yes, getting called to court doesn't mean anything. It also doesn't sound like responding to the
132,000 times.
I can call you into court tomorrow, Jen. Doesn't mean you did anything wrong.
132,000 times,
I can do
folks.
it 400,000 times. It doesn't mean you did anything wrong.
But should they remain in business is the question being asked.
No, the question being asked was about Indian girls dying in a study.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. I did say to you that I'm
I thought you were going to defend all of the points in the thing rather than changing the topic.
Look, I said I'm going to ask the question that I was going to ask.
I don't need to white knight for Kosher. He's doing perfectly well. We can all see what's happening here.
No, not at all. Not at all, because you know where I stand on that point already. Everybody knows. I had this question to ask, and that's the question that I wanted to ask. 5 minutes ago, I said, can I ask a question? And then I had to yield to a couple of other characters who came in and said they wanted certain things sorted out, and we addressed that. Now you're going to listen to my question. I'll ask it again. Do you think that companies who have broken the law 132,000 times and paid fines to the tunes of trillions of dollars should remain in business? Is the question I'm asking. Remember, they're breaking the law, harming people. Should they remain in business? In good faith, do you think that's correct? That's the question I'm asking. Any takers on that? Any takers?
Well, it seems nobody's really interested in that. So do you want to talk about the Kosho's posted in the chat. 5 were evidently unrelated to the vaccine.
Did everybody hear the question that I was asked? Did everybody hear? Did everybody hear the question?
And it's not about the point we're discussing.
That I asked. Yeah, that do you think? It's not a dumb question at all. It's a question that this is where the so-called people who make the medicines. This is where they're at. Okay, they're at this point that where they've been called to court 132,000 times. They pay trillions of dollars in fines, and they still remain in business. And the person who brought this particular up thinks it's ridiculous that that they should be closed down. They shouldn't be allowed to, because if it was the likes of me and you who had such a business, we wouldn't have got away with it. We wouldn't be allowed. Hang on a second. We wouldn't be allowed. You're talking whilst I'm talking now. So you're talking whilst I'm talking. Is that correct?
Yeah. You're not saying anything different. Asked your question and no one responded, so I don't guess anyone's interested.
Yeah, nobody's interested
but I
in
just
this
want to make sure I'm
rambling
getting
thing.
it out there. I'm making sure people understand what I said. You're a confused young spewer who spreads shit everywhere because you're walking on dog shit. Now, step aside whilst I finish what I'm saying. I'm trying to make sure that people understand what I'm saying here. That companies in the US.
Yeah, we've heard you, Jin. We just don't give a shit.
You're interrupting what I'm trying to say, and I will get it out.
Yeah, we've heard you. You've said it like 10
Stand
times.
on your dog shit. I'm going to get it out. Now you've heard.
Hold on.
You've
just
heard. Let me finish what I'm going to say.
Go ahead. Wrap it up.
Let me finish what I'm going to say.
Go ahead.
Let me finish what I'm going to say now.
We're going to let you finish. Go ahead.
Thank you. Companies in America who make a certain product that they want to give you through a needle have broken the law to the tune of 132,000 times, where they're changing the numbers, bending the figures, and they've been fined to the tune of $1 trillion, and they're still allowed to be conducting business. And the guy who brought this up said that shouldn't be allowed. And I'm asking, do you agree or disagree? That's the point I'm asking.
And none of us care.
Yeah.
Right. That's
cool.
That's what I'm saying.
So now about the girls who died in the study. Can we get onto that yet?
Well, like I said, I stand by what was reported in the video, and that's what I say. I stand by those by the content. That's what I'm saying.
So the Indian government later determined that the deaths were unrelated to the.
Oh, well, I would say that he's misinterpreting.
5 were evidently unrelated. 1 girl drowned in a quarry. Another girl died from a snake bite. 2 committed suicide by ingesting pesticides. 1 died from complications.
Hold on a second, HL. Hold on 1 second. Jen.
Yeah.
You're talking all over him.
He's a confused old man. He can't help it.
Well, hold on. Let's not.
He's a young spirit.
Now you're going to get him fired up. Eggshells. This doesn't help.
Carry on. Carry on.
Sorry.
Thank you.
He does it all night. He does it all night for me. I just go.
No, carry on. Carry on.
He's gonna relax.
Kosho's fact-checked what you've said. Do you have any further supporting evidence for this?
It's in the video. It's in the video.
Yeah, we've taken this from the. It sounds like Kosho's taken this from the video.
Yeah, well, I think he's misinterpreted what he's telling you. That's what I'm saying. We know Kosho's a liar anyway.
So you've got no supporting evidence. That's what it sounds like.
I've got the evidence that's in the actual video itself.
Video?
That's right.
Go on, say video.
Correct. and I stand by that. Thank you very much. Why would I want to change my stuff? Correct.
I would like to hear what Charles was reading. What were you saying, Charles?
So Kosho's left now, sadly. It sounds like Jin a while back gave a video about Bill Gates and peddling a whole bunch of things, and Kosho came back and has been like from about 2 hours ago trying to encourage Jin to defend some of the points in it. One of the key ones that I found interesting was that it claimed that there was a study done on drinking minestrone that had killed 7 girls, and as a result, Gates was facing charges in India and not allowed to travel there. And when he did some Googling on it, he found that the quote that's in the chat there, that 5 were unrelated to the minestrone. 1 drowned, 1 died of a snake bite, 2 committed suicide, and 1 died from malaria. So had nothing to do with it. And it sounds like it was fairly central to the claim in the video, and Jin instead wanted to talk about something else, and doesn't really seem to have any... Did you get any information aside from the video, Jin, or was it just a YouTube video?
I will post the video again for others to see,
So just
said
the video.
material, and I leave them to conclude whatever they want to conclude. That's all we're going to do here, because
So
I'm not
just
I'm
the
not
video.
from what I said.
Was there anything beyond the video though, Jin? I'm asking.
I might have some other material, yeah, to bring to bear. But
No, I mean on this specific claim, do you have any evidence that comes from anywhere except the video that we're debunking?
Yeah, I might have other material. You didn't hear what I said. I might have other material that can back up what I'm saying.
Great.
What's being said in the video?
Sure. Specifically, this thing about Indian girls dying in a study.
Possibly, yes. Yes.
Great, good.
Because
Share it. I'm doubtful of that. I don't think you're telling the truth right now.
Yeah. I'm not, well, you can think what you like. I've watched a number of material,
I do.
And I think
that you're lying.
Hang on. I'm talking now. I think I can honestly say that whenever I bring material to bear, generally tends to bring a tsunami of stuff all the time. People always ask me, can you find this video? So, yeah, but that's correct. I'm not denying that. They're not. So what? What's the problem with YouTube links? That's how we all learn. That's how we've all learned, yeah.
Because this has been taken from the YouTube link, and then we found a story that clearly talks about that thing.
Post it anyway. I'm going to post it, and people can check it.
That he's not allowed in India and he's facing criminal charges. That will be public record. So that would be really easy to support.
You're getting hiding to nothing because I'm not going to change my stance. I'm not going to change my stance.
Oh, no, I'm well aware of that. That's what's fascinating to me. Right. The fact that you can be so fundamentally debunked day after day on so many of these different things.
I'm never fundamentally debunked
just totally undaunted.
That's a fantasy on walking on dog shit's fantasy. That's your fantasy that you wish for me, because you know that when I bring material, it's so compelling. The material I bring is so compelling. That's it. Like the statement I just made, that 132 times the so-called medicine producers have been called to court, paid trillions of dollars, and yet they continue to conduct business. And in good faith, that is wrong. Where is the integrity there in that?
Jen,
where's your integrity, Jen?
Hold on.
Right? They've harmed people. Hang on.
Jen.
They've harmed people.
Jen.
They've been caught out in law. Hang on a second, Jeremy. They've been caught out in the court of law, and they pay fines, and they carry on doing business. No, it's not. It's not. I'm a foolish old man. You're a youngster.
I'm trying to get in here. You respond, and he responds to you.
Yeah.
Jen,
but when I'm trying to get
Jen,
my
you got to
point,
stop.
Jeremy, can you just listen for a second? When I'm trying to get my point out,
Jen,
right? Jeremy, I'm talking to you, Jeremy.
I know. I'm trying to say something to you.
Well, let me talk to you first. Hear what I got to say first, and it's this: when I'm trying to get my information out.
I had to server mute. You probably can't hear me right now because you're probably still talking over me, but you got to stop calling him walking on dog shit. It's very funny, but we can't do it here. I'm sorry. Did you hear what I said, Jen, or were you talking through me the whole time?
Jeremy, what I'm going to say to you is this: when I'm trying to talk, right, and people are talking over me, I don't notice you muting anyone, yeah? I don't notice that. Okay, I don't notice that. Yeah? Okay.
This is hilarious.
But you do mute me, and I apologize that you have to do that, and I accept that. But when I'm talking and people are talking over me, I expect the same standard. Okay, when I'm trying to talk.
So what? You expect me to talk over you?
I'm expecting the same standard of moderation is what I'm talking about here. So let's not be absurd. Okay. So now, if you've got something to say, walking on dog shit, go ahead.
That's what he
just haven't responded at all meaningfully to the claim. That's what I'm saying. You haven't responded at all meaningfully to the claim in 2 hours.
Have you finished?
Hold on. He clearly didn't hear me because he's. Hold on, Jen.
Yeah.
Jen.
Yeah.
It's very funny when you say walking on dog shit. I like it. Makes me laugh a little inside. But we can't call names here. I know it's funny, but I mean, if you don't mind it, then.
Oh, it doesn't bother me at all.
I don't want people to get carried away with it.
He's not. He lacks so much self-control. He'll just get himself banned for saying that stuff. I don't mind.
Yeah, keep the standard.
Yeah. Another wishful thinking on your part. But don't worry.
No, I don't want to be banned. But you just lack self-control, so I don't want to raise the bar so high that you might trip over it.
Walking on eggshells. Have you got anything to say at the moment?
No, you haven't responded to the claim. There's not really much to. The conversation hasn't gone anywhere, has it? You've been asked for 2 hours to respond meaningfully to the claim about Indian girls dying in a study, and you've done nothing to support it.
Yeah, right. I said it's what's been claimed in the video, so I stand
Sure.
by that. That's what I'm saying.
Right.
Right.
But what
And
makes you
then
stand by the
and then
video? I can
it's
show you a
for. Hang
video
on a
showing a
second, please.
spherical Earth.
Now look at this. I'm trying to talk, but I can't get it out. Right. When I finish, I'll say I'll yield. Then you can speak. I will stand by the video because Kosho hasn't presented anything to defuse or debunk what he said. What's said in the video? Okay. He hasn't.
So the meatiest bit to me, the easiest bit is if there is a criminal charge against somebody, it is public record. You could find it yourself, but you haven't. For 2 hours now, you've just stood by a video.
You find it yourself
that's
if
been
you're
debunked.
interested. If you're interested, you would find it. It's quite simple.
I'm not.
Really.
I'm interested in how impervious you are
Well, you're
to a
not
debunking.
interested. Then what's the point of this? What is the point of this line of questioning? I don't
This
understand.
interaction is
Oh, you
fascinating.
can't debunk. You can't debunk. Jin is undebunkable.
That's so
right.
true.
That's
like,
correct.
Facts? You think facts will change my mind?
What the hell do you think? What the hell do you think you're doing, man? Don't know who you're talking to. Okay.
No,
like I said, whenever I bring material,
it is interesting.
when I bring material, it's always compelling. That's the thing. Compelling to the contrary, always. To the narrative, always. And
Jeremy, what would you think of Globers if, like, if we turned up and we said, you know, presented some bit of evidence and you were like, here is a really solid debunking of it, and then like they turned up again and touted exactly the same thing the next day?
You guys do that shit every day. Exactly.
Yeah, there you go.
Would you? What would you say is the most debunked, best example
Black
of something
Swan,
debunked?
Black Swan, Black Swan.
Proof
Black
of curvature, proof
Black
of movement.
Swan.
We debunk everything every day, and you guys come back the next day like nothing ever happened.
Yeah, Black Swan.
So what I'm talking about in a debunking here is somebody's found the original source, then found further information on it as to how they actually did die. So they've gone in and found actual data there. Not just, I've got a response, maybe they died a different way, but here is the way they actually died.
No, I think Kosho's talking of another event. That's the point I'm trying to say. That he's misrepresenting the actual video and its content. That's what I'm accusing him of doing. Because we know Kosho's a liar anyway. You see? And I always stand by what I say all the time, all the way through.
Yeah, there he goes again.
Come on, Jen, with the name calling, please.
Oh, I don't
mind. The liars and the dog shits. I mean, just come on.
Okay.
It's hard for me not to say that too. But
Kosho hasn't been telling the truth then. Kosho's not telling the truth. There we go.
There we go.
Okay. Kosho has been misrepresenting the content of the thing, and he does that all the time. So there you go. I don't know what's going on with this all of a sudden. Being over strict with the insults. Okay, we're going to keep that down to a minimum then, if that's the case. Yeah. So, you know, I'm not going to change my stance on that whatsoever. The fact, the main point of that video,
to all of us.
the main point of that video is that Bill Gates' product harmed a whole lot of people in Africa and in India to the tune where, you know, he had to, you know, his product was totally banned, is what I actually should have said correctly. His product was banned. He should have been banned as well. Yeah. So I might have misspoken.
So we had no evidence to support it, but a YouTube video. Anyway, it's gone around in circles.
No. Like I said to you, I might have more information on that because I've watched other material.
Sure, but you've been asked for it for now 2 hours, Jin. So if you're not able to present it in 2 hours, I've got to go to bed, dude. But maybe tomorrow, you know, tomorrow's another day. You could develop a spine by then.
Hello, I wasn't intending in presenting that stuff. I wasn't intending in presenting that stuff. It's only that you asked recently that I had to think about that and think, yeah, I may have. That's why I used the word may have. Okay, so I wasn't intending on presenting anything else other than the stuff that I presented, which is compelling enough to show that Bill Gates cannot be trusted is the main crux of why I produced the material. Bill Gates is a person that you shouldn't be trusting at all because of the things that his products are done in third world countries. The thing. South America as well, by the way. Same situation. That's the reason why I'm trying to show the character that he might be a philanthropist on one hand, but on the other hand, he's also done this. Okay, that's all. And I produce material to the truth of that. Together with other facts and information. It's a pretty good video. You want to watch it. You know, you come to a greater understanding than you've got at the moment about what's really going on. And that's up to you, of course.
Just everybody try to tone it down just a bit. Did you ever watch Care Bears when we were a kid and they were in the puffy clouds, all laughing and giggling and being goofy? That's what we're trying to do here.
Yeah.
Not laughing and giggling and be goofy, but we're trying to have that nice, calm environment that they had.
Well, yeah, okay. It's nice to have that nice, calm environment, and we do have it. It was going on quite well. No problem. So, yeah.
Jeremy, you are right, but it's very hard when we're very passionate about some of these things, and then we have other people coming in and trying to get you to like bow down at their feet and go, listen, right? We told you this now, so we debunked you, and it's this testing back and forth, and this is why we're all walking on eggshells, right? Sitting here going back and forth. This is what's going to cause conflicts, and people get upset, but that's because we're passionate. At least us that really care about what we're talking about. Then you got the others who just want to fuck with you.
It's very hard to keep your cool. I admit I lose my temper a lot, but
yeah, I mean, I can't see the disconnect where we're in humanity now. We're using aborted baby tissues and materials, okay, to make a drink. That
Even
very
if it's
drink
developing,
is
it still
poisonous.
sounds ridiculous, right?
Yeah.
It's why would you even do that? You can have me taste something for you and go, that tastes good. Not a kidney cell. First of all, that's taking people's jobs away too, then, because there are people that actually taste these things for Coca-Cola and all these companies. So, okay, they want to what? Take your job away then now? More people's jobs? Because they want to use aborted dead kidney cells? However you want to look at this explanation, it sounds like horseshit. It sounds ridiculous. And there's no verification of it. We're just listening to authority again, telling us this is what's being done. But the same people, right, that approve shit all the time, that kills us, hurts us, and you see it on your TV later on, even the FDA approved stuff. Oh, if you know someone who's died of this or died of this, contact us. Wait a minute, FDA approved that shit.
Oh, you're gonna be seeing those.
You're gonna hear that.
You're gonna be seeing those for the thing they're giving out now in a couple of years.
Now,
but wait a minute, Jeremy, it's FDA approved, right?
Yeah, but that's good. That whole organization is corrupt. That whole organization is corrupt as fuck, though. We know it. It's obvious. I mean, them.
Yeah, of course it is. You've got people from within the organization saying, this is an FDA worker himself, former FDA. He said the FDA is broken and it's not working for the people that it's supposed to be working for. It needs to be shut down now.
Yeah, anybody who's well, there's tons of conflicts of interest out there. Like I said, with big pharma, with our own government. Like Bush used to own. He used to sit on the board of Lockheed and Martin. That's a company that billions of dollars if we decide to go to war with anyone. Like, you can't have the person that can make us go to war owning that stock. There's just conflicts of interest everywhere you look.
Absolutely, because they want to use they'll want to use their weapons. This is what I'm saying. You know, it's like America and other countries around the world can't wait to use their soldiers and their weapons, because why did we buy them? Why did we make them? It'd be a waste of money. Of course, you can't justify the spending. So they've got to justify the revenue by having these wars out there. That's what's going on, you see. So, yeah,
this is never going
to... Go ahead.
These conflicts of interest are never going to end, because people are always going to want more money and more power, and there's just going to be ways to get it where, you know, they can just do some shady-ass shit.
Yeah, and if you've got people like some of the people who come on this server who think that that's okay, let's go with it, then it's going to be here forever, isn't it? This is the whole point why, like, people like Stacey, myself, percentages and that bring, and yourself, of course, bring this situation to the forefront. But there's something wrong here. You know, this cannot be allowed to carry on. It's the point we're raising. You know, but you know, I mean, we're talking to
what are we going to do
with some of these people?
What are we going to do, Jen? We can't stop these guys.
Oh, there's no such thing as we can't stop these guys. No, they can be stopped. That's for sure.
What are we going to do? What's step one?
Like you've said it before, we've got to get everyone on the same page. And that's how do you do that? By keep on talking, by keep on making noise and bringing out the material as long as the material is available. And that's what you do. And you show these people up every time, push them to the wall and say, look, this is what's going on.
But who's really listening though?
They have propaganda systems in place to account for that. They have, ways to censor us, and it's not going to happen.
Well, we've got to keep trying. There's no such thing as not going to happen. It's going to happen. Don't give up.
We keep talking day after day, but these are the same people that heard us yesterday and the day before that. Like,
oh yeah, that's okay. That's okay.
Yeah,
we
but
know
we're
where
not.
they stand. When new people come in, they'll learn.
I don't really see any new people though.
Yeah, well, they come in now and again.
Can I address something that Funk said in the chat real quick? That there are people saying in the beginning that, hey, it's not even FDA approved, like we were using the FDA for our advantage. I don't know who's ever said that. It ain't never come out of my mouth, because I'm gonna tell you right now, I don't give a shit if FDA approved or not, and I would never use the FDA for my research or my information. So whoever said that to you, Funk, sorry, but
I would be more worried. I would be more worried if it was FDA approved.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, I actually avoid products where it says it's been approved by the FDA. I don't even touch it at all. I don't even go there. If it's CDC approved, I don't even go there. I've got no confidence in those organisations. So whatever's got their stamp, I don't trust it. Even the USDA as well. I don't trust that.
I'm saying that because I don't know anyone in here that would say that stuff.
Yeah.
Wasn't there a big thing where they blew?
I think he's bringing up bullshit just to make an argument that there is no argument there.
I'm sure some people have. I'm sure some people have said that before. Oh, that's not even FDA approved, but I forgot what I was going to say.
Some things are. Some things
that might be 24 or something. I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm sure somebody, one of us has said that. Somebody's probably said that as an argument. It's not even FDA approved, but
ain't me.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't think it'd be me, but someone might have said that.
Yeah, I know it ain't me because I'm just kind of stuff I did in 2004, 2005, talking about the FDA and how they were working with Monsanto and everything else. So I sure in the hell didn't say that.
Yeah, the FDA, it's a broken organization, has been for decades now. Definitely hasn't been.
Didn't they blow the lid off that a few years ago?
Yes, they did. It was Monsanto. It's a documentary called "A World According to Monsanto." The world according to Monsanto, and then you learn about the revolving door and how people are coming in from the government into Monsanto and from Monsanto into the government. So and that's how they're able to get as far as they've gone. But they've since been bought over by Bayer, which is a German company.
Bayer.
And now Monsanto is in the middle of a couple of, I think, 3 lawsuits where people have used the Roundup Ready as a pesticide spraying on their products, their produce, and they've become skin cancer all over the body. One black guy's set to get like billions of dollars, and then there's a husband and wife farmer that are set to get billions of dollars. Of course, Bayer bought it just as the court case came through, and they got fined. So they're appealing on that at the moment because Bayer is now the owner of Monsanto, now German company. Bayer,
and they make Roundup, Roundup that kills like dandelions and shit.
Yeah,
and dandelions are good for your heart,
supposedly.
And they're supposed to maybe making medicine to help you. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. They don't. Why would they want you using dandelions? That shit grows in everybody's front lawn and all over the fucking world. They don't want you using dandelions. They want you taking their pills. There ain't no money in you eating dandelions.
Yeah.
This whole money thing's killing us, like literally.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. It turned out that the GMO corn that they produce, which is a terminator corn, in the way that you can't use the seed again, that the experts in the field said that they didn't check every single part of the DNA of the corn before they actually brought it to market. They didn't do that. So now if you've got it, you're ingesting things that are harmful to you in the form of GMO because they haven't been fully tested. But yet they've been approved, but they haven't been fully tested.
Yeah, I don't think they test a lot of this stuff.
Yeah, they don't. They want to bring it.
The testing you would
bring
have
it
to do
market
on
quick.
stuff would have to go over years and years. Like, there's
Years.
no way.
That's correct. Yeah, 8 years to 10 years.
Like, how are you going to know the long-term effects unless you do studies on like long-term effects? You're not going to do that in 2 months, 3 months, 6 months.
Yeah, but Monsanto was impatient to get their technology out there, and their claim that they wanted to help the world's food and make food for the world, admirable as it may seem, but they've cut shortcuts all the way.
That's what they do. They use these bullshit agendas for the public, but they have these hidden agendas. They don't want to fucking make sure no one goes hungry or produce more food. We throw a third of the food away that gets grown in America. What they want to do is get fucking money. That's their goal.
Yeah, well said. That's right. So yeah, that's why I asked that question earlier. That how can it be that you have these manufacturers who have clearly harmed people and they paid trillions and trillions of dollars, okay, and they've been called to court 132,000 times to appear at court, and they appeared and they paid and they're still in business? How can that be? That cannot be. That shouldn't be, should it? Should that be allowed? Is that ethical? How in your right mind you can call that honest business? That's crazy, man.
It's tough, man. What do we do, Jen? What do we do? Just talking to these same people every day is not going to, we're not making any traction, I feel like.
Yeah,
so what do we do with next?
The other expression is we're not making any inroads into their intellect or their resolve or their honesty.
Do you think if we can, Jen, we'll never flip these people? These guys, these are the hardcore.
I'm not planning to. You know what? I don't want to flip them. I just want them to know that we know the truth. What you're saying is wrong. Here's the data. Here's the information. If you want to disbelieve it, that's good for you. That's known as cognitive dissonance, and that's how. Whenever you come in, that's how I see you. I don't see you as a person on my level. You are below me for a fact. That's how I see these people. So you just got to let them be. Let them be.
They're just a little misguided. Let them be. They're probably just a little misguided. Listen, they've had decades of brainwashing, a lot of these people, right? We had the same thing. We just managed to snap out of it. That's all.
Yeah. But when you bring the information to them and then they say no and they dismiss it, well, then that's down to them. It's cognitive dissonance. You know what it is. You just got to let them know. You can't help them at all. But I will not allow them to spread shit around. No, that's where you got to stop them. You see. So when they start talking shit, you say, excuse me, can you prove that? Well, I've got information to the contrary. Here's the scientific data. Here's your PDF. Read it, look at it, and weep. All right? So don't come out with that nonsense. That's what you've got to do with these people. You've got to, I see them as just liars, really. That's how I see them. But what can you do, I'm from the old school. Call a lie when you see it. Call a spade, as they say.
I don't think they're lying. I think they're just like wrong and don't know it. Maybe a lot of the time.
It doesn't matter,
They think they're right. They think you're wrong, Jen. They think you're the one that's wrong.
You see, they can't be thinking that I'm wrong as such because the information is there, backed up with data. They don't bring anything to the table. Anything do they bring to the table that we can actually say, yes, that's correct. Oh, you are right. Come on. And remember, we were brought up telling us that the earth was a globe, yeah? We grew up with that 53 years. So come on, man. I know the model.
Well, you're lucky we figured it out now, because what if we did? We'd be sending our kids into this blind.
Yes, of course we would. And they'd be getting the needle and everything else, of course. That's what I was talking to my son. I was talking to my son yesterday. He said that when he knew that the earth was proper flat was when I showed him the story of the Taiwanese woman who in October of 2015 took a China Airlines going to Los Angeles, gave birth to a baby girl, I think it was, 5 hours into the flight, and on the Mercator map, the Peterson's projection map, if you look at that, the nearest airport would have been Hawaii, right? But they went to Alaska, and then I showed him on the flat earth map, the Gleason's map, and it's a straight line. He goes, that's when he knew the earth was. He said, that's it. And he was
distance-wise, it might have been the shortest route, but did they hit a jet stream maybe and they got to Alaska? Like, what's the reason for them going? They must have a good reason for them going to Alaska, no?
No, yeah, because Alaska is on the way. That's why. Because from Taiwan on the Gleason's map.
No, the Globers reason. Why'd they go? What are the Globers saying when you say why'd they go to Alaska? I'm familiar with this.
They reckon because it's a curved route. They reckon it was a direct route, but it's not. It's not on the globe. They try to paint it as a direct route on the globe, but no, it's not. It's not. That's what they offered up back in the day, back in 2016, 17. That was the argument, that it was a straight route on the globe. And I said, we are confirming the consequence there, or what? You know what I mean? But no, it's not.
Jen, how accurate do you think that distance is across America? Do you think we know the distance across the whole length of America from like New York to LA?
I reckon you do. Yeah, they've got the technology to bring to bear to measure that. So you can do it in kilometers, you can do it in miles. They've got to have that down by now, surely.
How accurate do you think? So the numbers they're giving us from LA to New York, how accurate do you think they are? Like when they tell us it's 3,000 whatever miles, you think that's like within 50 kilometers, 10 kilometers, what?
Yeah, possibly, yes, yeah.
What, 50 or 10?
I can't be precise because when you use your navigation system and you go from A to B, it all works out, doesn't it? Does it not? When you drive?
Yeah, I mean, you're also not driving in a straight line though, because you're going up hills, down hills, left, right.
Yeah. Okay, but the mileage is still working out. It's registering on your odometer, right? On your clocks, and it's working out the same. I've done.
There's 3 different distances when you travel, right? You got 3. I used to think there was only 2, but there's actually 3.
Okay, go on.
There's a straight line distance.
Yep.
Or actually, there is still only 2. My bad. There's a straight line distance, and then there's the distance you travel. There's only 2.
Yes,
it's a dichotomy.
What we call the beeline, or as the crow flies. Yeah, that's beeline distance, straight line, and then you've got.
But even as the crow flies, though, that the crow's not flying in a straight line. Like nobody ever does that straight line.
Beeline. I mean, that's what you know what we mean in the English.
I know what you mean, but I know what you mean, but we're never actually doing that line. Like you can't do that line.
We're not doing that. No, we're not doing that. We're driving on the roads that we have. But
even when you fly, though, you're not doing that line.
I don't know about that.
You got wind pushing you up. Well, let me explain. You got wind pushing you up, down, left, right the whole time. Right?
I would have to say that when an aircraft actually flies at 600 miles an hour, it's flying as straight as it possibly can. You know, I mean, I've looked at my spirit level bubble app on my smartphone, and it never deviated from the center of that until it came to landing. As far as I was concerned, it was following its straight line, except for when it banks to change the heading. Of course, it banks a little bit to change heading, but it's generally.
You realize if it changes heading, Jen. You realize if it changes heading mid-flight, that's now that you're not on a straight line anymore.
Yeah, it's not beeline exactly, no, right? But some flights I've been on have been direct straight line, straight, no banking, nothing, just boom, pinned it and go. You know.
But the wind's constantly pushing.
I think the distances between New York and LA, those distances are well known. Come on.
So within 5 kilometers?
Yeah, we could. I wish I could give you a number, but within 5 kilometers would be good. Yeah, I would have to say within 5 kilometers or less.
So we got a real problem. Have you ever seen R.C. Meisty's thing they do with the 5 points across America?
And what is his point about
that? They can't work on a curved and a flat surface.
Well, therefore, something's wrong with his line of thinking, because we are indeed traveling from A to B on planes. Okay.
Well, either the distances are wrong. That's why. Hold on, Jim. That's why we went over this distance.
Let me just get this out, Jeremy, please. Well, we're not.
Right.
We're clearly going from point A to point B. We're not experiencing any curvature whatsoever. That's all I'm interested in. Anything else is purely salad dressing, to be quite honest. Do you know what I mean? Like I said, I'm eating the meat. The meat of the situation is that there is no curvature experienced when I fly at all.
All right, I know, but let me explain it to you.
Yeah.
Either the distances are wrong, or they can't both work on flat and curved surfaces. So either the distances are right and it's curved, or the distances are wrong and it's flat.
Right. I think that the places we're going are recorded, and someone's lying about the numbers. That's what's going on clearly.
So they're not giving us accurate numbers from New York to
They're not
LA.
giving us the accurate enough numbers. Yeah, of course. But we should be able to measure that within, like you said, 5 kilometers. We have that technology. We definitely have it.
Well, 5 kilometers. 5 kilometers is well within the threshold of knowing that it's one or the other.
Yeah,
there's a difference between an arc length and a chord. So
can I ask somebody a question who knows about this more too? Then when I was flying from Atlanta, Georgia, right, to England, why did I have to literally go so close to Greenland? I mean, I'm literally seeing the shit.
Yeah, but if you look at that on the Gleason's map, it makes more sense. It's the globe that's wrong, because the layout.
And I'm so close. I see how cold it is. I see the stuff. It's no joke, guys. So why am I that close? Why am I going so close to freaking Greenland? You can even see it on our maps inside the plane, but we're actually closer than it's showing us too.
They could use all kinds of excuses for that. Oh, we were trying to hit a jet stream, because if they can get off their path by, I don't know, a few miles or something and hit a jet stream that's moving them in the right direction, it's probably worth it.
You know what's funny though, because when I flew, one of the first questions that Foolish had asked me on the server said, did you see Greenland? How was Greenland? And I'm like, yeah, I did actually. And why did I have to do that? Shouldn't be doing that. That's a freaking point.
Do they see it on the way back too, on both ways, or just one way?
Absolutely, it's not both ways. Both ways.
That doesn't work on a globe.
So you're flying from Atlanta, yeah? Atlanta, Georgia, yeah?
Yeah, Atlanta, Georgia, when I flew from America to England, and then London Heathrow Airport all the way back to Boston, Massachusetts the second time though. So I did go up higher, would be a little bit more understanding of it, but Atlanta, Georgia is even further south, so that makes no sense why they take from Atlanta, Georgia, and I didn't even see Greenland as much as I did. But I saw it the same way, didn't matter.
Yeah, when I look at England now, as I look at the UK, and I look at where Georgia is, hang on a second. Yeah, it's almost a straight line. Let me just, I've got my Gleason, I'm looking on the app here, but it's too small. So hang on a second.
Yeah, when we were like flying,
built it sideways.
it was like going up and curving up towards Greenland and then going over to England, which is like, why are you doing that? You're wasting our time.
Turn that Gleason map sideways a little bit. You see the dodo bird?
Yeah.
Or is that the Mercator?
No, I'm looking at my own.
The dodo? You see the dodo?
The dodo. The dodo. Right, here we go. Here you go. Yeah, you've got England. You've got Georgia. Yeah, it's just nigh on nearly a straight line, isn't it? Yeah.
Well, I mean, I've never heard the rebuttal for this from a Glober. Why are we seeing Greenland? Does that work? Is that not fit on the globe, or if you're flying from England and you see Greenland, wouldn't that take you like straight into Canada or something, like the top of Canada?
That's right. You'd think so.
You're close to Canada, right? Closer and stuff. It makes no sense. Why am I going there? Why am I going? I shouldn't be, especially when I started from Atlanta, Georgia. I had to fly from Indiana to Atlanta, Georgia to England. Now, when I came back and went to Boston, Massachusetts, like I said, it's a little different because you are closer to Canada and all that. You're in New England area, right? In America. So I could maybe understand that a little bit more, maybe if they wanted to try to push that bullshit. But when I'm flying from Atlanta, Georgia, there should be no reason.
Yeah, but it's actually on the way. Yeah, on the Gleason's map to get to Atlanta, Greenland is on the way there. Okay, on the Gleason's map, right? On the equidistant map, because I've just checked it. It's on the way. Greenland is on the way, so that's why. But if you look at the,
and I think that's like Bullish was like, "Did you see Greenland?" Jokingly, and I'm like, "Actually, yeah, I did actually." Sorry.
But to look on the Mercator map. It's a joke. You shouldn't go anywhere near there. You shouldn't need to go anywhere near there on this Mercator map. Okay? You don't have to go anywhere near Greenland.
But on the globe, you do. But on the globe, we do.
Yeah, on the globe you do, yeah, and that's wrong. Because on
well, we're seeing Greenland now.
Well, on the globe?
We fly, we're seeing Greenland. And you're saying on the globe, you should see Greenland, and on the Mercator, you shouldn't.
I'm saying to you, the Mercator map is the globe map, okay? The
Mercator
map is the globe map, isn't it?
I thought that was the dodo bird one.
No, the Mercator map is the globe map. And if you're in the UK, like, or if you're at Atlanta, Georgia, sorry, on the globe, and you're going to go to the UK, there is no need to look at Greenland at all.
So which one's the flat Earth map? The Gleason?
The Gleasons, yeah, the Gleasons azimuthal equidistance, yeah.
The AE map.
That's correct.
I really hope some more people fly from Atlanta, Georgia, and see that shit. It is no joke. Go to Atlanta, Georgia, take a flight to England. See what I'm talking about. And also, it's wonderful because you'll have Wi-Fi for a minute, and then you won't. You won't have anything. You can't use the stuff that they say that you can use because you're nowhere. You're not even near land. You're over a ton of water. As soon as you get close to land, you get it back again. It proves so much shit that we talk about, but nobody wants to verify that for themselves. But I'm telling you guys, we need to fly. We need to communicate with other countries. I just saw the Isle of Wight too. Literally, the water hitting the shore. Impossible on a globe. It's everywhere.
Right. Because when you're in the UK, England, UK, okay, and then you put a pin there, and then you pin Atlanta, Georgia, right? Straight line. You don't go anywhere near Greenland on the globe. Nowhere near.
Right. I kept wondering why they were taking us north. Like, what's the point in this? This doesn't make no sense.
Right. You don't do that. You don't touch. You don't go anywhere near Greenland.
And by the way, it just feels like you're doing a straight flight the whole way. You don't feel like you're turning, going north, doing anything. It's just like a basic, you're cruising straight forever.
So on the globe and on the Mercator map, you don't go anywhere near Greenland. But on the azimuthal equidistant map, it's a straight line. That is why you see Greenland, because it's a straight line. And if you're interested in these, if you're really interested in these flights, then you need to look at Flat Earth Banjo, right? Look at his site. He's got loads of this, loads of material on this topic matter. Okay, Flat Earth Banjo is the man you need to look at, and then you're going to learn a lot.
You know, I never realized though how many people don't travel. You know, when I go and show my passport, especially here in America, they look at me like I'm strange. Oh, wow, you got a passport? And a lot of people don't want to travel outside of their own country, especially that far. They're like, I'll go to Mexico. I ain't going that far. So when I think about that on a bigger level, nobody's actually flying that far to verify these things they've been told. And how are they going to know that the whole world is just living in this, you know, delusion because they are stuck where they're at and we're not traveling around and communicating and seeing cultures. And I guarantee if you did that shit, your whole mind would be changed of your governments, of everything that's happening. Because let me tell you, it's propaganda here in America on our TVs more than you could ever imagine. You go to another country, it's still propaganda, but a different level. Then you start seeing it for what it really is. It's all bullshit. It's all mixed together, but we're all being lied to and lied to differently to keep us dumbed down.
Yeah.
You need to start talking, not just talking, actually communicating and connecting, because then you really see.
Yeah, exactly that. And thank you for your information on the Greenland thing, because you recently traveled to the UK.
Yeah,
so you're
no
bringing
problem.
back.
I thought it was very interesting.
Yeah, you brought back first-hand information there, proving the flat Earth again. You know, which is good. Which is
so there's a lot of Globers. Hold on, Jim. There's a lot of Globers in here, right? Or did they all leave?
I don't know.
Oh, there's no Globers. All right, never mind. I was gonna say let's hear the rebuttal, but they're not here to defend the
rebuttal. And I'm sure if they're listening, they probably don't want to even address it.
They'll come back. They'll come back later, and but you know, that you actually physically got on that plane and saw Greenland, and that proves to yourself at least that you know that the Earth is not a globe. Because if you're looking at the globe and you're looking at the Mercator map, you don't go anywhere near Greenland. Okay, so you've done that, and that's confirmation for you. Isn't that right? Yeah.
Sorry about that. Somebody's talking to me. I apologize. My niece just told me about a place she's about to be in and wants me to go to. So I missed that last bit. If it was from me, just in
No,
case.
I just said that you actually physically went on the plane, saw Greenland, landed in the UK, and come back. So you know for sure that the Earth isn't a globe like they said, because the maps don't make sense.
Yeah.
The globe and
This
the
is
globe
what it's
maps.
been for me the last year and a half of me traveling. Even when I went to Texas, you know, everything I did was to literally look at it from the perspective of what I know now. And when you
Yeah.
do that and all your focus is toward that, you know, it's liberating. And you just keep seeing things one after another. You know, I was at 40, almost 4,500, I think, 4,300 elevation. And seeing New Mexico, you know, from my front porch every morning and proving to me that the earth is not what they tell me it is. So every morning I woke up feeling that spiritual feeling. You know, then I've been traveling, then went to England, seeing, you know, Isle of Wight. And that's, you know, how many miles away? Like 20, something like that? Shouldn't see that. All these different things are verifying it.
I'll tell you what's neat for a plane that I think I've seen somebody do this before. They like went into their phone and you know they undid some shit and they made their phone level. They made their phone level and then like froze it and then got to the place. Go ahead, tell us about it.
Yeah, I can tell you about that one. That was you got one Australian guy called Max Ingram, and then there was a guy from America, and that's the one I'm going to talk about first. The guy from America. He set his phone at the airport in LA. Okay, this is back in 2016. Yeah, set his phone on the airport floor in LA, and then locked the phone and the level. Okay, locked it, powered it down so that it was totally switched off. Then arrived in Sydney, okay, where the geographic position should be different, okay. That means his bubble app and everything should move. When he switched on the phone, put it on the airport ground, it was level.
Yeah, but why wouldn't it be level on the globe though?
Well, because if you're in LA and you're in Australia, that's 180-degree different geographical positioning. So you're going to show all that. All that should be displayed on your phone, and it didn't do that. It was just level. The bubble app should have moved because it's in a different geographic location from where it started. Yeah? Because you know for sure that when you move, when you fly, when you put your hand on a ball, your hand is changing orientation as you follow the curvature. And by the time you get to the bottom of the ball, your hand is now upside down, isn't it?
I don't know about this one. I think it'd still be level on both models. I'll tell you what's been going on that's pretty neat lately. Bev and his people's been doing some laser waving. All right? And what's up?
I said, yeah, go on. I'm listening.
He's been doing some laser waving and you know, we got some neat fucking laser shit going on over there. So we want the predictions. Want the predictions from the Globers, you know, what's your plus minus on it, and I don't know, they do some good stuff over there.
Where?
At Bev.
Oh, Bevs, yeah, Bevs, they do. Yes, they fucking do, man. Oh yeah, they do the advanced stuff, man. To be honest,
I mean that laser thing is just fucking neat. Because now the way they go about it, I used to joke around like one more laser test and this will all be settled, but you know, they're trying to get the Globers predictions for like, what's your prediction? How high do I got to go with the laser till I can see it at, you know, 10, 11 miles or whatever?
Yeah.
So
yeah. Well, Generism did that, and you know the FE Core done that. Glenn, what's her name? Roxanne Glenn did that with her team in the Brighton area, South Sea of England.
But we're asking the way Bev does it. Bev does it though. We're asking for the predictions. Like, yo, what's your prediction? How high do I got to bring the thing before I can see it? You know, some people said 80 feet. Other people said, you know, plus or minus 75 feet. It's interesting to see the predictions. Yeah. And then if you want to, you know, if you want to ask them, you know, well, what do we need? What kind of measurements do we need for an accurate prediction? They don't know. You know, nobody knows what measurements we need for an accurate prediction. So Come to find out from all the investigating I've been doing over the past few months, these guys don't understand refraction. I could have swore I've heard every single one of these motherfuckers tell me they know how refraction works. And come to find out, nobody knows.
Yeah.
They don't know the formulas. They don't know how to predict it. They can't do anything. His light bend down.
Yeah, this is why when we ask them to present the globe to us, as a globe, please, can you bring it and let's see this thing in video form so that you're actually presenting us the globe. They've never been able to do it, not once. But yet everything we presented to them is level at the ocean. We presented it to them. We presented them live video footage. We presented them images of the real locations, the Black Swan in particular. Yeah.
Jen, let me ask you a question.
Hold
on, Jen. You have unlimited money, right? In this scenario.
Okay.
What do you do? Now? We want to know definitively: is the Earth round or is it flat? What are you going to do with all? You got all the money in the world. What do you do?
Oh, I've got all the money in the world. See,
yeah.
You throw money. I mean, other than what's gone on already, I can't think of anything outside what I've seen the flat earthers bring to bear, and that's like laser tests. You understand? Construction. What's that one that was offered up by Brian Mullin? Force the line. You know, we could go with that. I would bring to bear. Don't get me wrong. Do you remember the Brazilians? They used 5 types to prove that the Earth wasn't a globe, and that was GPS, telescopes, lasers. What else did they? Long distance photography, binoculars. They brought so many different things. So you understand. So even if you've got a lot of money, it's still going to be the most simplest way to do it, and that would be
not
like
worried about
the
simple.
line.
We want, Jen. We're not worried about something simple. We want something definitive. Now, I like that force the line thing, but last time they did it, didn't it make the world look like concave or something?
Well, I don't know about that really. I mean, at the end of the day, it didn't really get off to a good start.
You know what I'd do, man? I'd go find land that's not on the map to get all those doubters to shut the fuck up.
You're gonna go find land. That's a good one. So we're gonna go like north, straight north.
Yeah,
south,
I would go north, dog. I would go north for sure.
North.
Well,
Yeah,
if I didn't go north, I would find a way to send things to the north so I could get footage,
like drones.
Yeah, man.
High-tech drones and
honestly,
shit.
I would. I would attack the north with all the apparatus and drones or whatever the fuck I could throw at it. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, there
Yeah,
you go.
you could go in. Yeah. All right. That's a good one. I like where. So we got force the line, the south, north, and south. What else we got?
Yeah. Well, I mean, you got all the
Got
money in
nothing
the world. Okay. What about? And if that's the case, I would go to Antarctica and do the trip, do that trip all the way around the ice wall.
Yeah, that's what Rick. That was the last thing. Yes, we're gonna go investigate new lands. We're gonna try to look for new lands.
Well, yeah. So that's what I would agree with. That I would go to Antarctica then.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, I want to
I'd
do
go
the whole
north
ice
too, though.
wall
Like
thing.
Rick said, though, I would go north too because I don't know. When I was young, they used to portray the north as there was an ice cap up there when I was a kid, and now I mean, did it all melt?
Yeah.
Because now it's just water. Now it's just a water ball.
Yeah, I've got a company called Journeyman, which is a British company, and they produce videos about the Earth and that, okay, and the ice melting and everything else. And in one of their videos, it gives you a timeline of how the ice cap melted. So on their video, it's a globe with the ice on the cap, like you said. Yeah. So the company's called Journeyman. Journeyman Films.
What I heard, the explanation was that it melts constantly and it's always moving around. Like it melts and then comes back, melts, come back, or something like that.
Yes, I heard that as well. That it melts away and then it reforms in the strongest of winter when the sun's moved away, gone down to the Tropic of Capricorn. Then it all starts to form back, and that might be true to certain areas. Okay, but there's not a lot of ice up there in the recent images that we. Hey, you know what I mean? Recent images that I've seen, there's not a lot of ice up there. So where is it all gone? has it
I
or
would
not.
definitely like to check the north out. I think south is going to be the crucial part though, but we'll see. Could be
Yes.
the north.
Yeah. I want to go south because
You just go straight north. What you do is you go straight north and you don't turn, and then eventually
you just keep going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You need to cut. You need to be in America and pop out in like I don't know Asia or Russia or something.
Yeah.
And then you need to do the same thing on the south. You need to go from the tip of South America and pop out wherever the fuck you pop out at. Australia, I don't know.
Yeah. I'm talking about like in a ship vessel, leave Japan and just keep on heading, hit the ice wall, either do a left turn or a right turn, and then just keep going.
No, we got to go right over that bitch. We're going right up the wall.
Oh, okay. Well, I wanted to prove the
straight lines,
of that
bro. We
ice
got to
wall
go.
first.
We can't deviate left or right too much. We got to just keep going straight, man.
Well, I was talking about using a ship, right, and just going to the ice wall and checking the distance of all that ice wall, the circumference. That's what I wanted to do, to prove
Well,
that.
that'd be neat. They claim to have already done it. Have you ever talked to?
Yeah, that was Captain
Drink the
Cook.
Kool-Aid?
Captain Cook did it. Yeah, Captain Cook's.
Have you ever talked to Drink the Kool-Aid in this server?
Yes, I have done. Yeah, many times.
He's like a real big boat boy guy.
Yeah, I have done.
He claims that what you're saying is proof of a globe.
No, that's silly. No, that's not. Of course, it's not. Silly ass.
But he said they got the distances, bro.
Nah, that's all crap.
It don't work out on the...
I've got a video waiting for him to come back. You see, it was delivered by rockets push off of Earth. I think at the beginning of this week, which is last week, middle of last week, popped a video, and it's called. They've worked out the actual size of Australia. I've kept it. The video is only 12 minutes long, and it shows you how they did all the measurements to get the actual size of Australia, the actual size, and they're talking
it matches the flat Earth.
Yes, it proves flat
sweet.
Earth. Yeah, and it's got measurements of ships from hundreds of years ago. All their travel logs. They're bringing all that to bear. Yes.
So I'm honestly hoping. Yeah. I'm honestly hoping we're wrong, Jen. Like I know the corruption runs rampant.
Yeah.
On Earth, but if it goes as far as for them to have switched the shape of Earth, my kids got real fucking issues coming up, man. Because there's no stopping these people if they've done this.
Yeah, my kids haven't got any issues because the truth. I told them straight that the truth is the truth. If it's a ball, we should be able to see it, have pictures of it, feel it, and have that experience. But have we had that experience?
When Jimmy, you say if, and I understand where you come from, but for me, it's absolutely been proven to me over and over with me traveling. Not, even growing up, seeing Chicago from Michigan, all these different things in life that we can actually visualize and see with our own eyes. And when you see that and you hear the numbers and the circumference and all this stuff and you do the maths that they give you, it doesn't work in our reality. Now, when that happens, there is no more if anymore. Now, people want to go back to, it could be a bigger ball. It's something else then. Bottom line is then, the if is out the window because they have lied to you then. It doesn't matter if it's bigger, which it's not. Doesn't matter about that because the story itself is not true. Don't make another story for them because they should have never lied to you in the first place. So the if, it's not an if anymore. It's I know that we've been lied to.
That's right. So, my kids have got no problems with it at all. I've made, the writing pad. So when you put a piece of paper down, you put it underneath, yeah? So underneath that I made a Gleason's map writing pad for them, okay? And on the very back of that is a family photo of Granddad and that, because Granddad passed away in 2013, 3 years ago. So that would be what? 2018. He passed away, yeah? So I made a special writing pad with the Gleason's map on the front, and on the back we got Granddad's picture, a birthday shot of all of us together as a family. Okay, nice. Okay, and then they've got the Gleason's map on their wall. So there is no doubt that they understand that the globe does not exist. They know that it's not an issue. It's not an issue for them. They think it's a joke. They laugh, and then they also laugh at people who believe in it. Is the other thing that my son was saying 2 days ago. That was it on Saturday? He was saying that those funny people that believe in the Earth is a ball. I said, yeah, but we did, didn't we, at one point? But you're lucky that you don't have to believe in it. You haven't had to believe in it for so long. Daddy was 53 years. Look at that. That's a long time, isn't it? Right. So you are lucky. You are lucky now that you know this information now. That's so important that you know it now. So important.
I'll tell you what else. Whoever's a big fan of this, atmospheric magnification thing, yeah. I'm gonna post a thing. I'm gonna post a thing in the chat right now.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
we get this from? I got this over. I got DP gave this to me right here.
Okay. Well done, DP.
Check this out. This is good right here. Look at this picture right here. Now I don't know the size of these I don't know the size of these buildings, but the ones on the left.
Right. And I know people have been complaining all the time. Where are you?
Jen, are you listening to us on YouTube? You can't respond to us on YouTube. Are you doing that thing again where you watch YouTube and try to talk to us through that?
I'm not. I never listen. I never. Jeremy, please listen clearly. I never do that. I never.
I've heard you do that. I've heard you do that a couple times. Come on.
No, I never do that, Jeremy.
Sometimes you listen. No, sometimes you listen on YouTube, but there's that delay. So like you're responding to us, but it's like always late.
And he always thinks people are talking over him.
Jeremy, oh blimey, Jeremy, it's never happened on this server. It's never happened on Gem Panda's server. The only server that I used to do that on was on 24/7. Occasionally.
I heard one day that you were on Gem Pandas and you was thought people were talking over you, but through YouTube, right?
Yeah, I heard you do that shit last week. It's
no,
okay,
that was
Jen.
that. That
it's
was
okay.
no, but that was them. That was them assuming because I've never ever done that on Gem Panda ever. I've never listened to Gem Panda on the YouTube as a live stream and be on at the same time. I've never ever done that. I've never.
It's fine.
You
it's
guys
fine.
argue about the funniest things. Let me tell you, there's some shit really going on in this world. We arguing about some YouTube shit.
It's fine. Just look at this picture. Look at this picture, right? The one on the left. Now, I don't know these. Is anyone familiar with this area or anything? Like, we need numbers. We need to get numbers on these buildings because that one that's 4 or 5 miles farther away, that should be significantly smaller if they're like about the same size building.
Yeah.
So, you're familiar with Helter Skinky or Helter Skelter? The Helter Skelter thing?
Not really, no. Maybe I haven't. I've forgotten it. Perhaps if I hear a bit more, it might trigger my memory.
Yeah, we need somebody like that. We got to figure out the size of these, the how tall and shit these buildings are.
Yeah, true. You know, because you can't really say much. And when I click on your image anyway, at the moment, when I click to enlarge, it's going into this kind of like green mush, so I can't actually see it. Okay, at the moment. Yeah, I click on it, it enlarges, but it's a green mush of just paint, digital painting, basically. Nothing's eligible, so I'm going to leave it for now. But people have been complaining that I repeat myself. Now that's a deliberate action because I want to make sure that what I'm saying sinks in and gets home to your brain. I'm not saying it once and then it gets washed away in the wind or washed away by another conversation straight away, because that often happens. So when I repeat myself, you're never going to forget what I said. That is a deliberate action. It's a military technique, and I use it to my fullness.
Oh, what's up? Were you talking to me that whole time?
Yeah.
I'm just fucking with you, Jen. I was listening.
Yeah. You notice I don't butt an eyelid. I don't butt an eyelid, mate. Like I said, Jin is committed.
Yeah, you snowflake, Jeremy. Just messing with you.
We all got.
Yeah.
You know what? I was just defending myself. I know you were coming at me, but I was like, bro, listen, I know it's snowflake. I don't care what he said.
I can diffuse situations relatively good. Sometimes.
Or so you tell yourself. I'm just kidding.
I don't mind getting muted if I've gone overboard. But when I'm trying to deliver something and people are talking over me, I expect the same standard of muting on those characters as well, because
absolutely. He got muted earlier, right along with you. I muted him straight away, even before you. By the time I even got to you, you were already muted.
Yeah. I got that, and I don't mind being muted anyway. At the end of
I just got to keep controls.
a very light aspect of it, because Jen, I was listening to you earlier, and I totally respect what you were saying, by the way, with your children and all that. And I'm trying to tell some of my, my nieces and stuff about it, and gradually and explain to them, come to us because school system's going to tell you certain things, blah blah blah. But then it makes you think on a deeper level. Like I said, I know we laugh sometimes because some of this stuff they say is hilarious now that we're really awake to the information, right? But when I talk to people on the street, it's not like talking to people on here. Please don't you guys get it twisted and forget that. Most people that learn that stuff in school was just like you. They learned it and they lost it. They don't even understand the science. They don't understand the math. They don't remember. It's been brainwashed to them in a different way, right? It's all around them and the reality after school too. That's why they needed the TV and all these different space things that they keep talking about SpaceX. It keeps it in your brain. But did they actually understand it? No. So when you talk to them about it, you have to start from square one. The simplest thing possible is why the heck you seeing that? And here's the mass. And then they go, there's mass. And then they try to go backwards. And then they go into it differently. Yes, but you're going to have to start simple, because these people don't understand, and it's not their fault. Just like someone just said, military. That's what school is. Military operation to brainwash you into authority and listen to us. And then it's hard to forget that. Because then it has to be brainwashed basically out of them. Don't forget, we still say sometimes planet. We don't mean to. It's in us. Brainwash us, guys.
When, Stacey, what you said is so true, because there are times when I exhibit that you might call it dogmatic in a way. Where I'm not moving from my ground, but I'm also taking on the onslaught and giving it straight back, because that's what I learned in the military. You stand your ground and you take the onslaughts and you give it back immediately, straight away back. And when you know it's the truth, it's not going to stop. You cannot stop. You cannot stop. You see, and that's what they don't seem to understand. Is that I know that I go into Gem Pandas and I say, yeah, Jin CBR1, the troop has entered. Here we go. And I say to them, put your FE life preserver, that's your flat earth life jacket on, because I'm going to tsunami you with the truth. And you're going to need your life jacket. Such is the truth that I'm bringing to bear today. And then they start throwing me insults, immediate insults. Shut up, you retard. Shut up, this, that, and the other.
They say the life jacket's not inflated because it's flat, so it's not going to save you.
Yeah, sort of thing, yeah.
But when you're talking to the mainstream, which you guys don't forget, it's not people like Coach Show, no offense, Coach Show and stuff, even though you may talk some of the mainstream talk, you know what I mean? But you have the understanding of the model. Most people don't. So when I'm talking about people on the street, I can't put you in that category. And I'm going to tell you something right now. You're going to have to start with the most simple thing, guys. Let's get back to what it's all about. I know people don't want to hear it, that you could see too far. I should not see this on your globe model, is the point. And they go, huh? Why? Then you talk to them about it. And the flat horizon, those simple things. Water finds its level, and you go to that. Because you start going any deeper, no one's going to get it. And it's going to take time for these people, not overnight. And you got to have understanding and compassion. Just like you were once. You may have been 40 and woke up, 30 and woke up. Maybe you freaking were awake from the beginning. I don't care. But everybody has their timing. And that's key. Don't forget, it took my mom 10 years to understand genetically modified food. 10 years with
10
me.
years. That's a long time, yeah.
You know what I mean? You should never stop, is my point. Keep trying.
I agree with you about the keep it simple, stupid.
Yes.
Especially when you're introducing people to something like that, you want to bring the points that are, because that point that we see too far is probably the only one that I think that was like compelling. Like to me, I didn't know about refraction at first, so it's like it's compelling. You can't deny. You don't have an immediate response for it unless you already know about that kind of stuff. So
correct.
Well,
right.
But children can associate with that immediately, because one, they've been told it's a ball. Then if it is a ball, your visibility over a ball is going to be limited to a certain distance. If you are seeing beyond that distance, then it cannot be a ball. Isn't that not right, children? Okay, let's and that's why I target kids in the park, because they know me as Jin Sensei. So when they're all in a good mood and that, I say, okay,
Wow.
I've got to ask you a question. I say, I'm going to ask you a question now, okay? You'll sit down, relax. I'm going to say to them, I have a responsibility to tell you the truth.
Relax.
This is what I say to them.
Here's some
I say to them,
Don't
relax.
target anybody.
I
language.
target the children, especially when they call me out.
That's right.
Jin Sensei.
Soundbite.
Jin Sensei. So we're in the park. There's a group of kids. I say, okay, I'm going to tell you something interesting. Now you've known me for a long time. I don't lie to you, yeah? Okay.
Can you keep it secret?
What is the shape of the Earth? What is the shape of the Earth, my darling? And they say it's a ball. I say, how do you know this? And that's how I begin. And I've got my mobile phone, so I show them all the apps and everything else and all the memes. And then they begin to think, that's true, yeah. But this, okay, yeah, but what about this then? So when they bring up a rebuttal,
it must be so empowering for you.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
wow.
That's an adult's responsibility to tell the truth to the next generation coming, so they don't fall down the potholes that I fell down. That's my job, isn't it, as an adult? And that's what I say to them.
No, that's the parents' job.
That's my job as well. That's every adult's
it's their
job.
parents' job.
That's
I disagree.
every adult's
not your job to tell my children that the earth is
not
flat.
just the parents. Not just the parents. It's every adult's job. Every adult. To guide the youngsters.
That's why that's the same language Riley and Spursky are using.
I know. My son would have came straight at me.
Targeting children.
Yeah, my son would have came straight to me and said, "This old man just told me to sit down and relax next to him." Then it would have been fucking crazy for you, dude, at that moment.
No,
you shouldn't put yourself in those positions.
Group of children. If you're talking to a group of kids, didn't you hear me say group of kids in a park? Group, yeah. Okay.
Strange kids that you don't know.
Please do not twist things into the gutter. The kids are calling me Jin Sensei. Hello, Jin Sensei.
Yeah, how'd they get that name from you?
What, Jin Sensei? Because I taught English in their school.
Oh, see, that's a different story. You're not talking about strange children that you don't know at all.
And I tell you something.
Now you curved it back into a nice. That's better, or at least you know these children.
But don't get me wrong. I'm talking to children I don't know.
I tried to give you a fucking window.
Of course I have.
Out.
I'm talking to children I don't know. I may have met them
about flat Earth.
Does anybody need a window out? Can I ask this question? Because I want to know for real, why is it harmful for me to tell a child, which I'm not doing this, I'm just saying because I'm very particular, but why is it harmful for me to tell a child to think outside the box? And just because school tells you one way that this is how the world works.
If it's not your child and you're not responsible for that child in any way, then you shouldn't do that without the permission of the parents. As a parent,
correct.
It's just
this is why we try to get into the school system, right? And then the school system makes up the curriculum or allows this to happen, and it's up to the parents to know this and to then say it's okay because it's in the school. We couldn't get in the school system. That's fine. That's why last year we said, okay, fine, we're going to do a university tour, and we're going to stand outside on the public streets of the colleges and stuff too, so we can have these conversations. Now, I'm not doing it with little kids. I understand that. We also tried to start something as well where we had actually on the side called an indie exchange, where parents would actually have the right to choose what their children are learning and that we're telling them and what we're teaching them. It's a choice. So there are ways around this. We're not trying to brainwash children, but I don't understand the harm in telling a child that something that someone's telling them without any facts, there's no proof, may not be the only way. How is that harmful?
It's the same thing, same reason why it's not harmful, but it's disrespectful and not allowed for, or not.
I don't know why you use the word disrespect.
For people to come to anybody's kids, including y'all's kids or anyone's kids, and start telling them that, something that you've taught them, whatever, regardless of what it is a lie. Like a stranger going up to your kids in a park and telling them that something their parents told them is actually a lie, and here's the truth that they might want to look into. And meanwhile, this is a child. This is not.
I definitely don't do that. Yeah.
But indoctrination camps from a government employees is perfectly fine. That's just because it's normalized.
Exactly. Because you bring them there. Because you sign up to have your kids being taught that.
Oh no,
that's
That's mandated by me. You have to go to school.
Yeah.
No, you don't.
You absolutely do.
You have to teach a government curriculum at home. Or you have to teach a government curriculum at home.
If you do not, you will go to jail. Your parents do. My mom had. I went to truancy court.
Diluted?
Really? Okay. Well, I didn't go to school after 7th grade. I got a diploma. I wasn't taught any curriculum whatsoever. There was nothing at all that was mandated.
What diploma
I didn't
did
even
you
stay home
get?
most
You
of the time.
believe the earth is a ball, though, Kosho.
Yeah,
You're
my
diploma?
brother never went to school
Kosho, you're
ever. He had
upside
no
down.
curriculum.
You know,
Calm
all
down.
that.
What diploma did you receive, Kosho?
My mom wrote it up. Yeah.
Your mom
And
wrote
it's
up a
just
diploma, and that's
exactly.
what you have for your high school or anything education.
Yes, that's allowed me to get into the Navy, allowed me to get into college. Yeah. And in
Then your mother
Texas, that's
homeschooled
equally
you.
valid.
Listen, then your mother
No,
homeschooled you, and you
She did
passed the
homeschool.
criteria you had to.
No, there was no curriculum. There was nothing at all.
Kosho, that's the only way you can even get into all that. How did you
No, I'm
pass?
telling you that. I'm telling you, no. There's not. There's no test. There's no mandatory curriculum or anything like that. There's nothing at all. My mom didn't even give us
Okay, wait,
curriculum.
real quick. Does anybody know if you need a high school diploma or a GED to go into the Navy or anything
Yeah,
like that?
you
Or
need a
any?
diploma. You need a
You
diploma.
don't. I've never heard that.
You need a diploma to get into the U.S. Navy. Yes.
Correct.
Never heard
Okay, I understand that because my brother went to the Navy. That's why I'm asking. So therefore, how did you receive your diploma? Because that's mandatory.
My mom wrote it up. In
Well,
Texas,
then you
that's equally
illegally
as
did
valid
something
as
if
a.
you did not do your education.
No, it's equally valid. It's equally
So you
valid
Then
didn't
you
as a
so
learned.
much to join the U.S.
Then
Navy.
you learned what you needed to learn to pass that education for that diploma, guaranteed, or you
I'm telling you,
illegally passed. Your mom
I'm telling you
passed you.
that didn't happen. I'm telling you point blank that did not happen. There was no curriculum. There was no test. Nothing at all. Whenever the recruiter said that I
No
needed a diploma, my
curriculum
mom wrote up
for
a
you to have a
diploma.
diploma.
Say what?
Does this even make
She just
sense?
wrote. She put skateboarding as my
Diploma.
physical education. She just wrote stuff in there.
Do you understand what you're actually admitting right now? I don't understand.
It's a true. It's 100% the truth. We've looked this up. Then the laws state in Texas that's equally valid as a diploma, as long as I'm as long as it's like understood that I was not in public school.
Right, but you had to pass a certain level of education.
I don't know how else to say this. There's no curriculum, no test.
Oh goodness gracious!
Find the laws.
Okay,
I pulled
that's
this
okay.
up before. Hold on. There's a specific law.
Okay, so where did you learn? So where did you learn that the sun was 93 million miles away?
Yeah.
Where did I learn that? I've been into space since I was a kid. I mean, I don't know where I was when I learned that. Who knows? I've been looking at the stars since I was 7, 8 years old.
Where did you learn how to do math and algebra?
When I was in school, I was in accelerated math programs. I mean, whenever I was not in school,
There is the
I didn't
answer.
need
You were in
curriculum.
Excel
I didn't need
classes,
curriculum.
so that's why you have a diploma. You had an education.
No, I know. That's what I'm saying. My brothers and sisters did not have the same interest in these things, and they also have diplomas. It doesn't matter.
Coach,
There's
have you
no
ever heard
test.
that
There's
quote
nothing.
by the? I think it was. I can't remember which Russian dictator it was, but he said, "Give me a child from 0 to 7 years old, and I don't care who teaches them after that." Right.
Yeah.
So you said you did go to school until 7th grade.
Go to school in Russia.
The core base of your education is solidified in the
High
government.
school.
I mean, come on.
I learned how to read. Actually, I learned how to read before I went to school. So I mean, I don't know what they could have taught me in elementary
No,
school.
it's all the stuff that you read in the books when you were at school for 7 years.
Seen bears and.
So
Okay, I mean, I don't know if I remember elementary school, but they don't teach you.
Kosho, do you really think we're dumb enough for you to you didn't take a single science class from kindergarten to 7th grade? Do you think that we're completely
Hey, we had
retarded?
science class in 5th grade, yeah. 5th grade, 6th grade, we had science class, of course.
And at no point in school did they talk about planets or the distance to the sun or how space works.
We talked about Earth. I don't remember if I've had any classes about space, but there definitely was questions. I mean, the classes where we learned about Earth, earthquakes, volcanoes, that kind of stuff.
Well, you're definitely learning about space in 6th grade. You should be 7th grade and all that. Even before in 7th grade, you're making the little models, right? Where you had the planets and they're hanging and all that stuff. That's way before 7th grade, even.
I don't know about that, but I do remember something about what's it called, about satellites. There was a satellites thing, But other than that, yeah, I don't.
He's just one.
Can't
He's
leave much
trolling.
space
9 or
there.
10 when I made my whole planet thing, dude.
Yeah, but I didn't have that. I don't know. We never did planet thing.
Yeah, Kosho, was that a high school diploma? Yeah, high school diploma. Yeah,
that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. I just checked it. To join the Navy, you'd need a high
Good work.
school diploma or a GED equivalent. It said.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, Texas is a great state where that's equivalent to a high school diploma. If it's one that was
Right, but your mother wrote that for you,
in
right?
school.
But what is the education
that was
you
my point.
needed for your mother to sign that for you?
It doesn't. It's up to her. It doesn't matter. There's not something that they have to.
Also, if I just want to teach you that unicorns existed and we want to go to classes about coffee and cannabis, I can just pass you along, right, Koshu, and sign at the bottom?
Yeah. I mean, there's
That
something
is
called
ridiculous.
unschooling where they don't have to do anything at all. You can be unschooled and get a diploma.
What are you, diploma for what then?
That's a good point. I mean, that's what they put on there. They put the stuff that you would have done. And on mine, I know that there was something about skateboarding. There's something about electronics because I had done some robotic stuff. Yeah, that was the physical education. It was true.
Yeah.
Okay, so you had to have PE, you had to have science class, you had to have math class, you had to have English, you had to have a curriculum that your mother taught
history,
you.
geography.
No, there was none of that. I probably still have my diploma. I can show it. It doesn't have any of that stuff.
Wait, so you went through. So you, all right. Okay, you have the equivalent of a GED, but never had to take the GED test.
No, I have an actual diploma. It's equal.
So you
to
never
a
had to take
diploma,
any kind of final exam or any kind of test at all at the end. So
that's right.
That's a cool story, bro.
That's what I'm saying to you. Is that's the case. You don't have to go to a public school. You can still get.
Now, I didn't say public school. You can be homeschooled. You never took a test by your mother who made sure that you passed.
There's no passing or failing. There's as long as you have. She's in charge of making the diploma. It's like your administrator,
I'm not asking
basically.
about the diploma. The diploma's at the end. So I'm asking
that's all
about
I
when
had.
you're going to classes at home. What was she teaching you, and how did she know?
Classes. There was
so
no
you just
classes
sat around
at
and
all.
did what? Every day.
No, I mean, whatever I was interested in doing. I actually was interested in doing things like robotics, and when I learned binary
your
code,
mother
it was
had
stuff
you
I
at
was
home,
interested in.
say she was homeschooling you, didn't teach you anything, and then at the end signed a diploma for you for your education in high school.
That's right.
But it's hard. This is all kind of a moot. It's kind of a
it's
moot
not
point
illegal.
as well.
No, it's not.
Well, it kind of is, but
it's not illegal.
Yeah, but the problem is that you also you said that you went to school to 7th grade. And you said you learned about the Earth. I guarantee you, the Earth that you learned about in that class was a fucking ball, bro.
Yeah, they definitely taught the Earth was a sphere.
So what the hell are we talking about? Jesus.
Right?
Well, you're talking about people. You're talking about what we were talking about is Jen going and talking to kids, and then you guys equating that to people teaching kids stuff in public school. I've told you that people have to insert their kids into public school.
You went to public school for 7 years, right? You did go to public school for 7 years, right? That's what happened. 7 years you
I
went
didn't
there.
have to go to school for 7 years. My brother and my sister didn't go to school at all. They didn't go one day.
Okay, that's cool.
Not one day.
No.
How old are they?
My brother's in Australia. My sister's 27 now.
And she's not done one day of education.
I taught her. I taught Kosho's sister a lot. I just want to say.
That's right. Yeah, she learned from Jeremy.
Well, let me tell you, when I didn't show up to school, Kosho, and how it works from my situation and my experience. I was sick a lot. And boy, I didn't want to go to school. I was dragged to school by my hair. And let me tell you, when I didn't show up, me and my mom had to go to truancy court in front of a judge. And then they said, if your daughter doesn't show up to school, I'll make you and order you to go to class with her every single day to make sure she shows up in class. And my mom about beat the crap out of me because she said, you're not going to make me lose my job. You will show up in school whether or not I will not have to go to class with you. Make that clear because I'll embarrass the heck out of you every day. Now, Let me tell you, my mom wouldn't have had to do all that and worry about her job and losing it if she didn't have to make me go to school.
Yeah, right. That's true. And when I was young, I was skateboarding in the park, and I got stopped by the cops at least twice. And both times, I had to inform them that I was homeschooled. They talked to my mom, and that was the whole thing. That was it. They just verified that I was homeschooled, that I wasn't lying and just skipping school.
When was this? How long ago? What year?
20 years ago. 20 years ago.
Yeah,
Yeah, so
I'm about to turn 39, so you're my age.
How old were you
20
then?
years
How
ago.
old were you?
Same age as me.
Yeah.
12 years old, 12, 13.
We're still dancing past the point that you did go to school for 7 years, and you know all about the ball.
Sure, yeah.
And that is the
But
point.
the point is I wasn't forced to go to school, though. There's no obligation that you have to go to public school. So when they teach you stuff at public school, it's not because you don't have a choice. If you don't like what they teach at public schools, you don't have to send your kids to public schools. There's alternatives.
No.
There's
You're
private
getting it
schools and
twisted.
there's
We're not
homeschool.
saying that.
Yeah,
You don't have to
really
go to
are
public
wrong.
school. You have to have a actual education, whether it's public or homeschooled. But even if you're homeschooled, there's a curriculum. What is that curriculum? That was the conversation. Quit
There isn't
derailing.
a
This isn't about having to go to public. This is about you have to have a curriculum. That's an education.
So we can just make unicorn diplomas from now on, and that's totally fine in
There's not a
Texas.
curriculum. There's not a curriculum. You don't have to do anything at all.
But what if we did come up with a unicorn curriculum, and then we totally got an advanced placement and got a unicorn fucking diploma?
And you can go to the Navy.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Because you're right on the same page with everybody else, right?
In Texas, yes, it's equal. It's exactly equal to a regular diploma. Exactly.
That's a shocking new revelation about Texas that I'd never heard of before.
Somebody posted a link in there earlier about something about that. I'm gonna click on that stuff here in a second, find out what education you actually need to sign a homeschool diploma, whether what state you're in or not, because this is about what the U.S. government education. And Coach, I really hope you're right, sweetheart, because you're in a live stream, admitting you've had no education and signed for. I really hope you're actually right.
I obviously got educated. I just didn't have to go to public school to do it. I didn't have to have a curriculum to do it.
You just admitted you didn't have to take any test whatsoever, and your mom signed for you for your high school.
Yeah, exactly.
You didn't have to do nothing.
You're right.
I really hope
I didn't
so.
have to take any tests. Didn't have to take any tests. Didn't have a curriculum. Like I said, I learned when I learned binary code is because I was interested in I was actually curious about how like adding these numbers together and stuff. And I remember I was on the toilet at the time, and I went to the library and I got a book about it, and it's like, oh yeah, that's exactly right.
Right, because if you're not, you know that this only discharge you, Coach Joe. Do you understand that? You won't even be getting anything from them.
This is not new information. This is, first of all, I've had this discussion in GEMS, and somebody didn't believe it.
I said if you're wrong.
Of everything. Yeah, well, I wouldn't be telling you this if I was wrong. I wouldn't be just guessing about this, just now for the first time.
Kosho's mom let him write his own high school diploma, and he did it in crayons.
Yeah, you know that my mom wrote my diploma, man.
But we're also dancing.
It was in crayons.
You did crayons in kindergarten in public school, right? You did go to public school where you learned the basic, all of the foundation of your information, that everything coming after that, right?
Sure. Yeah. I don't know why you guys are forgetting that that's not what we're talking. What the whole argument was about Jin teaching this, to telling kids random shit, whatever his beliefs are, telling them their parents lie, whatever he's saying to them. I'm saying that's not the same thing as sending your kids to public school, where you're voluntarily, knowingly sending them someplace where you know people are going to be teaching them. So a stranger talking to your kids in the park is not the same thing. If you disagree with that, that's fine. But that's literally all I said was you don't have to. There's other options than just sending your kids to public school if you disagree with what they teach you.
Kosho, I don't talk random shit, and I don't teach random shit. Okay, that you learn and speak random shit all the time, and that's all that comes out of your mouth. What's known as verbal diarrhea. Okay, So please refrain
good
from talking
doctor.
that.
Yeah,
Okay,
he used
thank you
to
very
back
much.
it up.
I'm not
That's the
breaking, and the
convention.
thing is, Jin Sensei is not breaking the law talking to anyone in the public place. I'm not breaking the law. And if I can strike up a good conversation and a good rapport with people that I meet from the start, because they like the way I look or because I'm a stranger in their town, and I can strike up a good conversation and then move it on to Flat Earth to make it as interesting as possible for them, meeting this foreigner, that's my right and my prerogative. And I do that every single time because they approach me. Okay? And I don't go around looking for people. No. I don't thrust Flat Earth in people's faces, although I do wear the T-shirt. Yeah. That's definitely on. I've got a T-shirt on. Might have the azimuthal equidistant map or the Research Flat Earth, T-shirt on. Yeah, that's fine. And then I carry my mobile phone with all the memes on there. So if I do strike up a conversation, yeah, my intention is to do so, but I don't thrust it on people. I pick the timing perfectly and lead it gently onto that subject matter, and then we have a discussion. I've done it many times. I did it at the Sheraton Hotel, Los Angeles, in the swimming pool. And the reason why I was able to do it that time was because the swimming pool itself was closed. For what reason, we don't know. You got children wanting to go for a swim. I made a point in finding out why is the pool closed at 10 o'clock in the morning. You got kids there bored out of their heads. Going on, and they said, we'll open it in 30 minutes. Okay, I'll hold you to that. I made an announcement to the people in the pool. They're going to open up the pool in 30 minutes. I got it from them. Hooray, okay. And then during the course of the day, swimming and enjoying myself, I struck up conversations with people, and we flat smoked a load of kids with the Flat Earth. And the people were the people from England were especially interested because I was from England. So that was a good thing. And I had a great time of it. So they're going to look into that. I said, yeah, please look into it because as you've realised, you can't prove it, can you? Right. And we trust the educators, don't we? Yeah, exactly. But we didn't go to the moon, because they brought that up straight away. What about the moon landing? I goes, no, we never went. And then one of the kids said, yeah, I heard about that. I goes, yeah, it's true, son. They never went. We haven't got the technology. So it's not crap. All interesting conversations. You can talk about insects, animals, cars, bikes, cooking, whatever you like in the public arena. Why should Flat Earth be any different? Sure. Please tell me, Kosho.
Were you talking to me that whole time?
Yeah, of course I was. Why should
Don't try to steal my joke.
Yeah,
Don't try to steal my joke.
I'm joking, but all right. Yeah, but yeah, you're right.
Did you hear the question? Why should Flat Earth be off the topic when you can talk about sports, cooking, insects, animals, places of the world in the public arena?
Yeah, well, I guess there's no reason why it should be off the topic if it's ever relevant.
Thank you very
much.
I rest my case. Thank you very much.
If it's relevant to talk to it, I'm talking about students at school.
I rest my
if it's relevant to talk to students at school about Flat Earth, then by all means. But typically, they want to teach them stuff that's true. Well, no, it's never. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what topic you want to teach to other people's kids about. I don't think it should ever be okay for you to attempt to teach other people's kids something in a public forum.
Guys, Jin, you're talking all over him. Relax.
Yeah, sorry, yeah. Kosho is the truth. Kosho, Flat Earth is the truth, yeah? It's not a lie.
Well, I don't think that you should. I don't think that you should
accuse me of lying
things.
to anybody. I'm not lying. I'm not
that's
lying,
fine.
Kosho.
Okay. I don't think that you should be expressing anything to anybody else's kids in a park, especially if you know it's something that they're been misled about. Even if it was Christianity, I don't think that you
Yeah, I was just about to say, what about the people who say Jesus saves in the park and want to hand out pamphlets and have a microphone? Or what if that person decided to talk about Bigfoot or aliens in the park? That goes against what the normal people say.
Everyone's kids.
And don't bring them in public.
I don't think
that's part of the First Amendment, right? That's part of the deal.
No, it's not. That's not a part of the First Amendment.
Being in public in the First Amendment.
Saying things in public openly to like a crowd of people is not going up to kids in a park and talking to them directly. Those two different things.
No, I'm allowed to go up to anyone I like. I'm allowed to approach any human being I like on earth and ask them for the time of day. Can I have a moment of your time? I've got something that I'd like to interest you to. Are you interested? I can do anything I like, Kosho. There is no law stopping me on this earth. There will never be a law. And if that law came, I would never stop anyway. You see what I mean?
Yeah, I can't stop you. No one can stop you. I'm just telling you. I'm telling you, it's not the right thing to do.
What are you gonna, Kosho? What are you gonna do about it? Because Jin goes around talking to
Dude,
people.
this is the maximum of what I'm gonna do about it.
Jin Sensei travels this earth, this flat earth realm, and talks to people he's never met before. What are you gonna do about it, Kosho? Who are you? Who are you, Kosho?
That's perfectly fine for you to do that.
Kosho? Who are you, Kosho? You're just noise in the wind, mate. That's all you are to me.
No one's going to stop you from doing it, man. I'm just telling you that I disagree with
in the wind, Kosho.
it.
It doesn't matter what you say, Kosho. Jin Sensei strikes up conversations with people with the intention to talk about flat earth, Kosho, and you can never stop that, Kosho. That's what I do. That's what I live for, Kosho. That's why I do my exercises. That's why I climb Mount Fuji. That is why I run the mountains. That is why I cycle, Kosho. That is why. So I can converse, knock people like you down with the truth, and then spread the truth. Crush people out of the way underfoot. So you're
I'm fine with you telling people stuff. It's cool. Will you make sure that not just flat Earth, but can you also tell them that the government is run by demon worshippers as well? While you're at it.
Yeah, I don't know if I can go that far.
Yeah, you got to go that far. You got to go all the way.
Yeah, I don't know if I can go that far.
There, right?
I sound like a
kook. They might ask you why are they telling us something else then? Why are they saying it's a globe?
They do ask that question. They actually ask that question. Why do they lie to us? What's the point? And then they say, have you really got time to listen?
That's when you tell them they worship demons.
Right, that's the point, yeah. Then you can go into that if you like. But yeah, I asked them if they've got time. Are you sure you... Yeah, of course. Okay, let's sit down and let's have a conversation with people. Let's relax here. And then I tell them, it's all about control.
The reason we have to help these kids is because the parents have failed. Parents have given all the teaching abilities to satanic government. So we have to take over and tell kids other truths sometimes so that they don't just have a head full of lies.
Yeah, and I always say
you can't do anything about it, I'm afraid. None of you.
Yeah, and I always say to children, the children that I speak to, that it's an adult's responsibility to make sure that they're telling you the truth all the time, because lying is no good. So I have no reason to lie to you, nothing to gain from you. Just to tell you this, what you're learning at school isn't quite correct, okay? And then you ask them, how many of you have been to the seaside? Are you been? Yeah, seeing the ocean. Was it curved or was it level? You know, it's so easy to do. It's the children know the truth. They know somebody who's creepy, who's a creepy guy, and they don't want to get near. They know. You know what I mean? And I don't approach.
Jin, I have a question for you.
Yes, please.
When you're out looking at the ocean, what percentage of the ocean do you see when you look out at the ocean?
I suppose I can only see what my preferential vision can give me. So it could
and
be
what percentage of the ocean is that?
Just give a number. Well, I mean that's it's minuscule, isn't it? Really, compared to
so like you're seeing maybe
30 miles,
a thousandth of the ocean, and you're saying there's no curve.
Yeah, but even within that 30 miles, there should be some degree of curvature.
30,000 are 3 miles or 30 miles compared to 69 miles is not very much.
Not.
And then what percentage of that of the whole entire ocean from, let's say, from where you are to the east coast or west coast of another country?
Yeah. Unfortunately for you, it doesn't matter the mileage really. Even 30 miles.
Yeah, it does.
Miles, listen. There should be some measurable degree of curvature, and it's not measurable.
Have you measured it? How do you know?
I've done long distance observations. I've done.
Great. Have you actually measured it? Just looking at the ocean isn't a measurement.
Look. I can see Mount Fuji from Fukushima. That's 200 miles. I shouldn't be able to see that.
Sweet. But have you actually measured the curvature instead of just looking at something and saying you've seen this far?
Listen. Okay. I'm at Fukushima. Okay, I'm in Fukushima area. I can see Mount
And how
Fuji.
tall?
So
And how tall is Fukushima?
I look at my point. I look at my point on the map. I look at Mount Fuji. The distance is 200 miles. There should be at least 5 to 8 miles of curvature there.
Why are you afraid to answer my question? How high up on the mountain are you when you look across and see the other mountain?
I would be just above sea level.
I doubt that.
No, that's what I mean. You can doubt what you like. You need to.
You said you were on Mount Fukushima. You're on a mountain.
Fukushima is a place, bro, not a mountain. Jesus.
Thank you. He ain't got a clue, has he? Just wants to shoot down flat earthers without having all the facts. There you go. Like I said, come to Japan and I can entertain you as to how flat the earth is and how your ball doesn't exist. Please come. I'll give you the red carpet treatment of flat earth truth.
So help me explain something. If water's level and flat, why can I not stand in California and see Fukushima or Mount Fuji? Why can't I see those things?
Let me ask you another question.
No, answer my question. Answer my question.
I'm going to answer it.
Please answer without asking a question. Answer my question.
I'm going to please you by answering your question.
No, answer my question. I don't want a question. I want you to answer my question.
If I'm able to answer your question,
of angular size. There you go. That's one reason. Go ahead, Jen.
There you go. Yeah, and then you got.
I don't need Fuzzy's help. I want you to answer the questions, not other people.
There's about 400 reasons why you wouldn't see something that far away.
I don't care. Why are you white knighting for Jin? I'm asking Jin, and you're white knighting.
Because you're being unreasonable. He's trying to answer your question, and if you didn't know that clouds could get in the way of you and not Fuji, then
he's trying to answer my question. Then why is he trying to ask me a question? I want him to answer the question instead of asking questions.
Fucking hell. I'm going to answer your question my way. That's what I'm going to do, or I'm not going to answer your question at all.
Okay, but here's the deal. If you ask me a question, I'm not answering it until you answer my question.
I couldn't give a shit whether you answer it or not. Anyway,
Jin, just say angular size and then say what you're going to say.
Yeah, I'm going to say this. I'm going to say angular resolution. I'm going to say the mist.
What is the angular size of Mount Fuji?
Sorry?
What is the angular size of Mount Fuji?
Well, what's your distance?
That would depend on wherever you are. I can't give you that.
No. Yes. If you take the entire size of the mountain, that is the angular size.
Oh my God! Can Tosho, can you explain this to this guy?
3,770 millimeters high. Okay, now, are you ready?
Yeah, Chris, you're doing good work, buddy.
Ready? Yeah, nice one, Chris.
So,
now.
Okay, so let's take a different example then. The sun.
So I can't.
How come when the sun is on the side of the... If the sun is so large in angular size, why can't I see it in California?
Guys.
I want to ask you a question now.
Okay, go. Answer my question,
though. Now it's your turn to answer my question, okay? Why is it that when water, when it wants to rest, it rests level in a container, okay? In a bowl, in a bath, in a lake. But yet on a ball, it doesn't want to rest. It just rolls off. Why? Because the ball is not level. Isn't that not so? The ball is not level, so the water cannot rest. Is that not correct? Answer the question. Is that not correct?
That is incorrect, because I can dunk a ball. Can I answer? I can dunk a ball in water and hand you that ball, and it will still be wet. Yes, there is liquid that will drain off the ball, but the ball will still be wet. You'll feel the wetness.
Not 100% wet. No, sorry.
Yes, it does.
No, it's not. A plastic ball that's been polished clean, the water rolls off. A cue ball, when you put a cue ball in the water, you pick it up, the water just rolls off.
What if I put a basketball in the water?
Well, a basketball has some rough edges on it, so some edges.
And is the Earth in our model? Is it completely smooth?
There will be minuscule of water on there, registry.
Jen, is the Earth in our model completely smooth like a plastic ball?
Neil deGrasse Tyson said it would be as smooth as a cue ball.
No, he did not.
It is.
Yes, he did. He said from the height of Everest to the depths of Mariana Trench, if it was the size of a cue ball, Earth would be as smooth as a cue ball. Neil deGrasse Tyson.
And And it's spinning.
Show me.
And it's spinning.
Provide the quote for me. I want to see it in its full entirety, not cherry picked.
That, what do you mean?
And it's spinning.
I learned this back when I believed in the globe, bro.
Okay, so show me the quote.
No, I'm driving. I can't. Like, are you kidding? You can.
No, I'm not kidding. I want you to show me the quote. Hey, Jeremy.
What? How about we ask Kosho? Hi, Lale.
Yeah,
How about we
the
ask
Earth is not a
Kosho?
spinning ball.
Kosho, you think it would be as smooth as a cue ball if we shrunk it down, or what?
Why do we need to shrink it down?
If we shrunk down, or if we shrunk Earth down to the size of a cue ball, would it be as smooth as a cue ball, or smoother, or more rough?
Oh yeah, they said that. Yeah. So Earth would be more smooth than the cue ball. However, the cue ball does have bigger indents, so there'll be a greater crevice or something like that.
Kosho, when you spin a ball, Kosho,
That's awesome.
when you spin
But
a
let's
ball,
keep the Earth the size that it is and talk about how large and if it's as smooth as a cue
As long as we just dance past that, yeah, that's fine.
Is the Earth as small as a cue ball?
Oh, in the chat, Lyle.
Is the Earth smaller than a cue
Get
ball?
woke. Get woke, motherfucker.
Is the Earth smaller than a cue ball right now?
Also, I need to shout out Sean Hawkins in the chat. You are a monster.
Right.
Please
What about the Earth
don't
that's
do the
spinning
name
when you
calling,
put a ball up? When you put water on the ball, it flies off, doesn't it? On your basketball.
Oh,
when you spin your basketball,
Answer my question.
and you throw
Is the
water on it,
Earth
it
as
flies
small
off,
as a cue ball right now? Is the Earth as small as a cue ball right now?
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. Because I'm taller than a cue ball,
Yes,
and
it
the
is, 'cause
Earth
it's
is a lot
fat.
larger than me. So
The Earth is not a ball. There is no ball. And even if the Earth is a spinning ball,
I said if it was, is it as smooth as a plastic ball like you're saying? The answer is no. It is not.
The Earth is
Google it right
supposedly
now.
spinning, right? 1,036 miles per hour. The water will
No, we're
fly
talking about if it was as small as a cue ball, and it's not. So even if Neil deGrasse Tyson did say that, the Earth is not as small as a cue ball. So there you go. It's not as smooth as a cue ball.
And there's no measurable curvature to be found on this.
Why is Neil deGrasse Tyson lying about Earth? Lyle.
He didn't lie about it. He said if it were this small, but it's not that small, so it's not as smooth as a rubber plastic ball like Jim is saying.
It's spinning.
Oh, great. Talking about, remember how I
He doesn't say small. No, you haven't read the quote. You haven't read the quote. He doesn't say small. He says if you have a giant finger and you rubbed it across Earth, it would feel as smooth as a cue ball.
All right, there you go. So basically,
he's comparing the size of a human being to the size of a cue ball, and saying that if I was that large in comparison to the size of the Earth, it would be as smooth as a cue ball because the Earth would be a cue ball.
So at this
what we're actually saying is water
Earth is a lot larger
according to
water
Neil.
will never stick to a ball. Period.
The Earth is a lot larger than me. That is a fact.
Do you even understand, Kool-Aid, what that is, what he's saying? He's saying if you're a little guy on the Earth, right, as smooth as a cue ball is when you hold it in your hand and it's just like super smooth, the Earth to you as a little guy, those little dips and valleys and all that shit are smoother than on the cue ball. Smoother.
No, he's making a comparison between if I was large enough to...
Chris, he's either lying or you are. One of you is lying, right?
No. What he's doing is making
it's supposedly a globe, right?
If I was as large,
you're telling us how you
to the globe.
You're telling us how you can't see a curve.
Can I finish?
You're trying to explain to us how you can't see a curve and stuff goes around stuff.
Can I finish? Neil deGrasse Tyson, if he stated that, and I'm not saying he did or didn't, if he stated that, he's making a comparison between the size of a cue ball and the size of a human, and making the comparison between that and saying if you were the size if the Earth were the size of a cue ball in that context compared to the size of a human, it would be as smooth as a cue ball. But guess what? Humans aren't the size. Humans are not that size compared to the size of the Earth.
If it were, it would be as smooth as a cue ball.
They're not, though. They are not. Period. That is a
Earth
fact.
was small,
But they
or
are
if we
not.
were big, it
But
would
they
be
are
as
not.
smooth as a cue ball.
It is
Which
not.
means,
So there,
which means
therefore,
they're saying it's a perfect sphere.
it is not. So therefore,
So they're lying then. Why are
No,
they
but
saying it's a
that's
perfect
actually
sphere if it isn't?
no. So there's two things, dude. The smoothness of the cue ball has nothing to do with the spherosity of it. So yeah,
So
the
you know
cue
what
ball
I
is
mean.
actually
You know what
more.
I'm saying.
Yeah, I know, but
It's not
a
big and not
cue ball is
geoid,
more
it's a
spherical than the Earth.
sphere. Do
Yeah,
you
but a
agree
cue
that
ball is not
it's
level.
real or not? Is it smooth as a cue ball?
Who
And
cares?
they say the smoothness, the Earth is smoother than a cue ball, but the cue ball is more spherical than the Earth.
So you're disagreeing with Chris then? Chris is the wrong one. You and Neil
No,
are
but
agreeing.
Chris is right. He's just for some reason expressing it differently. But he's saying that, that when
Kosher.
they're saying that, it's in the
Fuck
context of
off.
the Earth being the size of a cue ball, or the cue ball being
You're
the size of
always
Earth.
taking things out of
Tell him he's
context.
wrong.
And guess what? We, 100% absolute truth, are smaller than the Earth. So, whether or not he made that statement, we are smaller than the Earth. Therefore, the Earth is not as smooth as a cue ball.
It's smooth like a big cue ball. This is
No.
what Neil says.
Only
This is what
if,
Kosho says. You're the one who's
we made
saying
the
no.
comparison of us to the size of a cue ball, making the Earth that small.
You
Would the
disagree
Earth
with
be
Kosho
smooth?
and Neil deGrasse Tyson.
No, I didn't disagree with him. Kosho. Kosho, do you agree with my statement?
Chris, you're right. You're right. I don't know why you guys are disagreeing. It sounds like you guys are saying the same thing. But
No,
you're right.
you agree with what I'm saying, though. The Earth
What you're
is
saying
not
is
as
correct.
small
It's
as a
implied.
ball.
Yes, it's implied that if the cue ball were the size of the Earth, or if the Earth were the size of a cue ball, I'm going to talk about the smoothness.
Right.
The comparison. What's Chris? What's being compared is the surface of the object and the radius of the object. So yeah, they're acting as if they're both the same size in that comparison.
Right. In that comparison, if the Earth were as small as a cue ball, it would be smooth like a cue ball. But it's not. And therefore, my analogy with the basketball, this is where this all started. The Earth is rough like a basketball. It's not smooth like a cue ball.
Why is Neil
And
deGrasse saying
Neil
it's like a cue
deGrasse
ball?
Tyson wouldn't disagree with that.
No,
Why
the
is he
Earth is
saying
more. The
cue
Earth is
ball
smooth like a
is
cue
more like
ball and not like a
basketball? Does he
basketball.
not know the difference between balls?
Yeah, the basketball is going to be too
If
rough.
the Earth were small,
Just say
deGrasse
because
Tyson
he's
was saying,
crazy. Just say because he's crazy. That's why he says crazy stuff.
Kosho, his analogy was if the Earth were as small as a cue ball, it would be as smooth as a cue ball,
if
but
you
it
had
is
a big
not.
finger.
Well, if it
you
was
had
as
a
small
big
as a
finger to
basketball,
rub
it would
across
not.
the
It
oceans and
would be much
mountains,
smoother than a
Well,
it
great,
basketball.
but
feel
it's
smooth
larger,
like a
and I'm
cue ball.
making the comparison between the roughness of a basketball and the roughness of the.
Oh my
You don't
God!
understand an
All
analogy,
right,
and you've
hold on a
disagreed with
second.
Tyson.
What's the point of all this?
Dale's ego.
Well, I originally started it. If I grabbed a basketball and handed it to you after dunking it in water, it'd still be wet. And water can stick to a ball. It's just a matter
But
of
then
how
it's
much.
spinning. You're forgetting to spin the ball. Plus spin the ball and that residue will be gone. Don't worry about it, son. Spin the ball as well and the water's gone off that ball. Because the ball is not level. So water will not accumulate on a ball that's not level. Sorry. Okay?
Are you going to spin the ball, Lale, or just?
How does water become level, Jim?
How fast?
Becomes level because that's what water does. The surface of the water is
1,000 miles
always
an
level.
hour at the equator, left lane.
Wait, once per day, right?
1,000 miles an hour at the equator.
But at 1,038 miles per hour once a day, yeah. At that speed, yes. Fast indeed. Not slow at all.
How does water find its level, Jin? How does water find its level, Jin?
The natural properties and quality of water, it wants to lie level and flat.
Why?
That's why we use it in instruments. Because that's why. That's the way it was created. That's why. Why?
Every effect has a cause. What is the cause of the effect?
I can't give you the cause of that.
Water
If
gets
the creation
tired.
generates water, that's its natural state. That's it. That's all
The
I
water
need to
gets
know.
tired and has to lie flat for the rest.
Yeah, in order for it. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Is water
It
ever
gets
at
very
rest?
tired of rolling.
Is the ocean
Yes,
ever at
when it's
rest?
at level. When it's level, it's at rest.
Yes, it
Show
gets
me
very
the
tired of
ocean
trying
being
to.
at level, because it's always coming in and
I'm
going
going to
out.
show you my cup of water sitting here just
We're
fine
talking about
resting.
the ocean. We're talking about the ocean, not a cup of water.
Well, that
Show
cup
me
of
the
water is
ocean
the
when it
ocean.
doesn't come in and go out.
Well, just make yourself a little bitty dot,
No,
and then that's
I'm
the
talking
ocean.
about the ocean.
Well, yeah, physical
All
reality.
water is level
Yeah,
100%.
physically the
Water
ocean
acts that
is
way in a
always
big
moving,
cup.
therefore not
Water
technically
will
at
act
rest
that.
because energy is always coming into it.
Yeah, that's a cool story. If you put the ocean in a
No, it's
cup,
not a
it's
story.
gonna sit.
You
It's
can't
gonna
fit the
sit
ocean
level
in a
and
cup.
straight.
You can't
Will you
fit
shut
the
up for a minute?
You can't fit the
If you
ocean in a
put,
cup.
oh my god.
Yeah, your
That's
analogy
why
is
the word
right.
if was implied. Like if you live on a ball where you don't. Yeah, we know. That's why we use the word if, because it's not possible to live on a ball, but we say
Yeah,
if.
live
You
on a
can't
ball.
fit the you can't fit
So
kosher in a
if
cup
we
either.
had the ocean
You can't.
inside a cup and
You
sat it on our
can't.
counter,
You can.
it would
You
be
can't.
fine and level.
You
Buddy.
can't. And therefore your analogy is retarded and it doesn't work. The
Well,
ocean
your belief is retarded as well. That
the
Earth is a
ocean
spinning ball.
always has
Spinning in
energy
itself.
being put into it. And the
By
fact
who?
that
That
energy,
By who?
the
still
sun,
Who's
level.
the
putting energy
Still
in
moon,
the
level.
ocean?
Hold
Who
on,
put
guys.
energy in the
Listen,
ocean?
if you guys can't relax, I'm gonna just start muting people. If you guys can't go one at a time.
the ocean has energy put into it by
Relaxing,
the
man.
moon and the
Relaxing,
sun
don't worry.
and pulling and pushing the
Yeah,
tides.
it's still level.
That's energy.
They push the tides? With what arms? Where's their arms?
Yeah, and where's your
Why
scientific
are your
evidence for
questions
that,
so
by the way?
retarded?
Where are you, the sun and moon's
Where?
arms to push
Why are
something?
you so retarded?
Well, you got to have
We're
arms
getting
to
insults
push
here.
something.
Oi, Jeremy, insults. Can you mute this
Why
guy?
are you?
Objection.
Why is his
How
argument
could you push
retarded?
me,
Objection, Jeremy.
Kool-Aid, without arms?
Okay, A, that's not Kool-Aid, it's Whale. And B, I didn't hear the insult. Please, no insults, guys. Come on.
Why are his arguments so retarded? That is not an insult. I'm not saying he's retarded.
Insults again. Insults again. Look at that.
You said the sun and the
Why
moon
are
are
so
pushing things
handicapped?
around. Show us that. How does that work? Like a bully? Can it body slam things too?
Yeah.
Why
Can
are
it
Can
make
it
a
give you a
car?
black
Jeremy?
eye
Why
while
are
it's
Can it
his
make
pushing
a
you
arguments
around?
so stupid and retarded?
That's because you
Can it
are
steal
stupid
your
and
lunch
retarded.
money?
That's why.
Well, I mean, if the moon and sun are going to push
How
me
are tides
around, for
created?
sure they're going to steal my lunch
Demok, do
money.
you deny tides? How are they created?
Listen, I need you to show me how the moon and
How
sun are
are
pushing stuff
tides
around.
created, Demok? How are
We
tides
don't
created,
know.
Demok?
We don't. No one knows. No one knows.
Yeah,
No
whatever.
one knows.
That's because you're in
No
flat
one
Earth
knows.
and you deny truth.
No
And
one
now
knows
Demok
that.
is
No one. No human being knows that.
yeah, the sun and moon.
But I can give a guess. My best guess answer, and that is the Earth is breathing. That's all I can
Demok,
say.
you're roboting
Nothing to do
again.
with the moon. Yeah. Well, my best guess is that the Earth is breathing.
You're roboting again, Demok. I can't hear you, and neither can Jin. Jin, tell me you can't hear him.
No, I can't hear him. No, he's
Demok, you're
he's
roboting.
Yeah, that's it. You know that. You know we know the truth. The Earth is not a ball because the ball is not level, and water likes to lie on level surfaces only. Doesn't like unlevel surfaces.
Straight with the moon.
It rolls around and finds its level.
Hey, Jin, if
Moon push it, please.
I go by,
Hold on a second. Hold on. Demok, you're roboting and lagging and shit.
So water remaining level. 71% of the Earth is water level.
hey, Jin,
Never seen it curved anywhere.
Jin, if I go grab a basketball off the shelf at Walmart or wherever I go,
Spin it, and
can I
put
finish
water on
what
it.
I'm saying before you interrupt me? So,
I'm giving you your example.
Jen,
why are you interrupting me, Jeremy? If I
I'm
go,
clearing the floor for you.
Yeah.
Well, I'm clearing the floor for you so you can go. Relax. Go ahead.
you interrupted me right in the middle of me talking.
Holy shit, man! Just go.
Ahead. So, Jin, if I go to Walmart or any other sporting goods store and grab a basketball, the line in the very middle is equal distance all the way around, equal height from the center, and therefore it is level all the way around the basketball because it's the same it's the same radius from the center of the basketball.
No, it's not. It's got the little black lines all over it. Plus, you also need to show us a couple of liquids.
Specifically
Hold
said
on, listen.
the center line
Listen.
is level all
yeah,
the
but
way around because it is the
yeah,
same.
but you have a problem talking when somebody else is talking while you keep saying that about everybody else. Though, let me finish my sentence, and then you can say what you're going to say. Is that too hard? Now, listen. Your basketball isn't level. It's retarded. It's beveled with little bubbles all over it. That's ignorant. Now, for two, the water. You need a cup of water on your table being pushed by the moon. Turn your camera on. We're waiting.
Okay, now I'll answer the first. I'll answer the first point. I specifically said the middle of the basketball has a line around it that is level all the way around that basketball because it is equal. Every part of that line is equal distance from the center. That is a fact.
I think though would make it
I've got the very basketball in my hand.
That's not kosher. That's someone else.
Yeah, my bad.
You just said he's playing basketball, man.
Okay, we have the basketball here. Yeah.
So, the center line, the middle line, is equal distance all the way around.
One part of the
around the center of the basketball.
Chris.
One part of this ball is level.
Chris.
There's nothing level on this ball.
Chris.
Nothing level here.
You're not listening.
This surface is level.
Chris.
Yeah, go ahead.
There is not one.
Oh, look, hey Merle.
Surface.
Hey Merle, how are you today?
Good, mate. Where's the center of the earth?
In the center.
Where is it?
Also, how many licks does it take? How many licks does it take to get to the center?
You would have to ask the gal. I don't know.
I'll tell you what, I seen this.
Right, Jeremy?
I seen this chick on TikTok look like it'd take her about fucking 2 licks. She had the biggest tongue I ever seen. Like width and length, it was amazing.
Well, according to the owl, it only takes 3, right?
Hey, yo, did you guys ever have those lollipops where they had the Indian shooting the star?
No.
What?
Yeah, so like the Tootsie Pops, there was like some kind of rumor going around between all my friends where if you got the Tootsie Pop with the Indian with the bow and arrow shooting the star on the outside of the Tootsie Pop on the paper, that you could turn it in somewhere and like get a free Tootsie Pop.
I've never heard of that before.
Yeah, it's like one of those kid things. I'll go Google it. I'm sure someone else brought it up before.
Come on, man. We need 1/3% at least.
I need a what?
Oh, my bad. I was on mic.
All right, you got your basketball. There's no level surface on a basketball. Nothing's level.
I didn't say the surface was level. I didn't say the surface was level. You're putting words in my mouth that I never said.
Well,
the center
if it's
line.
not level, the water won't sit.
The center line that goes around the basketball. That goes around the.
That's on the surface, right?
If you measured from the center to that line, it'd be equal distance all the way around the basketball, and that's what level would be.
No, that would be wrong in itself. Because the ball is not level. It's a circular, spherical object. No level surface on it. You can't use the word level.
You weren't listening to what I said.
I think
You
you're
can't
really
use the word level on a spherical ball. You cannot use the word level.
I think
So
you're
wrong in
really
itself.
brave, Chris, to come out here and challenge us like this.
Sorry, Merle. I'm not challenging you. I'm challenging Jen.
Hey, Riggs, what's the star supposed to mean again? I forget. I do remember the star thing. It was supposed to be.
I don't know what the star means, but so like the Indian shooting the star, like I posted the article. Apparently, there was some like childlike rumor that you would get a free Tootsie Pop if you found one that had the Indian on it.
Yeah, that's never. I tried that. We found a bunch of those. Never happened. Never got a free one.
Yeah, it never happened, and they were so cheap it didn't matter. So like, I don't know why. Like, there's just a couple things, man. Like the Stussy X, the Stussy S. There's just a couple things that just I don't know where I got it from. You know. It's like paranormal kind of shit almost.
Paranormal? That sounds like a stretch.
Well, like, there's some stuff, man, that I honestly don't know where I got the influence from. Like this shit right here. Look at this animation. I would do this all day in my class. It's all over my books. It's all over my, like, I still got them. And I don't know where I got it from.
I think that's, well, I know a website that uses that symbol.
We didn't have websites.
Well, this is after you drew it, of course. But it's from the game Pokemon Go. And it's for a website called the Sylph Road.
Oh.
I drew that symbol before Pokemon was ever a thing.
Yeah. I did mean to say that.
So apparently there's a phenomenon, right? Where like hundreds, thousands, like everybody remembers drawing these things, but they don't know why they did it or where it came from.
Because they saw some other kid draw it. It's like it's just osmosis from being
I never
as part
saw
of
any other
society.
kid draw it.
Oh, I totally saw it from other people.
Oh, I was just playing with lines, and then I just connected the lines. But apparently, like a lot of people were doing it, and I haven't, and they say it's the Stussy X S. Apparently, there's some brand that has a similar looking sign, but I always did it because I thought it was kind of like a Superman thing, but I didn't even know about those brands, and the Superman thing looked different. I just did it because I don't even know why. Like none of those reasons. There's a phenomenon. There's like some paranormal kind of shit that people I don't know, they're trying to figure out like where it came from.
Okay, so I'm looking up it's not exact.
Yeah, it has a name. I keep drawing a blank on it.
The cool S. I mean, there's a Wikipedia on it here.
You are right, though. It did seem to emerge at a certain point in time, and then all the kids started doing it. Where it came from, though, is the inception of it, Who was the first kid to draw it and why?
Very strange, man. Very strange. I have no idea why I did it, but like whole books. Well, not whole books, but like I would have pages and pages of it, like on the outside, the inside. It's just everywhere. It's like mind control type shit where I don't even know where I got it from.
Riggs, did you see the picture I posted just now? It's not exact, but when you put up the image, that's what came into my mind.
Oh. Okay.
And
I've never seen that
so Pokemon, as you are probably somewhat familiar with at the very least, it's an old game.
Yeah.
And it has old origins also.
I don't know much about Pokemon. I remember when that Pokemon Go came out.
Yeah, I play
Everybody
it
was having
casually.
fun with that. That
I
was
don't keep
fun as hell for like a day. I just didn't do it much.
Well, the Miley Cyrus kind of killed Pokemon Go for a while, so that kind of sucked.
Remember how many kids
Why?
died? There was a kid around here.
Because you have to go places to actually play the game. So with social distancing and lockdowns, it really
What
hurt
does
the
that have
game.
to do with Miley Cyrus?
Oh yeah.
Miley
That came
Cyrus
out. That was
vibes with something else. Cyrus.
yeah. That was very popular here in Japan, but they
Sorry.
stopped it. I think
Ham
some
sandwich.
accident.
Sorry, Jen. Should I use ham sandwich, Riggs?
Didn't Hannah Montana have a friend on the
I'm
show?
so
Kosho,
confused.
your mic, your mic's like ridiculously low.
All
Or
right.
is it just me?
Jen, what were you saying? Sorry, I overtalked you.
No, I was saying that popular Pokemon Go thing was quite popular here in Japan, but then somehow an accident happened with some kids and that, and then it
Really?
kind of like the craze died. Yeah, here in Japan, yeah.
Well, the game's been struggling for quite some time, even before the pandemic.
Right. Yeah. So
They
when
made a lot
that's
of
right because
concessions. They made a lot of concessions in the game during the height of everything. Very interesting to see from the aspect of gaming.
Yeah, I think it was involving a road accident. That this game was associated with some road accidents that happened with involving children, and then the game kind of like got a little bit of a negative response here in Japan. It's not so popular now.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's worse than texting, in my opinion.
Yeah,
Texting
that's
and
what went on.
driving.
Yes, yeah, texting and not looking where they were going, and they were getting knocked down by cars and killed. In road accidents. So that game wasn't very good.
There was a dude around here who got hit by a train.
Yeah, there you go.
It's a fun game though. I mean, you just got to be smart about doing that. But people,
Yeah. I heard it
Yeah.
said that officers of the law in my city have been known to play it. I'm like, oh my God.
Wow.
Really? Come on, man. That's where our tax dollars are going. You gotta be
Yeah, they're spending
kidding me.
that $4 a gallon just to drive around. You know,
Sons of bitches.
He's probably
Play
collecting
Pokemon.
it for his daughter or his son while the kids at school.
It's mostly adults who are playing.
When I heard that, I was like, wow. Okay. You just gotta sit there and shake your head, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess you could record them. I mean, pretty sure they're not allowed to just freely use their personal phone, but I'm sure they'd still do.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting because there were a lot of kids around all over the neighborhood, hunting these things down. Right. And
Things that don't exist.
Yeah. It was an interesting craze, but as soon as these accidents happened, it just died. Yeah.
I think they did the same concept of Pokemon Go with Harry Potter.
Yes, they did. That's right. Yeah.
And Pokemon has, from the original card game before the video games.
Yeah.
The card game has a very interesting history and associations, very esoteric.
Yes, it is. Yeah, yeah. I didn't want my kids to get into that because there was just the amount of stuff that you could get involving Pokemon.
It's not for children. That shouldn't be for children.
Yeah.
It's kind of like letting your kid watch the movie. I think it was by Pixar. It was called Soul.
Okay, yeah. I don't know that one. Yeah.
Oh, I think we talked about it before.
Oh,
Maybe
yeah.
not. If we did, it was a while back.
Yeah.
That's a really good movie, actually, to watch. Well, good, insert word there. But interesting that they made it into a cartoon to pitch to children. I don't really appreciate it myself.
Right, of course.
That's like parenting your children, essentially. It's like, whoa. Wait a minute here.
Yeah, let's have the brakes on that. Yeah.
That shouldn't be out for mass consumption of children, in my opinion.
Wait, pump the brakes on what?
Now, if parents want their children to see it, sure, but I guess they take advantage. I don't know. Maybe I'm being unfair that they're taking advantage of the fact that if parents know it's a cartoon, then it must be fine for children. So anyway, somebody else was trying to say something.
What was Soul about?
Oh, it was great. Basically, I thought it was fascinating, and I don't know which religion it would be akin to, but basically you choose to come to this plane of existence. It actually shows them falling down to the earth from space. So it's like, wow. Very interesting, very interesting. In fact, I wouldn't mind rewatching it today.
What year did it come out? I'm trying to look it up.
It was just last year, I think.
Oh, that is a Disney movie.
Pixar.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The one with the jazz player, right?
Yes, it was really good.
You said you don't think kids should watch that?
Well, I think it could interfere with their already established beliefs with their parents.
Okay, yeah. I get, yeah.
I don't think it's bad for children to watch, but I just think it has greater implications and it's made light of.
Yeah. Well, you know that movie Inside Out? Remember that one?
Oh wow, yeah, that's another really interesting one. Yeah.
It's like about psychology, basically. Your inner brain.
Yeah. Well, I haven't really looked into what people have to say about that one.
I haven't seen Soul. I just saw like the trailer and stuff.
Oh,
Yeah,
you gotta watch it.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's called Soul, is it? Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you very
play
much.
on words because he's like a jazz player too, so it's like
soul music.
I might have seen the Seventh-day Adventists expose that film before. They often expose Pixar movies.
Yeah, do you have a video for it? I wouldn't mind watching it.
Yeah, I'll look for it for you.
Sweet. I mean, I just think it's just both sides or not enough information is given. This is just how I feel about it.
Right.
I just think, if parents need to watch those types of movies first, and they really need to pay attention to how their child reacts when they watch it. I just don't think, I don't know, maybe I'm crazy, but I just don't think that should be something should be taken lightly.
I've got a 7-minute one and a 1-hour one for you.
I'll take both of them. Little Light Studios. Nice. I will be sure to watch this.
So these are modern day Christians that are trying to fight against the New Age. They do have weird, strict belief systems, but they're very good at exposing the New Age. It's cool to see a Christian's point of view on these Gnostic films. If no one else is going to expose it, they might as well. You know what I mean? Someone's got to.
Well, I don't have issue with Gnostic films, but I just don't think that they're appropriate for children.
Yeah.
New Age agenda exposed.
What if what if little kids knew that this is somehow the intersection between the seen and the unseen? Like,
oh, I think children have a natural ability to,
right,
yeah, I
right,
do believe that. But I
yeah.
don't think, I think that's, it's a shame that that's not more known and appreciated.
They need a real Hogwarts, right?
That would be cool, actually. Well, I don't really believe in ritual, Merle, so there's that.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, sure, I know that exists and it could be meant for good and all that type
Yeah,
of thing.
it
But
gives some, yeah, it gives some ceremonies or initiations, if you will, structure, depending on what they are, you know.
I saw more magic again last night, Merle.
Did you?
Absolutely.
That's good, man.
I mean,
Yeah.
saying like higher consciousness connection, literal under.
My girlfriend's like into voodoo.
Really?
This is all great.
Yikes.
She was trying to teach this little kid witchcraft, man.
Oh.
Don't
let her near the playgrounds, Cosho. She'll,
well, she
she'll
was
speak to
babysitting
too many
this kid, but I
children.
told her the same thing. I said, you should be teaching them.
Yeah. No, that's great though, Don. It's it's
Yeah, for sure. I'm gonna look
yeah.
at those, John. Yeah, thanks.
Are you talking about Don? Where's Don? Oh,
Yeah, I was
Right.
actually talking to the Don. He's having an experience with magic, you know, and
yeah, great.
like it's starting to communicate with him in his dreams, and I think that's exciting.
We'll be waking up to 11:11 on the clock soon.
It's a sign.
Merle, I got this Australian dude processing my GPS data, and he fucking sucks, man. Is Wang a common name in Australia?
Kind of. You'd be surprised. There's a lot of people from Asia here. You know what I mean? Yeah.
His name's Carl Wang.
Wang.
Fucking Wang. Pissing me off.
Cool.
I think Wang was in Big Trouble in Little China too.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. You know what old Jack Burton says in a time like it's all in the reflexes.
Fuck, man.
A green-eyed Chinese girl.
Lopan.
Yeah.
I heard recently that they're doing a sequel.
I can't wait, dude. I always wanted to be that Chinese dude that could just blow up.
Oops. Yeah, shout out to Kurt Russell. Whatever you're doing now, man. Thanks. You were great. In the 80s for me.
So Jenny, what's your
Romancing the
takeaway
Stone?
from this movie? I just saw the trailer. Oops. Shit. I just saw the trailer. Yeah, interesting. What's your takeaway from this movie then? Soul.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, well, it's been a while since I've seen it, but it definitely has seemingly nothing to do with Christianity, for one. That's blatantly obvious.
What movie?
And so the movie Soul by Disney Pixar. And so the idea that you choose to come here, I am not any sort of authority on different religions, but isn't that trying to think of which one it is.
I don't know what religion that would be. It might be Hinduism, maybe. I don't know, but
There's a few religions that think similar
No.
things.
Yeah.
Your
No, it's
karma,
the
your karma
religion where
is you're to blame for your own life. Basically, that's karma.
no,
You extrapolate that, and it's your fault you're here. So you chose.
give me a second. I think I might find. Let me see.
I agree. It's definitely an
Yeah,
inversion of
I
Christianity.
found a little 19-minute video here. It says the meaning of soul. So obviously, it's going to give an insight as to what the director was thinking and the theme behind it all. Yeah. So I'm going to watch that later. Book that now.
I've heard it too, Dawn. Like that we choose to incarnate here on the earth plane and all this.
I used to resent my parents for bringing me here, but I'm becoming more aware that it's my own doing, me being here.
Merle, have you ever seen that video? It was on Jim's show. It was Dell. Dell was like making a video in the park, and he's fucking cursing at the rain and the weather. He's like, "Fucking hell!" He's like, I want to go back and what did he say? He said, want to go back and beat up his ancestors for being there.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he got so pissed off one day he wanted to kick the creator in the balls.
Funny, man.
Yeah, he gets frustrated.
That was what's his name? Jess. That was Jess who was saying that, wasn't he? Jess was saying that. A guy called Jess. You might remember him. No. From up north.
Yeah.
Burnley. He was saying that. He wanted to punch God in the mouth. He wanted to chin God.
I want to have a serious conversation with him.
Yeah, Jez is how I found the Discord back in the journey.
Yeah. I remember
After he
when
fell
you
out
came back to me, said, Jin, you got to get on there. Jin, you got to get onto this Discord, man, because like they're taking the piss out of the flat earthers, man. Let's get in there. It took me 2 years to get there. It took me 2 years to arrive at that because you gave me the link and it just wouldn't work.
Wow.
I couldn't get on. Yeah. 2 years later, I got it from Roxanne. Roxanne sent me the link. And then,
Jen.
Yeah.
Mormonism is what I was thinking.
Ah, that's it. Mormonism.
Oh, yeah, that's New Age, Jenny. It's all New Age, these films. All different New Age concepts that the elites are into. They mix it all up to convert Christianity. Reinitiate.
That's a good point.
I could be mistaken speaking about Mormonism, though. But that was my guess.
I left.
Who?
Yeah, I mean that.
Oh, Lale.
Yeah.
I was just checking in on Chris because he might have freaked out.
You should ask Chris Lale.
That 2 minute trailer that I watched had that neon set. They were trying to introduce a new concept into like life and how we came. Yeah, just that 2 minutes, and that nuance is there already. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, Jenny, I've just googled that. Some Mormons believe that we have a before life in the spirit world, and each child chooses whether they want to come or not.
Intense.
Sounds gross.
Completely. It's a completely new concept for me.
Mm.
You said that's a Mormon belief?
That was my guess. I wasn't trying to say yes, in fact it is.
That's pretty good anyway. Good guess.
I looked up and scanned it, and it seems to check out.
So I was right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Okay. And I do believe Mormons are also polygamous, right? Aren't they?
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
So I actually knew that from. I might as well be transparent. I knew this from an old TV series that I binged through, and this was like over a decade ago. It was called Big Love, and it had like 3 or 4 fairly well-known actors, and I can't think any right off the top of my head. Sorry.
Bill Paxton.
Yes. So, and a couple ladies. So I thought it was good. I mean, despite the controversial subject, that polygamy.
Oh, right.
The storyline I thought was good.
When was this series that you binged on? When was that released? In the early 2000s?
Just look up Big Love. It was off of HBO, I believe.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that'd be recent times then.
Well, yeah, like about 10 years ago.
Yeah, 10 years ago would be. Yeah, I was already here in Japan. Yes, I wouldn't have seen that one. Definitely not. Might have seen it in England. I've been there.
I think I rented or got the DVD from the library, and I just binged it.
Yeah, right.
So anything on DVD, you pretty much should be able. Well, you're not in America, right, Jen?
No, that's right. Yeah, although the Japanese
Well,
do
in
have
America, you
massive.
can get anything on DVD from the library. You maybe have to wait, but.
Yeah, I here in Japan they do like to follow Americans' lead with the DVD collections and that. So I'm sure it'd be offered by now.
Well, yeah, you don't have to do that anymore. I mean, I can DM you a really good streaming site that I've had lots of years of success with.
Well, if you can do that, that would be fantastic. Yeah, DM me that link. Yeah, my account number is 7975. Because I know I've got a few there. So that's the one. Send it to that one, and then I can.
I shall. Give me a moment.
Yes, that'd be fantastic.
But yeah, look up on internetmoviedatabase.com, Big Love.
Yeah. Because in Japan here they probably got it. I don't really go to the DVD, the video shops anymore.
Yeah, I got you covered on that. Hold on.
Yeah, I haven't been there in years. I've got the card and everything. Probably the card needs renewing. I haven't been for years now. Not in the last 6 years, that's for sure. Flat Earth has taken up a lot of my time there straight off the bat. And then, we have to go back. When was the last time I went to that video shop? Shit. Long time. I did used to enjoy the experience going there, though, when I was in London as well. We had the Blockbuster videos. Do you remember them?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we had that in London. So I used to frequent that quite a lot, actually.
Looking for babes?
It didn't take long before a movie that soon came out, being released in the cinemas, to go onto DVD, so that was pretty good. So it was definitely worth being a member. And you just had to go to show your membership card, and then you go, and yeah, the film is there.
Yeah, I sent that to you.
Thank you.
Welcome. Do you want me to send you a link to the show? Since I brought it
go
up?
ahead, yeah. Yeah, you may as well, yeah. Send it to me in the enjoy watching it. Thanks, Jenny. I got it. Beautiful. Yeah. Thank you very much.
You thinking about getting another wife?
Do you remember the show on regular cable? It was called Sister Wives.
Oh, Sister
This
Wives,
is nothing like that. This seems more like real life to me.
Okay.
The show
Sister Wives was real life.
I know, but you know, they do manipulate that. I don't know if you know about reality TV or not, but
Yeah, you know that dude wasn't even a Mormon until he turned 16 and met that girl, his first
so
wife.
dumb. What the
But yeah,
fuck?
I mean, he realized he can get as many wives as he wanted, and he's just went with it.
Well, all right. For your convenience, Jen, I DM'd it to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate that.
And
Big love
that's
back to you.
for everybody else.
For everybody
I
else.
like Chloe Svengin. I never say her last name right. Jennifer Goodwin. She's a great actress.
Yeah, Jenny, what you were supposed to say was big love to Jin, but to everybody else, the middle finger. Joking.
And I don't know if you guys have ever seen anything with Janine Triplehorn, but I do believe it was her that played in the movie with Sharon Stone. What was it? Where was the movie where Sharon Stone spread her legs apart and that was like a huge meme?
It's Basic Instinct.
Cough, cough. Excuse me. Choke on me ramen. Sorry.
Well, she played the psychopath, I believe, in that. The psycho girlfriend, roommate, whatever, from college. I think that was her. Maybe I'm wrong.
Sharon Stone, yeah.
But yeah, I thought it was a great series. I was really upset that it ended at 25. So yeah, like a really long time ago, I decided to stop paying for cable. And there's just so much content out there, nobody can keep track. You can just, get the entire season from the library or online or what have you, and you can just binge that shit.
Yeah, I used to have a couple of channels that I used to stream videos from 10 years back, 10, 15 years back.
Oh, well, this one will get you through, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
You should be able to look up pretty much anything on TV or DVD.
Okay. So what about moon landing material? Would it, do you reckon it go that far or not?
Well, if it's something that was on an official platform, but I guess it's possible that the Flat Earth, quote unquote, documentary from Netflix could be on there.
Oh yeah. Oh, not
But
interested in that.
moon documentaries, I mean, if it was in the movie theater, then yeah, it probably would be. Or if it was released on DVD, it probably would be.
Yeah, that's the one. If it's released on DVD, that's what I'm more particularly interested in. Okay, well, I'll give it a whirl because I want to take it to those. I want to take it to those heliocentrists badly. Badly want to cripple them with that dream they've got.
There's another site I found, and it's called Prime Wire. You'll have to look that up.
Prime Wire. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
No problem. So yeah, I just borrow stuff off the internet, and I.
Yeah, I used to do all that. So yeah, thanks again. I disconnected like definitely 6 years ago for sure. Flat Earth took over. Let's put that down. Prior to that, even I disconnected. Moon landings and other conspiracies, loose change, and all the rest of it. So yeah, just stop the videos in that sense. I decided that I wanted to remember flat Earth content as opposed to other, movies by Hollywood or Paramount Studios or whatever. So and it's worked. I'm very good at remembering videos, and trying to find them.
Well, you got to be able to reach people and connect the dots.
Yeah.
So you got to know the entertainment side.
Right. So at the beginning of the Flat Earth now, I had a really good library. It was really going well on my iPhone. 4 really looking good. It was nice, and then suddenly the algorithm's kicking, and you can't find this. You know,
Yeah.
late 2017, late 2017, it started going belly up. I thought, what's going on here? Earth is not flat videos. Well, no, that's not right. 2018, and it was just it's all messed up, and then videos were disappearing.
Well, I know a lot of people save them, so if you're interested in particular ones, I would just ask around.
Yeah, I've been pretty good at finding them of late. I found one the other day before
Is
yesterday.
Ron Shackleton a member in the server?
He was in here the other day.
Ron Shackleton, is he?
Yeah, he was in here a couple days ago.
Oh, cool. I haven't talked to him in forever. I don't know why I thought of Ron. Sorry, Jen. I thought of him is because I've heard him say that he saves stuff.
Yeah, Riggs likes to download everything, so he downloads. In order for me to download the videos, I have to pay for them, and I don't want to pay for it. You know what I mean? That's it.
Right.
Yeah, I can't just download for free. No, I've got to pay for it if I'm going to download. Unfortunately, it costs money, and I don't want to do that.
If you use a VPN.
Sorry?
What if you use a VPN? Can you?
I haven't got one of those set up. You see, I haven't got a VPN set up.
Oh.
Are you talking about downloading like YouTube videos?
Yeah.
You could just, you could just record your screen and then, attach the audio to it instead of having to download.
I did think of that. That was the only way that I could do it. Yeah, because if I would have downloaded YouTube, I've got to pay money for it. Yeah, I should really record.
Wait, what do you mean? Are you talking for a YouTube subscription?
Look, if I want to download a video from the YouTube and I click on download, it sends me to a place where I've got to start signing in and then paying monies, and then I can download it.
You know what I do, Jin? That's why I have so many accounts. Because every single month I make a new account and I get new